Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor-intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time-consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The eRacing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the eRacing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
That was Mozart.
Very good afternoon to you. This is eRacing GP. It's the endurance edition, one of the many series we've got for you on eRacing this season. It's match day 5. It's race 5, I should say, out of 6. And a 6-hour endurance. I'll speak alongside Des Corkill to talk you through 3 lots of races. We've got a 3 car amateur race, a pro-am, and the professional race. Your thoughts before we go into Silverstone, Afi?
6-hour race. For the last 4 rounds of endurance, we've been doing it in 4-hour format, 4-hour race format. So now we're trying to spice things up a bit. This is the penultimate round of the season, ladies and gentlemen. So just to spice things up, why not make it a 6-hour race?
Why not make it a 6-hour race indeed? So into the amateur category, we've got 3 competitors. In fact, let's have a look at the overall championship standings as they are at the moment. We're starting with the GT3 Pro-Am, and as you can see, it's pretty tight with 2 races still to go, 25 points available for the race win. JMX Phantom leading the way ahead of Stratos Flash 111 and Laundry House. So the big names are there at the top, but JMX Phantom have had a great season.
They had a great season. Russell Reyes and Presi Martorno has been fantastic all season long. Presi may not be racing today, but nevertheless, they have Tafa Adiansa, who is the replacement for Presley.
He certainly is. He's been racing the A1 champion, the E1 championship season. Let's have a look at the Pro-Am, where JMX Juniors, that's Alan Racing, and some of the kids we've been seeing coming up through the eRacing GP seasons, the likes of Alan Drake Cruz, they're coming through, and they're making a real fist of it, Pro-Am or not. Alexis Lopano, Alan Drake Cruz, they're leading the championship, but only by 6 points from Z Challenger Racing.
Yeah, it goes to show that Alan Drake Cruz, no matter how young he is, he has the pace to put up some fight against the big boys in the pro category.
And then on to the amateurs, and we'll come on to those in just a moment. We've only got 3 competitors today, but the championship leader is the Veloci Ragazzo team. That is car number 28, and they are at the moment leading the qualification. So it's looking pretty good for Veloci Ragazzo. And when we go to live pictures, we'll just catch the tail end of the GT4 Amateur Championships.
There you go. So only 3 competitors for GT4 category today. So you got the first in GT4 championships that you mentioned, Roger Regards. You also have Rising Line, who is only 1 point behind the Roger Regards spot. And in third, you have the Central Motorsport team.
Okay, this is the motorsport team. This is Mohammed Zikri and co. At the moment, Josh Nabas is in the pits leading the way. So Veloci Ragazzo will be fastest in qualifying because we've only got 25 seconds left or so. So it's fastest for Nabas, and the championship leaders, I think, looking pretty good.
Indeed, and they're looking really good. And on pole in the GT4 category by 6 tenths, which is impressive, especially in a track like Silverstone.
6 hours is a long, long way to go, though, and these guys will be involved in an awful lot of traffic behind them. Right, we can see an awful lot of traffic looking to get out for the Pro-Ams and the Pros. A number of outlaps. Maybe it gives us a chance just to look around today's venue, which is Silverstone. It is the home of motorsports. Me being a Brit, it is a home of motorsports. Lovely, flowing, fast track, some of the most famous corners and turns in world motor racing.
Yep, and we had E1 race there in Silverstone last Wednesday night, and the race in E1 was very interesting, and I really enjoyed it. So I'm looking forward to the GT3 cars roaring around in Silverstone and overtaking front, right, and center.
Yeah, 18 corners. My apologies. 18 corners is the total. 5.8 kilometers in duration around Silverstone, and they're just on an outlap at the moment. So let's have a little look at who we might really be looking at here. In the Pro-Ams, car number 31, Alan Drake Cruz, they are leading alongside Alexis Lopano, and it's Alan Drake Cruz from JMX Juniors who's out there at the moment. Now this is a young kid who is really taken to eRGP and is developing class upon class upon class upon class.
Well, I won't be surprised if Alan will be racing E1 next season, given how quick he is. Maybe JMX wants to fill in another junior spot. So I'm very surprised to see Alan. He can win. The M category, like the Pro M category.
It is pretty tight though, because they're only 1 point ahead of car number 70. And they're the guys we're on board here with now. 70 is the Z Challenger Racing R team. Sek Yin Ho is the man in the seat today. Calix Poon and Chuck Dong Lee. It's a Hong Kong-based team, and the Hong Kong teams, they do take things rather seriously. They don't like to be beaten.
Yeah, they do, and especially for an organization like Z Challenger and Waycross Flip Table, especially, they have their own facilities in Hong Kong where it's full with simulators and all that for their drivers to train.
Bit of a traffic jam just at the moment as everybody wants to avoid getting into traffic. It's not essential to get a good qualification, but it certainly helps if you're at the top of the circuit, if you're near the top going into the first couple of laps.
You're having raced in the first Endurance Edition, hosted all the way back in October 2020. So it's been 2 years already since we've hosted Endurance. Having raced in the first edition of Endurance, started P20 if I'm not mistaken, and then had to climb my way all the way up to P2 in an hours, and it was so hectic because it was raining very heavily in that race.
It was. Rain is a possibility. At the moment, temperature degrees, 18 degrees centigrade. Pretty little wind as we get the first guys maybe coming through for their flying lap. So let's get on board Marco Wong. And we spoke about the Silverstone circuit. It is a lovely, lovely flowing circuit. The red dot is Marco Wong just leading the way. That is car number 71. In the BMW.
Yeah, indeed, the BMW M4 GT3 car. So this is the new car for this year's ACC update, and it's a lot quicker than the old M6, and it's a lot more torquey as well coming out of exits.
Long straights, nothing but tarmac ahead of him for the Z Challenger second car. They're 9th in the overall championship standings. They've just picked up 25 points so far, but there are 50 points available over the next 2 races, plus fastest laps, etc. So they could get themselves into a position where they might be challenging for a top 5 place. And at the moment, he is setting the pace, is Wong, as he comes
across the line in a 1:57.450. So it's a really quick lap by Marco Wong.
It certainly is. So that is the target that we have set. And as you can see, 13 seconds faster than the GT4s. So very quickly in, we're going to be getting some seriously good laps. Who else is quicker? Wong is the fastest out on the circuit at the moment.
So the BMW is the quickest car on the track at the moment, and the second quickest car is a Ferrari, and then running on the top is a McLaren. So what about JSP?
Reed is part of the Celsius Autosport team.
For the championship, and can only manage that from the GT3 category. And time 1:58.755.
So Marco Wong is still setting the pace at the moment. How about one of our favourites, Singapore's Mohammed Tasbi from the Stratos Flash team? That's car number 6 in the professional standings. Tasbi is in the team that is just 8 points off the championship lead. So he's got a responsibility to try to get them up near the top of the grid.
Yep, and being replaced today by replacing Alif today, who's all the way in the States for a scholarship program, is Nakib Aslan, who is no stranger to eRacing. I mean, he's been racing since Global Edition Season 1, and is probably one of the quickest drivers in Malaysia.
Yeah, it's not a bad replacement to have, is it? Alif misses, so Nakib comes in. On a par they were. Alif was the guy who really set all the standards for eRGP. Laundry House, to be fair to them, have set the standards in endurance as far as eRGP has gone over the last 2 years.
Yep, but the number 1 car of the Laundry House is currently 3rd in the championship standings with 68 points.
Let's just stick with Tasbi, just see what kind of split times he is getting. He's coming towards the end of his lap, currently in P6 at the moment.
And 9 tenths up, Tasbi, so what can that in probably P2 the qualifying.
So Tasbi,
but it is P2.
Is indeed P2. That's why they pay you the big bucks indeed. How about Andy O'Hara? Let's see Laundry House. What have they been able to do? Well, actually, nothing better. Laundry House are just on an out lap or a potential flying lap here.
This is Bruno Gallo that we're with.
Oh, my apologies. Let's get on to Laundry House, the familiar turquoise colours.
Homage to the old LED scheme of Leighton House in the turquoise colour as well. And it's a very beautiful car, if I have to say.
Certainly is. Is it a beautiful time for Andy O'Hara? The answer is no, still P6. So that is a bit of a disappointment for them. How about the championship leaders, Presley Martono, car number 10.
Presley is not racing in this race today. So that would be very good for the 111 car of the Stratos Flash.
Are they out on the circuit 10?
They're not.
They're not, are they? They're not racing today, are they?
They're not racing today.
Wow. So
All
that
right.
really opens it.
That's what they do.
That opens it for Nakib and Mohammed Tasbi to really give it a go, and also maybe Andy O'Hara and his partner for Laundry House.
6 cents up here in O'Hara, so it will be a very good improvement. Where would that put him to probably P3? As we have a far chase gap of him coming into the final 2 corners of the new start finish straight, which the Formula 1 car uses.
Yes, it can be a little bit confusing. That's the new start finish, and then they go up and into the bowels of this glorious circuit, Silverstone. And he's looking like he's on a better lap here, Andy O'Hara.
9/10 up Andy O'Hara, a second up.
If it's a second faster,
We're gonna have to wait and see until it crosses the line, but our time is that he is going to slap line by. He's currently at 9, he's 9
could be on pole position. O'Hara comes down the main straight. He's got this sharp left, double right, and then a sprint to the start-finish line. Andy O'Hara chasing a place. He is better by 9/10 of a second than his fastest lap so far. And as he comes into the start-finish line, Andy O'Hara with 6 minutes and 30 will no doubt improve on P6 to P1. There is our pole sitter, Andy O'Hara.
Beautiful lap by Andy O'Hara. He managed to pull it off. I wonder where he pulled it off from the back. And it's a 10th quicker than Marco Wong. So Marco Wong has been the benchmark for the first few minutes of qualifying, but then came Andy O'Hara.
Okay, wow. So the standard has been set. That's in the pro races. Alan Drake Cruz, I think, is the fastest of the Pro-Am groups. Indeed he is, and he's out on the circuit once again. So he's on pole in inverted commas for the Pro-Am. Benson Chung, car number 120, is behind them, and car number 120 in the overall standings are quite a way down there in P9 in the BMW. So no real chance of taking the title, but possibly being a spoiler for the Hong Kong Z Challenger racing teams.
Indeed he is.
So back onto the Andy O'Hara. Well, he's already set one big lap. Marco Wong's still in P2. Tasby has dropped down to P4. There is a problem. This in the pro standings. Tasby down in P4. And let's just go and see if Tasby is able to improve on that. Where is he? Yeah, he's 3/10 up on his best time. So as this qualifying is going, the races are getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
The track gets grippier as well. The track temperature has increased, but the track is now in its optimal condition, not fast like what we had at the beginning of the qualifying just now. So expect cars to go quicker. The question is, can we see a 156 by any of these teams today?
Well, firstly, it's getting inside 157.30 for Tasby, and again, he's going to be very, very close. Andy O'Hara, Laundry House, leading the way. 6-hour endurance race. This is the 15-minute qualification period. Opportunity just to get yourself in a optimum position for when the race itself comes. Car 111, Mohammed Tasbi, we're sticking with him for a second consecutive lap because he got himself up into P2 last time. Is he able to get himself up into P1?
It doesn't look like it. He's a second down. Oh, but looking at the timing, Marco Wong is 2/10 up in qualifying, 3/10 up in qualifying right now.
I'll get back to Marco in just a sec. Good looking.
Yeah, Tasby's back
Yeah,
off.
Tasby's backed off. So Marco Wong is the man who we are going to chase now. And Wong set the fastest time for a long, long spell as he comes into the final sector. And then we'll accelerate towards the start-finish line. 157.1 is the target to beat to get pole position.
Needs to make it very tidy here, Marco Wong. He lost a 10 there exiting the corner. So hopefully this time.
Marco Wong crosses in P1. That is terrific. 100th of a second quicker than Andy O'Hara. And Marco Wong, well, they've shown that they are the Z Challenger 2 team. Look, really like they're the one team.
They are. it's a very good effort by Marco Wong, beating Andy O'Hara by 100th of a second. And Andy O'Hara doesn't seem like he's improving at the moment.
How about Ali Khairuddin in the Honda?
He's a 10th up.
He is a 10th up. He's doing okay. 122 coming towards the tail end. Right, if he's 1/10th up, that might get him close to Andy O'Hara. It just depends how well he can exit the final couple of corners. How he can enter them, what kind of a drive he gets out of them.
Second, 10th up by Ali Khairuddin. He needs to make this very neat and tidy. He needs to have a very good exit as well. And on to the start-finish straight.
Well, he'll give himself a little bit of a slingshot onto the start-finish line. P3 at the moment for Khairuddin. Does he improve? He's got O'Hara and Laundry House ahead of him. And the answer is no, he stays in P3. But that means that the professional team, Stratos Flash, car 111, are only in P4 at the moment. Western, I'm just looking around and about to see if anybody is able to really challenge and come in and make a big drive. You seeing anyone out on the circuit, Afik?
No, I don't see anyone out in the circuit. Andy O'Hara is a 10th up in his lap time. Will that be enough for both? Probably yes.
Probably yes.
Yeah, but then he lost it again, exiting Chapel.
O'Hara, half a lap to go. Can't afford any more mistakes. As you say, he's actually not up on his previous quickest time.
They're all improving, but they seem to lose it again right after they exit the corner.
Nabil Aslan on Stratos, the second Stratos car. We'll just have a visit for Nabil for a second. This is car 222. Stratos have got two real competitors in there.
Nabil Aslan sharing the car today with Alistair Young. So Alistair Young debuted in the 2022 Endurance Edition.
Back to O'Hara.
Lost it again. Doesn't seem like he's improving. The delta is not showing.
Yeah, he seems to be getting 10th up and then lose his way just a little bit. But he doesn't have a lot to make up. All he needs to do is make up 500ths and he can be in pole position.
Yep, but nevertheless, race sitters Marco Wong at 10th up just now, and Andy O'Hara almost loses it on the straight.
Yeah, we're Wellington and we're coming into the final couple of corners. So O'Hara needs to accelerate, needs to time this absolutely perfectly if he is to nick pole position right at the very end. O'Hara, 4-team Laundry House, 8 seconds left in qualification. If he goes over in P1...
He's got one more lap, so he hasn't crossed the checkered flag yet. He's got one more lap to improve his do or die for Andy O'Hara.
Okay.
Marco Wong is back off.
So Marco Wong has decided to go on into the pit lane, and they're congratulating each other. Ali Khairuddin into the pit lane, Andy O'Hara into the pit lane as well. The session is over.
Session is over, and well, Marco Wong setting the benchmark for everyone, 157.1.
That's brilliant. That's a new name for us in terms of overall. In getting a qualification, fastest qualification. So congratulations, Marco Wong sets up absolutely beautifully.
Yep, indeed. And at the moment we need to go to a quick commercial break, but when we'll be right back, round 5, the Endurance Edition will be starting.
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The e-racing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the e-racing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
Very warm welcome back to the eRacing GP. We are in the endurance edition. Alex Young is joining me now. Afika's just stepped out. As you can see, we've had a slight hiccup.
A small little glitch. Qualifying had just finished, and normally there's supposed to be a 3-minute waiting time before we go straight into the race, but for some reason went straight to the race. So we've had to restart the server, as we just input the qualifying positions from qualifying, and then we will start the race with you guys momentarily. But I thought maybe it's a good time to go through the entry list.
It certainly is a chance for me to learn a little bit more about Marco Wong. Marco Wong has set the fastest time. Laundry House I know all about, cars number 1 and 2 in the Ferrari and the Audis out of Australia. And then Veloci Ragazzo, they were fastest from the Philippines in the Pro-Am competition. Terrific stuff from them. And then where is he? Where's my friend
Marco Wong? Here, I think it comes up on the next page. But yeah, at the very top, you see 1 and 2. They are our reigning champions. Laundry House there, Lawrenson with O'Hara. Marco Wong, I think Z Challenger Racing.
Yeah, Z Challenger Racing. They're the boys. And yeah, I've not really heard of Marco before. I mean, I've seen him in ER Bronze and ER Copper, but I've never seen him really competing at the top level. That was a fabulous lap from him.
Absolutely was.
There he is, car number 3 out of Hong Kong. 4 drivers there, so they're on pole position. That's really nice. Competitors coming from Malaysia, Australia, Hong Kong, Philippines with Faustino and Villanova. Some very, very familiar names and faces for us. Wacko's Flip-Double Racing in the BMWs as well. So it's building up nicely. And I like the way I've not been able to commentate on this endurance edition. I like the way you've now got the 3 different groups in there. You've got the pros and the pro-ams. And 20 cars out on the circuit at the moment. But I see you've got plenty of entrances over the season.
Yes, absolutely. So lots of good entries there. Lots of drivers from Hong Kong, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore. So it's going to be a fun championship. We are at round 5 of 6. Your round 6 will be your favorite one. Be 12-hour race. Oh, that's going to be painful. Well, it's going to be fun, but it's going to be long as well. And of course, it's a 6-hour race today. We haven't obviously got off to a start yet because qualifying is just done. They're going to reload. And I'll be back momentarily. Do you want to go through the standings one more time?
Yeah, let's go through them again for the 3 categories, just the teams to look out for. And JMX Phantom car number 10, 85 points, not out on the grid today, Alex. So there's a real chance that either car number 1, Laundry House, or Flash car number 111, who were 4th in the qualification, could become the new leaders.
Absolutely. JMX Phantom, they're taking this round as their drop round. Of course, you can drop around between 1, 2, 5. And that's because they're focusing on the motorsport games. They're going for the motorsport games representing Indonesia at the end of the month. So they wanted to try and make sure that they get that sorted out. But they will be back for round 6.
Rather splendid. There are so many championships ongoing, but ERGP was the one who started it all. JMX Juniors, Alan Drake Cruz, I'm delighted to see him. Again, he's one who started with us way back in March of 2020 when we started ERGP, when you started ERGP. Alan Drake Cruz has been there. The Hong Kong Challenge, though, look at that. Z Challenger Racing, this is the Pro-Am. They are, again, they're not in the competition today, are they? Car 70, Sekyo Hin is. So Z Challenger Racing, they could well give themselves an opportunity to get into the top of the table if they can get the better of Alan Drake Cruz.
Absolutely, and that's the Pro-Am standings there, so they've got something to fight for. Here are the AM standings right now.
Veloci Ragazzo are the team who are just 1 point clear of Team Racing Line. And Team Racing Line, I'm not really sure. And Hold My Beer, that 1 point. Hold My Beer competing today. I don't think they are. Car 57, Mohammed Zikri is there. Saeed, car number 242 is there. And Nabas, car number 28. Well, they've got an open goal today to increase their lead at the top of the standings.
All right, we'll be right back right after this ad break, and the race will start right after this ad. So thanks very much. Be back soon.
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The eRacing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the eRacing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
Okay, welcome back.
Indeed, still one or two delays. We're just making sure all competitors, all 20 are in the server. We've got a little bit of free practice for you. The 6-hour endurance will be getting underway imminently. Imminently being what, in the next couple of minutes, Alex?
Yeah, exactly. The next couple of minutes. You can see the drivers are out on track right now practicing as we speak. The qualifying will stand from previously. See right now who will be following? Following Villanova, but we got Mohamed Tasbi there on the Zoom link just showing some stuff.
So Tasbi, car 11. They came in P4, car 111. There is Tasbi out there at the moment.
Yeah.
He's replacing Alif Hamilton for today.
Yeah.
He's in a good vein of form, Tasbi. Seems to be taking it a lot more seriously than he did when I first started this tournament a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, absolutely. He was, he came into ERGP and he was quick, but perhaps not so consistent.
Yeah.
It's always difficult when you got an older brother who's doing so well, isn't it? Leaf was very, very good. But Tasmi's really come out from under his shadow this year, I feel. Won his first E1 race recently. He's been very, very quick in ACC. He's actually been competing in IGTC, which is probably it's called International GT Challenge, which is a very, very good championship. Not as good as ours, of course, but still very good.
But he looks very composed, looks very calm. Consistency, I think, is the word that I'm chasing, and he was lacking the consistency earlier. And Nabil Aslan is another who we know, it's his teammate. They're just taking the opportunity, I think, both Stratos teams to just get used to the circuit. But they'll know Silverstone like the back of their hands, won't they?
Yeah, they will. We've raced here a couple times now. A few times now. It's a great track.
It's a beautiful track.
Yeah, but, you're going to be a bit biased. It's good fun for racing, for driving, because it's such a challenging track with all the fast corners, and there are some technical slow speed stuff as well. And you can overtake here. You got to just get the right exits. Look, let's just watch her. He's going through turn 1 right now. Cops. Sorry, that wasn't Cops. That's the new turn 1.
The new turn 1.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Because we are on the old track. We should get the corner numbers up. We can never remember the corner numbers. Now coming out of, what's this bit? This is Brooklands. Coming onto the Wellington Straight. And we're in the third sector. This is the final sector of the lap right now.
So he's coming down onto Brooklands now. He'll take this left into Brooklands, then onto left field, and then that lovely, fast right-hander.
Yeah, that's right. He goes through Brooklands here on the left, and then this right-hander here is Luffield. Gosh, it's I remember when it was a double apex corner. It still is a kind of a double apex corner, but in my days there were 2 separate corners. And look, Tasbi's practicing the pit lane entry. Drivers need to do this, because you can always make a bit of time nailing the pit lane entry, as well as getting out just right. This is actually Nabil's car. Nabil is not practicing the pit lane entry. But yeah, maybe try and find someone, and we could actually go for a lap.
Tasbi or Tofik. Tasbi's at the.
Tasbi.
He's just he's just about to come in to the long straight, to the Wellington Straight, and then he'll start the lap. As you say, it's in the old starting position. We are slightly delayed for our 6-hour endurance race. We will be getting underway just as soon as we can. We'll be resetting the server, and the qualification is already known. So the drivers have just got an extra 20 minutes or so to sit in the cockpit and get themselves steady. I don't think Tasbi's going to give us a flying lap, Alex.
Yeah.
Or maybe he is. He's just accelerating up for us. Maybe he knows the pressure's on him or focus on him. No, there he goes into the pits.
Practicing the pit entry again.
How about James Reed?
Yeah.
For Delsius Autosport. P4, I think, in qualification for Reed.
Yeah, there he is going through Maggots. Now he's down the big back straight there. This is the hangar straight. This is where a lot of the overtaking gets done. Very important to get a good exit out of Beckett's and Chapel. Now into Stowe, and look at that, he's got a Lamborghini there behind him.
The Lamborghini's actually pushing him. He's holding up the Lamborghini. There's the problem.
Yeah.
In fact, Reed just slows it down, lets the Lambo go through.
Yeah, braking into Vale. Vale's also very good for overtaking there. You can nail someone on the brakes there. Out of Vale, through Club, this last corner on the Formula 1 circuit. Flattened these cars, I believe. And you can see the new pit lane, right, that the Formula 1 guys use. And then onto Abbey, which is a lift, maybe a touch of a brake, then through farm, this left-hander, which is comfortably flat before braking for Village. Now, Village, and they call it the loop, I think the next left-hander here, it's very tight and technical, very easy to lose a lot of time here if you get it right, so you can't be too aggressive there. Otherwise you bleed that time all the way out of the loop through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. So it's a sort of part of the track where you got to kind of relax and not go too hard. And then back to Brooklands, braking for Brooklands. Oh, looks like the server is starting.
Lost the connection. So looks like we're going to come back to us in shot.
Yeah, come back to us.
Hopefully we are going to our 6-hour endurance race, round 5 of 6 of the eRGP Endurance Season 2 for Endurance, Season 3 overall, as in year number 3. Remarkable number of races that we've been able to get through. And great to see some familiar names, but also some new names as well, making their way up the leaderboard. Nabus in the amateur category, for example. Evan Hauser is a new one for me, as well as the old familiars, Zikri. Let's look at the entry list. And top of the pile will be the defending champions from Australia. 2 teams from them, car numbers 1 and 2, 1 in the Ferrari, 1 in the Audi. Philippines Veloci Ragazzo will be in car number 5. That is Francis Macheo and Gubala. Prezi Martona won't be here today, but Bahar and Russell Ray is one of my favourites in car number 10. Noran Key out of Australia, out of Indonesia in car number 11. Other good names to watch out for. So James Russell just showing there. Z Challenger, the 2 Bentleys out of Hong Kong and the BMW in the GT3. So 3 Hong Kong entrants coming out for Z Challenger. Z Challenger Z, Z Challenger R and Z Challenger C. Cars 69, 70 and 71. Mean Machine, always glad to see them. The Mean Machine team is Mazdi Mardini, Faiz Abdulaziz and Ting out of Brunei. Good to see him. Alif Tazbi and Naki Baslan, who'll be making the ride today in Stratos car 111. Other names to look out for: the Ferrari of FSA Racing, Blue Steel Racing. I think that's my mate Amo Hazik, who often is alongside me in the commentary box in the Bentleys, car number 401. Hold My Beer Racing, car 777. Combination of Munoz, Wolf, Gutierrez, Ronquillo and Peterson. So it really is an international gathering out of Singapore. And
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The e-racing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the e-racing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
bit later than advertised, we're all just about ready for the ERGP 6-hour session coming to you from the Silverstone circuit. Des Corkill alongside Afik. Afik, now we've sorted out these server issues. Fascinating to see what kind of a start Marco Wong will be able to get underway with. We've got the formation lap, and then we'll have the 6 hours operating. But Marco Wong, I think, took me and maybe you by surprise.
Indeed, he did. And well, I thought it was going to be a bit slower than the championship leaders are probably more Tasby and number 1 car of Andy O'Hara, but that doesn't seem to be the case today.
Well, Andy O'Hara got himself into P2 eventually. It was very tight though. It was only a couple of hundredths of a second, I think it was. Ali Khairudin for GSR Motorsports as well. Car number 369 in the Pro Series. They've had where are they? They're 6th in the overall championship standings. 32 points. If you win today and you win, or if you get double-digit points today and double-digit points on round 6, you can get yourself up into the top 3.
Yeah, and also show how tight ERGP is, and US Edition is especially. Now, you got some of the best drivers from Southeast Asia and Australia as well. And from China, at least, mainland China, Hong Kong and Macau. But, you know, the field is so tight that it's very unpredictable.
We've also got a Pro-Am competition ongoing, and we're on board with Josh Navas from Veloce Ragazzo, who we saw are top of their individual championship standings, but none of their main rivals are competing today. So we could well have a change of leadership in the overall championship standings for the Pro-Am. Sorry, we could have an extension of the leadership for Veloce. So it's looking pretty good for Josh Navas and co.
Yeah, indeed, and then especially in the AM category where he's leading by a point from Mohamed Zikri in the 57 car, sharing with Nazir Azman. So it's going to be very interesting because of only a point separation.
Certainly is. Okay, let's get back to the front. The formation lap is approaching the midway point. I keep getting the old and the new starts very much mixed up. We're using the old circuit start. This is the new circuit start straight that they're just coming into here. Everyone being very, very relaxed. Now, you've done endurance racing, Afik. Is there a tingle of nerves? Do you just want to get off to a good start, or are you just focused for metronomic precision?
Excellent question, Des. I've done, I don't know how many endurance races I've done. I completed the entire ERGP endurance edition last year. I haven't done any this year so far, but you know, I get nervous on the grid and then all the way until lights out and then the race starts, right? So, you know, I think for these drivers, they all feel the same way as well. But it's a 6-hour race, anything can happen. They have to be very sensible though, because if they're not sensible, then it's going to be very difficult.
I think that's the key. I'm just looking top right of your screen, and the track temperature is optimum. Track temperature 23 degrees Celsius. Very, very little wind. It's a little bit cloudy, which, if you know Silverstone, is a good thing. But maybe rain will be coming in. As this correspondent, I love the rain option. But as a driver, I'm sure you're not so keen.
Yeah, it is. And I myself enjoy racing in the rain a lot more than racing in the dries.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Always one for the differential. Andy O'Hara in the defending champions Laundry House. They've got 2 competitors today. There's O'Hara and Mitch Weston, who is starting down in P10. There is the onboard camera of Mitch Weston. He's in the second of the turquoise colours.
Yep, and it's a different lineup for the number 2 car. So you got Sergei Mironenko and Terry Rating sharing the car, but today is Mitchell Weston, and I think it might be Roland Schmidt. Okay,
so Weston is a new name for me. Schmidt's a new name for me. We're just coming round to the start line, and then we will get underway with this 6-hour endurance race. A little bit later than advertised. Slight apologies for that, but once you're up and running, it doesn't really matter whether we start early or start late. You just need to start on time. So as they prepare to come through, we are on go. It's a rolling start, and Marco Wong has got himself off to a nice, healthy start, as you would expect. The rolling start just enables you to make that nice, easy transition. On pole position, moves into P2. O'Hara holds onto P2. Sean Madison, car 369 GSR Motorsports, is there in P3. But nice and smooth start, Afiq. Nobody's really got themselves into trouble.
We have a car off there. I think it might be one of the GT3 cars, and it is the number 2 car of Mitchell Weston, so he got caught
Oh
out.
dear.
Yeah, exiting from the entering Brooklands and Megas League.
So Mitch Weston, a long, long way down. There he is. He's actually right at the very, very back of it. 20 starters. Mitch Weston is number 19 of those 20.
Well, what Mitch Weston now is trying to see whether he can negotiate traffic or not. But
Tasby in the pits.
So what could that possibly mean for Mohamed Tasby? The car in second place in the Pro Championship.
Wow, and they had a chance to take the lead in the Pro Championship. Indeed. That is a bit of a nightmare for Stratos Flash. Let's see if they can actually get going. I'll just hold on to them for a few seconds, and the answer is no, they've had problems.
Engine is starting, you can hear the engine's noise, but I can't see the car is moving or not.
No, he's been stuck in there for a long, 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 long time.
Yeah, Tasby has got a smile on his face in the zoom cam, but the car isn't moving, so it's a disaster for the 111 Stratos Flash car.
Marco Wong, though, he'll be happy to take the advantage, and he's established himself quite a healthy lead there, a 1 second lead ahead of Andy O'Hara. Yeah. Just got to get away smoothly. That's objective number 1, and as we saw there from Tasby, that didn't happen to him, and James Reed as well, that didn't happen to him either. You can't win a race in the first minute. You can almost lose it.
You can always lose a race in the first minute, especially in an endurance race where, yeah, Silverstone, especially in the first lap in Silverstone, is very, very, very tricky to overtake because you've got cars going 3-4 wide in entering Stowe and Vale and whatnot.
Nabil Aslan is in P3. This is Wakto's Flipto Racing car 969 in P4. We'll have our first little look, I think, at the Pro-Ams. And Alan Drake Cruz, who was the fastest of the Pro-Ams, he's in car number 31, and he is leading the way quite nicely ahead of Benson Chong, and ahead of them is Sek Yin Ho. There's another car I just saw sliding off the side then.
Around the outside going into the field, so it's quick overtake move, and he got
movement
yeah,
problem.
Yep, so there's 2 Pro-Am cars hitting each other, and there's other 2 Flash car hitting each other going to Vale.
So Benson Chong, he slowed down, and Ho has slowed down. And Alan Drake Cruz, well, we're on board him just as he was taken out. Avoid as many things as you can. Andy O'Hara into the pits. Andy O'Hara from Team Laundry House into the pits. So inside 4 minutes, we've got Tasby out of the race virtually, unable to start. Although Tasby is back on the circuit now. Tasby has got himself going.
Yeah, and it's very surprising. There's a number of drivers in the pits at the moment. So we have no idea what is happening. The number 1 car lost his championship winning car 103, and even number 57, Mohamed Zikri. So it's going to be a disaster for him because there's only 1 point separating him between him and the leaders in M class.
Well, as we said, you can't win a race in the first few minutes, but you certainly can have real problems. And in the meantime, well, I tell you what, somebody else has dropped right the way down the ratings as well. Marco Wong has dropped down.
Yep, and we have a server restart. Yeah, we lost connection to the server. So server is restarting due to some technical error, and I think that might be because drivers are entering the pit even though they didn't intend to, like being teleported back to the pits.
Wow, okay. Well, it's one of the technical issues. There's not a lot we can do here. All we can do is report what's going on. We'll try and get the server up and running once again, but we've lost connection, which I suspect means that everybody else is losing connection as well.
Everybody else is losing connection as well. I think, these are the kind of things that you have to expect when it comes to e-racing. I mean, real life racing, there's also their fair share of its problems as well. So, you have to go through it. Everybody has to go through it.
So this is good news for Tasby because we thought that he would be now 2 laps or so behind and have to catch that up. So when we restart, will we restart back in the same position or will we go back to restart again?
We'll restart at the end of qualifying. So
back to the 6 hours.
Yeah, so back to the 6 hours. Marco Wong is on pole at the moment. Marco Wong is on pole. Now it's Then it's Andy O'Hara in second, Tasby in fourth.
So O'Hara, he went out. So I think that was the one that really forced the issue. The connection, the server connection was poor.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to reset once again.
Yeah, we
do
do.
bear with us. Not a lot we can do, but we will get some racing for you. We'll get 6 hours worth out of these fellas, whether it kills us.
Whether it kills us, well, probably not. We have to wait and see. But again, Silverstone has always been entertaining for us commentators and for you spectators as well. So we're gonna go for a quick commercial break, but when we come back, race probably commences.
Let's fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The eRacing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the eRacing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
Take 3. eRacing Grand Prix Endurance Edition, round 5 of 6, coming to you from Silverstone. This time, we've got it right. We've had a number of technical delays. However, we've had a fascinating qualification where Marco Wong set the fastest time, Afik, but we believe there could well be a protest because he left the pit lane 5 seconds too early before qualification.
5 seconds too early in the qualification, and if you, well, in the regulations it states that you are not allowed, GT3 cars are not allowed to drive out of the pits before the 15-minute mark. And basically Marco Wong did that, and he's on pole.
And he is on pole. So there could well be some retroactive action taken against Marco Wong, car number 71, which is a real shame because he was pretty quick out there. In fact, he was on pole position, and he got the better of Andy O'Hara for Team Laundry House. And in terms of the overall standing, it's a real, I'll use the word bummer for Marco Wong because he did everything so well, and I've not seen him drive as well as that in my two and plus years with ERGP.
Yeah, indeed, and it's a big shocker to everyone, especially Andy O'Hara, Taspi, Ali Karudin as well. Well, we can't afford to ignore Ali Karudin. The 369 GSR car, you know, almost won it in Kyalami if that contact with the number 44 of, with the number 10 of Legion of Racers car didn't happen. They would have won it, but you know, it's racing.
Okay, so that's Kai Rudin, who's in car number 369. We just mentioned him there, so he's maybe one to keep an eye out for. He's in a team with Fahad Ghafour, Ali Kai Rudin, Dan Hunter, and Sean Madison. Now, Sean Madison has been spending some time in the car, but we've had best part of an hour between qualification finishing and us actually getting underway. I want to look at race conditions. The sun is just peeping out through the clouds, but we could get some rain later on.
Indeed, and I like the rain. I like racing in the rain.
I love commentating in the rain.
I love to see the chaos in the rain. So, fingers crossed for a rainy race afterwards.
I think those at the front maybe not so keen on that. So we're just in the formation lap here. Mohammed Tasbi just ahead of Bruno Gallo and Nabil Aslam. So the two lime green cars of Stratos, easy to pick out, as is the turquoise of the two Laundry House cars. They're the ones that we keep a close eye on. No JMX Phantom today. No team number 10. So the championship leaders by 8 points are absentees. So that'll be their lost round. They'll go into the final round. There are dropped rounds still to come, so it's kind of a false table at the moment because nobody's taken their dropped rounds. But tell you what, it could just be psychological for Stratos or Laundry House or even Celsius Autosport to get closer to the top.
Yeah, the Celsius Autosports are 44 points in the championship, well, almost 41 points behind the championship leader, which is the number 10 car. So if a good result comes to them today, then you can probably see Celsius Autosport moving up a position.
And that's James Reed, who's in the Celsius Autosport today, in the Honda. Right, in terms of the vehicles that the teams have got, what do you think will suit the Silverstone track best?
Tough call. You know, there's this thing in the ACC subreddit that British-made cars are the quickest in Silverstone.
Okay.
So at the moment, the German car is the quickest with a time of 1:57.1, and the quickest British car is P5, which is Bruno Gallo in the Antipodean car.
Okay, all right. So there is a man maybe we need to keep a close eye on. Bruno Gallo, the Antipodean Motorsport team. In terms of the championship, they're not really contenders. They're down in P11, but they're in the classic McLaren, which is a beautiful looking vehicle. As you say, British cars do tend to do well, but Marco Wong is the man who set the fastest lap. We need to tell you that there's 3 competitions ongoing, just as we get towards the rolling start. In the other competition, Joshua Nabas is leading the way. Nabas in the Pro-Am tournament. Sorry, that's in the amateur tournament.
That's in the AM category,
yeah.
But Mohamed Zikri is right behind him in P2 and also a point behind him in the championship.
And Alan Drake Cruz is the man who's leading the Pro-Am tournament. Sorry, I got them slightly mixed up. We're just coming in towards the start of the rolling start, and then, third time of asking, we will get this 6-hour endurance race underway. Silverstone, potentially variable weather, but a wonderful track. overtaking opportunities, but also moments that can deliver just a little bit of contact. Marco Wong of Z Challenger out of Hong Kong. He'll be looking just to put that catastrophe in qualification to the back of his mind.
Yep, but he's got Andrew O'Hara right beside him. Well, off the line, the BMW is a lot quicker because of the turbo. Well, BMW has much better engine, but I want to see a close fight.
Okay, Tasby, who was left in the pits at the start of the aborted second chance of getting going, is there, and we are underway. And it is Marco Wong. Oh, we're just about to get underway. Now we're underway. Green is go. Green, green, green. And Marco Wong on the flying start got ahead of Andy O'Hara. Tasby slips in behind Sean Medelson into P4. Nabil Aslan is trying to make a move into P6, and he's got ahead of Bruno Gallo. So we've got our first change of order, and it is the McLaren that drops back of Gallo, and Nabil Aslan gets forward. But Marco Wong's nice safe start from Marco Wong.
It's a beautiful start there by Marco Wong, and he manages to, escape the wrath of Andy O'Hara right behind him. So there's a BMW leading the way, followed up by a Ferrari and a Honda in P3, but it's on pursuit by the 111 car.
Two abreast, a little bit further down, where who have we got? Bruno Gallo is going backwards at a rate of knots. He's dropped now down to P8 as well, I thought it was on Bruno Gallo. No, he's on to P6 at the moment. Andreas Villeneuve is down there as well, a little bit congested towards the back as the second Laundry House car, Mitch Weston, he's dropped down to P10.
He's dropped down to P10, but manages to overtake Alan J. Cruz for overall position. Alan J. Cruz is still leading the Pro-Am category with Alexis Papano. So, no problems for them whatsoever.
There is the Laundry House second car. Up at the front, it is still Marco Wong who is leading. He's taken a half second off the first Laundry House, so it's Z Challenger, Marcus Wong, as we're just a couple of minutes in. Get off to a nice, safe start will be what it's all about. Let's have a look at Alan Drake Cruz. You did mention him very briefly. There he is in car number 31. He is leading the...
He's leading the way in the Pro-Am category, but look at that. Mitchell Weston tries to find a move on the inside of the corner for overtaking Andre Jensen Villanueva.
But he's not been able to do it. He's not been able to make it stick. As he tries to get around the outside once again. It might just let Alan Drake Cruz get back in. That's where the real racing is going on at the moment, because up at the front it's all very much the same.
Yep.
In terms of the amateurs, let's very briefly look at Shapi and Saeed. So then, Josh Nabas, who was the fastest, got in, was the fastest in the amateur group, but Nabas is at the tail end of that group of three. Both Mohammed Zikri, car 57, and Shapi and Saeed in car 242 have got past him. So not the best of starts for Nabas.
Not the best of start for Nabas, not only for his race, but also for his championship. And look at that, Mohammed Zikri is losing grounds as well. So
that's pretty quick from Shapi and Saad, but Nabas goes through into P2, back up to the front, where our main focus will be on the pro category. We will dip in and out of the Pro-Ams, led by Alan Drake Cruz, Maheenan and Ho behind him.
Yep, little correction that there's car 190 of Andre Villanueva is a Pro-Am car. So he's leading the Pro-Am category at the moment, not Alan Drake Cruz.
Okay, so even though Villanueva is on the graphic listed as a pro car, number 190, we need to keep a close eye on that one, just a visual key on that. And at the moment he's holding off Mitch Weston. So the Laundry House car number 2 not being able to make any real headway.
The gap is really tight here between Mitch Weston and Alan Drake Cruz, and you can see that Alan Drake Cruz has a lot of pace in him.
There's the overhead shot. There is Alan Drake Cruz, just maybe getting a slight little pull off the back of Mitch Weston. There's the shot of Mitch Weston as you see Villeneuve trying to go inside CM Wong.
Yep, Chapman Wong there in the Waycross flip table car is being pressured by Andre Villanueva. So this is not for position in their own respective category. This is a position for overall. So you're gonna have to wait and see. Meanwhile, the leader is lapping 58.1. So Marco Wong has posted his quickest lap, but due to the controversy in qualifying where he exited the qualifying 5 seconds too early, so that can mean that they'll have a drive-through penalty, which is the bare minimum in this endurance edition.
Could be the drive-through, and that will hurt as well. So he's just got to put that out of his mind at the moment, because that's not come through officially as yet. We're waiting for that to come through. Race control will have a good look at that, but Marco Wong at the moment in the BMW, and the BMWs are going pretty well at the moment. You've got him in P1, Wong in P7. Mind you, Tony Fock, I say the BMWs are doing pretty well. The second Wacko's Fliptool Racing Team, car 999, that BMW isn't racing so well just at the moment. They're down in P13 and can't get the better of the Pro-Am racers.
Indeed, and Tony Fock is finding it difficult to overtake his fellow Hong Kong compatriot, which is Sek Yin Ho in the Bentley. So it goes to show two big boys in the GT3 field. It goes to show how big this Bentley and the BMW is compared to all the other cars.
It certainly is. It is a big boy, isn't it? But I tell you, somebody else who's really struggling, James Reed. We mentioned Celsius Autosport, 4th in the championship standings, maybe having an opportunity, but in the Honda, he is struggling, James Reed.
He is struggling, and I think due to contact early on in the start of the race, so that may be the reason why he's all the way down in 17th at the moment, and last in his pro category.
Afik alongside Des Corkhill in the commentary box. We've just had 5 minutes, 1 or 2 concerns further lower down, but Marco Wong is having very few concerns at the moment, other than knowing, I think, in the back of his mind that he is going to get some kind of a penalty later on. But his lead is over 1.7 seconds. So is that just setup, or is that just him going hell for leather in the early stages?
I think that might be just setup, and also how that maybe the Z Challenger car is focused too much on the race pace, which is the important bit, because remember, this is a 6-hour race, so not only need to have good qualifying, but for Marco Wong and co, they're currently 1.7 seconds ahead of Andy O'Hara, but with penalty looming for them, we may have to wait and see for them.
He's in lovely, splendid isolation. A nice 2-second lead for him from Andy O'Hara, Laundry House. Madison in 3. The best of the Stratos, well, they're both together. You've got Mohammed Tasbi, Stratos Flash, and he's in P4.
Then you have P5, which is numbered Arslan and Alistair Young. So both Stratos in P4 and P5 respectively.
So there is Nabil. We'll get Alistair involved in just a short while. 58% is the maximum drive time of any single racer throughout this 6 hours, which is what, best part of 3.5 hours?
3.5 hours, yeah, roughly.
And the maximum stint time, 70 minutes.
Yep. So you can double stint or triple stint, but that's it. You can't go any further than that. If you do exceed the 58-second driving time, you get a stop and go penalty if I'm not wrong.
Which again, it would not be fun. Wong still has the lead. He's increasing that lead. He's taken it out to 2.2 seconds. His last lap of 1:57.997, a good half second faster than anybody else on the circuit.
He is, and it's increasing. Gap is increasing now. What about his lap time this lap? And it's 58.0, but it goes to show that Marco Wong and the BMW is very consistent.
He's just gone over, and again he's taken 7 tenths off Andy O'Hara from Laundry House, 8 tenths off Sean Madison. And let's have a look at Madison. We've not really given car 369 any TLC. Car 369 is the GSR Motorsports. Fahad Ghafoor, Ali, Dan Hunter, and Madison is the man in the car at the moment.
Yeah, but Fahad Ghafoor. So Fahad had an incident in the last race, so he has a race ban at the moment. The stewards issued him a race ban because of unsportsmanlike conduct, if I'm not mistaken. So sharing the car today with Ali Karuddin and Sean Madison is Dan Hunter, which is a new addition to the 369 car.
Was there a smile on your face as you released that news?
There wasn't a smile.
So Sean Madison in car 369 in P3. Let's it down. So Villanova in P8 is the best of the Pro-Ams, and he's still in there, although he's taken a wide line just to try to get a slingshot into the new start-finish line, but not the old start-finish line that we're working with today.
Yep.
But he's still holding on quite nicely in P8.
Yep, and Mitchell Weston is right behind him. So 10th down, but look at that. Mitchell Weston can't close into Andre Villeneuve.
And Alan Drake Cruz is there as well. So Mitch Weston is a pro in an AM-pro sandwich. On board there with Villeneuve. Not the shot I meant to take, that's the one I really meant to take, and it really is a procession. Is there any pull, is there any slipstream that you can utilize on these longer straights with these GT3s?
There should be, and I'm surprised that the Audi is not getting closer to the Ferrari. Maybe it's the rear wing setup of the Audi, which makes it very difficult to get this top straight line speed. But there you go, Andrea is pulling away from Mitch Weston, and it's not looking good for Mitch Weston at the moment.
It's not looking great, is it? But it's looking a little bit better for Andy O'Hara. He's in P2, although you saw in the distance, as they go through Beckett's, saw in the distance there, Marco Wong has increased that lead even further, over 3 seconds. This is a terrific opening to the session from Marco Wong, and suggests that qualification was not a fluke by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep, so it's a really good qualification. Sorry, it's a very good qualifying from Marco Wong in the 71 car. Andy O'Hara is in second place, so the top three has remained the same from their starting grid. And Marco Wong is pulling away. Andy O'Hara is losing pace too. He's a 10th down, coming to field.
He is, he's losing pace, and Sean Madison is catching up on Andy O'Hara, and Tasbe, the lime green Stratos, under pressure from Bruno Gallo. Let's have a look at Gallo. We've not really mentioned Gallo, the Antipodean Autosport team, car 103. In terms of the overall championship, they're way down in the McLaren, P11, but 23 points, but 25 points here. It certainly pushes you up into potential top 3, top 4, top 5.
Yep, so as it stands, though, Andy O'Hara and co will get 20 points for finishing in second place.
As it stands with 5 hours and 48 minutes to go.
5 hours and 48 minutes to go. And good news for the 111 fan. If you're a fan of the 111 Stratos Flash car, good news. Number 10 of the JMX Phantom car, championship leading car, is not in the race. But 111 still has to take its drop points.
Tasby is the man in 111. He'll be relieved as he comes over the start-finish line. Let's have a look at what he's lapping at the moment. He's just done a 1:59 dead. So he's about a second off the pace, 8/10 off the pace, being regularly done by Marco Wong, who's regularly around the 1:58, 1:58.1, 1:58.2. So Tasby, who's bottom right of your screen there, he won't be overly concerned. He's in contention. He's ahead of Nabil. He's just got to make sure he hits the marks, hits the apexes, hits the right marks, and consistently laps around that 1:58.6, 1:58.7, and he'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, but I don't think he can catch up to Marco Wong. Marco Wong is flying at the moment. Andy O'Hara, he can try and catch up to Sean Madison and Andy O'Hara, so P2 might be up for grabs for the 111 car.
Well, there is the far chase that he's got behind Sean Madison. Do like the work of Tasby. He doesn't scream and shout, but he's consistently in top honours, ERGP, and a very, very good team member to have on your side. He and Nakib are a strong partnership for Stratos today. Yep. Shall we have a look to see how Villeneuve and Weston are going? So that's a battle that we've been enjoying.
Yep, so these two are not racing for the same category. They are racing, for the same class though. They are racing in the Pro class and the Pro-Am class respectively. But Mitch Weston can't seem to get closer to the Pro-Am car.
Andreas Villeneuve. Do ignore the graphic. It says Pro, it should be Pro-Am. There was a note handed out, and so the game just hasn't corrected that one. But that's good news for Villeneuve. Not such good news for Mitch Weston, though, because as he just tries to chase on the back, if he even gets past Villeneuve, he's then got Chak Ming and Gallo and Nabil ahead of him. And so this isn't going to be easy for the Laundry House car number 2.
It won't be easy. I mean, but still, you've got 5 hours and 45 minutes remaining to the end of the race, so anything can happen. And with times 2 multiplying, we can expect some race in night conditions.
Indeed. And I'm just looking up. It's the sun is still looking out for the next 15 minutes, so the conditions will be dry for the next 15 minutes. Track temperatures are a lovely cool 18 degrees, 24 degrees on the track itself. We're into the 15-minute mark. And Alex Young joins me in the commentary box. And Alex, you've been keeping a little eye on what's been going on. And Marco Wong, for me, is the story. He's got that potential drive-through penalty to serve. But
Yeah.
even so, the Z Challenger race has been excellent.
They've been phenomenal. Great qualifying lap by Z Challenger, and look at them, 4.5 seconds now in front of P2. But yeah, the stewards are looking at the replay files, and it looks pretty clear, well, to me at least, that he went out early, a good 5 seconds early, because you know the GT3 boys are supposed to wait to halfway through the session before they go out, and he didn't wait that half second. So I think, unfortunately, this car is going to get a penalty. Also looking at a couple other cars, and that might have gone out, but it depends, because on some replay files, yeah, a couple other cars, I think Stratos and another one of the other cars, look like they went out a bit early, like a second early. But on some other replay files, it looks like they went out just at the right time. So a few things that the stewards are having to look at.
But the Wong one was a good 5 seconds. He was way ahead.
Yes.
Even in his qualifying lap, he's so far ahead of everybody else that it looked like it's accelerated away. So could be problems, but he can't worry about them at the moment. Will he be aware at this stage? Of course he'll be aware. He'll know he made a mistake.
Well, I mean, this is a pretty good team, that Challenger, so they have a proper outfit, stuff, and team manager. I'm sure the team manager's watching the stream, and he would have seen the protest happen in Discord. He's not offered any rebuttal at all, so I think they accept that something's going to happen to them. And if we go on precedent of other offences, it's normally been a drive-through in the race. So yeah, look out for that.
My other big story is Andre Johnson Villanova, who, although we've marked him down as pro, is in the Pro-Am group.
Yep.
Villanova, car number 190. And he's holding off a very good racer in Mitch Weston. In fact, for the last 7 laps, Weston has been trying to find a way past Villanova without any good luck on it whatsoever.
And Villanova's fastest lap is 59.1, which is excellent for the Pro-Am class. Only a second off the pro guys. And yeah, you're right. He's doing a good job holding off Weston in the second Laundry House car, but he also has to know it's a 6-hour race. So if he starts losing some pace, or if Weston starts finding some pace and is able to put some moves on him, Villanueva, he's got a tough decision. Does he want to fight it, or should he just let him through? Because they're not in the same race. Let's remember that. Pro-Am category is a different category in this race.
But the man who is in the same race is just 1 place behind Mitch Weston in P10. And this is this young Filipino, Alan Drake Cruz. And there's some really good, very young talent coming out of the Philippines. And Alan Drake Cruz is one of that category.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got some great drivers like, who do we see? E1, Russell Reyes, and Inigo Anton have been doing a fantastic job competing on international levels and across many different categories. And then you got the juniors, Alan Drake Cruz, he's only 10 years old, and him along with another 10-year-old, Axel Nocom, both out of the Philippines, they're the future, and they're going to be in the sim racing community for a long time. And I know they have aspirations to go to real-life racing as well, so look out for these kids. And in Alan Drake Cruz's case, he's driving for the JMX Juniors racing team, and JMX, as we know, is an excellent team, so they'll be supporting him and teaching him well.
The amateur race, Josh Nabas, he was the fastest. There's only 3 competitors in this particular category, but Josh Nabas is leading the way. He's got himself I'm not quite sure the time differential, but the Velocio Regatta team, as he just gets out of the way of being lapped by Laundry House.
Well, he's fighting for this. I think this team's fighting for the championship.
Yes,
well.
they are.
So great he didn't have a good start today. I think he dropped back to 3rd. Now back into the lead, so that's really good. And the other car he's fighting for the championship is the Racing Line team car, and he's getting held up. He's down in 3rd position, getting held up by the Porsche GT4 class. So it'll be interesting to see if they come together. I keep saying this, it's a 6-hour race, so still a long way to go. They just have to make sure they finish their race right now. But it's looking very good for Velocio Regatta at the moment.
Okay, this is their challenger, Marco Wong, once again. That lead is up to 5.8 seconds, which means he is really gunning it because he knows he's made a mistake and has to try to maybe get some kind of recompense to his teammates for when that changeover happens. Well, maybe he's just really, really quick today and is just seeing the, in the old football ways, you're seeing the ball as though it's a mile wide. He's just seeing the apex is just right. Because his times, Alex, are consistently he's just done a 158.8, which is the first time he's been outside 158.2.
Yeah, that's the first time, because you're right. Okay, until this lap, he'd been super consistent, doing his lap times all within a tenth for 2/10, which as a racing driver, well, as an engineer, that's all you can ask from your drivers. So Marco Wong, I've been super impressed with him all season, to be honest, and it's great to see him out there. But I do fear that penalty will be appearing soon.
There is the gap between 1 and... It's a big gap. 2. 5 seconds is a long time, and Sean Madison, to his real credit, GSRE Motorsports, Sean Madison has closed right in the back there on the back of Team Laundry House, and Madison has just lapped, well, he's been lapping the high 158s, but the last lap he was able to pick up 0.4 of a second on the man in front of him, Andy O'Hara.
Yeah. Madison there, he's looking to put some pressure on O'Hara there. Laundry House, of course, third in the championship right now, second position right now. They really need to try and get the win, I think. Try and put a bit more pressure on JMX Phantom and the Stratos Motorsport car 111.
In the overall championship standings, JMX Phantom 10 are not here. That means an opportunity for car 111, which is Mohammed Tasbi. He's currently in P4. They can go to top of the table, and then we'll work out the drop points at the end of rounds 1 to 5, and we'll know with some certainty going into the next round, the 12-hour endurance, how this season will be panning out.
Yes, of course. Those drop points are very important in these sort of online racing. It's a good thing to write that into the regulations, because you never know. Sometimes you just get a disconnect, something happens through no fault of your own. Your ISP just goes down. It just happens quite often in any sport with esports. So it's nice to have that drop round where everyone has to drop the lowest scoring round in the championship. So it does, if you are unlucky to get disconnected, you can still fight for the championship, because that round can be your drop points round. And that's what JMX Phantom are doing. They know, maybe they knew they weren't going to be competitive here at Silverstone as well. I know it's a busy time of year as well for them. So they've decided, right, okay, this one, round 5, we're leading the championship at the moment. We'll let round 5 be our drop round score. Okay, so there's the tactics, and it helps. Somebody who's not doing well. So we've talked about an absentee, but a guy who was who actually qualified pretty well. Jim Reed in Celsius Autosport, 4th in the championship standings in the Honda. A good result today could catapult them up the standings. Look where he is, he's P17. Yeah, I know. It's a bit surprising to see him back there. Of course, I think they won a round this year. I think they won the race at Kailami. So, yeah, disappointing to see him back there. But still plenty of time to try and get up there. What was the last lap time? The last lap time, the lap time's not been brilliant as well. Outside 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes flat's their quickest. So, struggling for a little bit of pace. Maybe they haven't been able to put as much practice as they normally in, because we know that NSX can be quick. Okay, so there's the. It's a shorter grid than normal. You've got 20 races. It's still an impressive turnout for a 6-hour. Yeah. We just need to go down into the amateur category, where Navas is still leading that one ahead of Shopian Saeed in the Circrew NTSPT times Racetic. Yeah. Most difficult name on the grid to talk. So it looks like Zikri is faster than Saeed in the Porsche. So he'll be very impatient to try and overtake this, because his championship rival is disappearing up the road. 9 seconds up the road now. So Zikri needs to find a way through here. Yeah, let's ride on board with him right now. Let's see, as he's going through these parts, Porsche defending the inside. It's kind of strange he's defending there. He doesn't really need to defend, because I think the Team Racing Line car is not close enough. But yeah, Racing Line need to get past somehow, because 9 seconds. It's not big for the start of a 6-hour race, but it's certainly getting a bit significant.
In terms of the championship standings, car 57 Zikri in the amateur category is 1 point adrift of the guy who's 2 cars ahead of him, Josh Nabus. So, as you say, Racing Line would like to get closer, certainly pick up 20 points if they possibly can. It's 25, 20, 16, even with just the 3 categories, yes?
Yes, exactly. Okay. Same as Formula 1. And maybe Zikri needs to wait, because right now they're clear traffic. So, can he manufacture a pass just on pure pace on the Porsche? And if he can't, maybe the Porsche has found some pace and the Aston Martin can't get him. Then he needs to wait for the guys. When the guy, oh look, he's close enough. He's close enough.
There is the move.
Porsche is defending the inside for the left-hander. Can Zikri go around the outside? Oh, poor move by Zikri there, because he could have got a lot closer to the Porsche. Left too much space, then got on the dirty side of the track, and then had a bit of a wiggle on. So Zikri there has got the pace to overtake, but just needs to work on the racecraft a little bit to make the move happen. Or he just has to wait for some guys to come and lap him, perhaps, and maybe upset the Porsche and find his way through that way.
But that was his opportunity. You could see he was working towards it as he came into that long, lovely sweeping move. Again, he might just have a look around the inside here, but
yeah, Porsche's gone wide there. He's got the run on him. He has to dive down the inside, do the switchback, but no.
Gone on the outside, Zikri.
He went on the outside. Again, the space was there on the inside. I don't know why he didn't go for the switchback. Too conservative, I think. But maybe conservative is the way to go. There's a long way to go.
A little wiggle as we come through the new start-finish line. Not our start-finish line. Do like the graphics on this race. Very realistic. As we'll just stick with Zikri. There's no change at the top, I can tell you. Well, there is one slight change on the top. Let's just stick with this. See if Zikri is going to try a switchback here. That's if there's one place to make him overtake.
Well, he could have done a block pass there and gone down the inside. Zikri's still quite a new driver. We've seen he's very quick, but racecraft needs to be worked on just a little bit more. This obviously is the AM category. Not quite close enough. Yeah, not close enough yet.
The GT4s, they've got a lot of track ahead of them, so that they don't have to worry. Zikri again just tries to make a move. We'll just stick with him here because this is where he made his move on the last lap, Alex. Let's see if the amateur is able to do it on this occasion. Let's see what a drive he gets out. It's Zikri chasing Shopian Said.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up to turn 1 now. This is Cobb's corner, and Shopian went wide the lap previous. Let's see if he goes wide now again. Nope, looks okay, but the Aston Martin's got a good drive out of turn 1 as well. But nah, status quo.
Status quo. So we will... Nope, no mistake there. We'll come back to that. Let's go and focus on Marcus Wong. He is the overall leader. You can see, graphic on the right, he's the red triangle who's leading the way. And that lead just gets bigger and bigger. 6.5 seconds now.
Yeah, the BMW is showing to have great pace here at Silverstone. Oh, and I have to say, it's getting quite cloudy right now.
Yeah.
We might have some rain on the way in a while.
Yeah, the sun disappeared just as you spoke.
Yeah, definitely getting very cloudy. I know the practice server has been in the wet the whole week, so these boys will have had a lot of time to practice in the wet.
He was 0.3 of a second faster than Andy O'Hara on the last lap. Andy O'Hara is he's broken away from Sean Madison. Sean Madison must have just made a mistake at some stage. Sean Madison is in P3. Tasby is in P4, and that hasn't changed. These positions haven't changed for the last, what are we on to? Lap 14 now. The last 12 or 13 laps as Afik rejoins us back into the commentary box. And you didn't miss an awful lot in your 10 minutes absence there. Marco Wong, though, is increasing his lead lap by lap and has got himself now a good 6.6 seconds clear. And he's just racing well, despite this potential penalty hanging over his shoulder. He's racing well.
Now, if I was Marco Wong, knowing that I have a 6-second gap and I'm quicker than Andy O'Hara, I would push all the way. And if a penalty does come, then if I have a 30-second gap between myself and Andy O'Hara, I should still be in the lead.
But don't speed in the pit lane.
Don't speed in the pit lane. Otherwise, you have a drive-through penalty. Another drive-through penalty for doing that. Or maybe even a stop-go penalty. Who knows?
There has been one change at last. Mitch Weston in the second of the laundry house. He has been able to get past Andre Janssen Villeneuve. That happened about a lap ago when we were watching an amateur battle between Choppy Inside and Mohammed Zikri. But he had to work really hard, did Mitch Weston. And I tell you that Andre Janssen Villeneuve, who's in the Pro-Am category, hasn't given this one up. And he's right on the tail of the laundry house racer.
Now, he's got Alan Drake Cruz for company right behind him. And remember, Andre Jensen is not a pro car, it's a Pro-Am car. So, Alan Drake Cruz has an opportunity to take first in the Pro-Am category.
So we're on board with Alan Drake Cruz now, JMX Juniors. It's Villeneuve in front of him, and they're the two in the same category, in the Pro-Am. Yep. Mitch Weston is the man who is trying to get away from them, but is leading this mini crocodile. Mitch Weston trying to get on the back of Chakming Wong and Nabil Aslan. Good lap times as they hit up the dirt going through Beckett's. It's a beautiful part of the circuit, this.
Especially in a front engine car, and Aston Martin is very rewarding. You get it right every time. It may seem like an easy corner to take, but no, it's actually very tricky.
Alan Drake Cruz has a little look around the inside. He's going for it.
He is going for it, and it is quicker. The 10 is what separates between him and the race lead in the Pro-Am category. So he needs to push Alan.
This is the battle for P1 in the Pro-Am. Yeah, P9 overall, but P1 for the Pro-Am, and 25 points up at stake for this one. It'll help the overall championship standings at the moment. Alan Drake Cruz is the championship leader, car number 31. Car number 70, which is now they're a little bit further down. They're just one place further down. Let's have a look to see what the differential is between... Oh man.
Oh, so there's a car going off there, and I think that might be 190. So there is Andre Jensen Villanueva. So yeah, it is.
Just pulled away at the wrong time, and Villeneuve loses bad time to Alan Drake Cruz, and he's had several racers just go right past him. Oh, poor old Villeneuve. He was doing so well. But maybe just cracked under the pressure from Alan Drake Cruz. Maybe looking too much behind him and not in front.
Or maybe a collision happened. We're gonna have to wait and see what if this team will protest to the stewards or not.
So Andre Jensen Villeneuve, he's dropped down to P12, which means, in fact 13, which means he's lost 4 places in the last 2 laps in that Pro-Am class.
Well, up at the front, Marco Wong has a 7-second gap now between him and Andy O'Hara. So, so it's a walk in the park for Marco Wong.
1:58.6 his last lap, 3/10 quicker. He seems to be 3/10 quicker. Lap on lap on lap on lap. Every 3 or 4 laps, he's adding a second to that lead. We're 16 laps in. How about tyre wear? They don't have to worry about tyre wear, not until the first change, really, do they?
I think they do. Tyre wear in Silverstone is a problem, especially on the left-hand side of the car. So it's both left, rear, and front left tires. And you can try double stapling, but only when the track is very cold. When the track is hot, it doesn't seem like it.
Okay, he's about to come up to some back markers. The GT4 racers who are still racing. Zikri is still trying to get past Sopi and Saeed. Now they've got to just make sure they don't clear the pitch for Marco Wong and those who are coming in and closing in. So this is the battle for P1. Well, it's not a battle for P1, it's P2 in the amateur class, but Marco Wong just eases past. Left that one late.
Almost hitting Zikri. Almost hitting Songyan.
He did, didn't he? That was close.
And I think because of that, yeah, Zikri has overtaken Songyan for P2 overall. So one small mistake buy a GT4 car because he's got to be lapped, and that's it, you're gone. So that's a position lost there by the Silverstone Motorsport team.
Well, when Alex was in the commentary position, he was saying we need to wait until the back markers get involved with the other guys. So then, interesting. Let's see if Andy O'Hara is going to cause any problems for these guys as well. At the moment, Mohammed Zikri has got himself up into P2 in the amateur class, but there's the difference. Look at that. Sopian tries to go on the inside. Andy O'Hara, he needs those two GT4s to get out the way, and quite rightly, Zikri has to go wide, and that might cross Zikri. We're on board with Zikri.
Oh, it's very close here between Zikri and Sopian. So Sopian managed to close the gap between him and Zikri, but doesn't seem like he can overtake yet.
For those who are chasing in the GT3s, it's horrible when you come on the corners. Long straights, fabulous, no way, you can just burst past them, but it can cause all kinds of problems elsewhere. Mohammed Tasbi will be the next one to face those back markers. Fascinating stuff.
And as a GT3 driver, you're gonna have to be very patient with the GT4 cars because they're a lot slower than the GT3s, obviously. And you know, and it's very easy for you to get involved in the collision between them.
Yep. He's chasing at a rate of knots. I can tell you Villanova is back into P13. He was in P8 for so long, Villanova. But we'll get back onto that. Mohammed Tasbi is the man who's coming up to the amateur races now. Let's make sure that he doesn't have a problem. He shouldn't have a problem here. As he comes round through the start-finish line. Accelerates away. Times that well, Mohammed Tasbi. He's in P4. Lap times 59.6 last time out. He's around the 159 generally. Marco Wong a 159. He was caught up in traffic. Andy O'Hara a 159.7. So that lead for Marco Wong is going to increase again.
Yes, and at the moment where he is losing he lost 3/10 there as it is still, but
it's up to nearly 8 seconds now. Wong from O'Hara. Silverstone the venue. eRGP Endurance Edition. Race 5 of 6 of the season.
You know what's the one thing we haven't done? There's an onboard lap with some of these cars as well, so gonna have to wait a bit there. And Marco riding on board Marco Wong in the number 71 BMW 3 Challenger car racing all the way from Hong Kong. This is round 5 of the eRGP Endurance Edition 2022 in Silverstone. Alongside me is Des Cornkill.
Do we switch our positions? And he's got nothing but concrete ahead of him. I reckon this is an opportunity for Wong to get a real flying lap going. A real opportunity.
Clear traffic.
That's what I mean. Let's go on board with him. Do you want to just listen to the revs and see where his gear changes are, how good he is, what his line is like through? On the cockpit, 4th gear.
It's a drive-through penalty for number 71, and I think that might be the penalty.
Marco Wong, that's the one. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it's come through. We knew it was going to happen. So he's going for a flying lap just to try and increase that lead, which is 7.6 seconds.
So approaching Hanger Straight there, Marco Wong, and speeds up to 260 kilometers per hour, and downshifting all the way to 3rd gear, which is Stowe. And this is one of the best corners on the track because you can go extremely wide onto the left hand side of the track, then you brake hard for Vale, which is the final 2 corners of the start finish straight. And last corner for the new start finish straight is Club, then onto the start finish straight, which is the Hamilton straight, named after Lewis Hamilton. So 5th gear for Marco Wong here, downshift to 4th gear, or stays in 5th gear, which is very surprising for the BMW. But still, he can get the speed back, so now it's Farm and the hard braking for Village, which is 1st gear or 2nd gear for the BMW. Then the downshift to 1st gear, accelerate a bit and flat out all the way down the Wellington Street and into Brooklands. Braking point will be on the right hand side of the curb, so you brake there. Third gear here, second gear here in the BMW. You can keep it in third gear, but second gear will be optimal. And in a very tight apex into left field, and will Marco Wong pit in to serve his drive-through? Yes, he is.
So Marco Wong decides now he's got a lead of, he got it up to 7.4 seconds, but this means this drive-through penalty for going out early in qualification. It's not even a racing penalty, it's a qualification penalty. And so our new race leader is Andy O'Hara. Andy O'Hara for Team Laundry House out of Australia. They lead. How about Sean Madison? Yeah, Madison's gone past in P2. Marco Wong, this will be purgatory. How much can he hold on? Where will he come? He's behind 103, which is Bruno Gallo.
So he's in P5 overall, which is excellent for Marco Wong because he doesn't have to negotiate traffic, the GT4 traffic right behind him. And instead he'll have clear track until he catches up Bruno Gallo.
Nabil Aslan is the man who's trying to chase him, but we do have a new race leader. Marco Wong, to be fair to him, has taken that difficulty that he had on the chin. He's decided to go in very, very early, and come out onto open track. But if he continues lapping, his last lap was a 1:58.9. His best lap is a 1:58. Oh, so that's Andy O'Hara, sorry. His last lap was a 2:03. But his best lap is inside 1:58. So if he can get that momentum going again, he can soon get this time back.
And you get 1 additional points for fastest lap of the race in your own respective categories. So if that's the case, Marco Wong needs to keep it on the island, and he can catch up to Bruno Gallo.
For a long time, keep it on the island. That's the key. O'Hara has the lead, though. There is the Laundry House. Laundry House are just such a consistent group of racers. They rarely make mistakes. I've seen them have problems with ping. I've seen them have problems with connectivity. But if they come to a race, it really is difficult to count against them.
Yep, indeed. And yeah, Laundry House is probably one of the most consistent guys all the way down from Australia, and they're very quick too, almost winning last year's SRO GT World Challenge Asia esports series in the endurance category. With Philippa Bokida, Andrew O'Hara, and Andrew Lawrenson as well. So this is one of the teams that you can't ignore because they're so quick everywhere they go. And Philippa Bokida now, she's one of the drivers for Romain Grosjean's esports team, which is RAG.
Yeah, seriously good. She was one of the outstanding competitors in all of the endurance seasons to date. So, but this fella, Andy O'Hara, he's not too shabby either. Third in the championship standings, 68 points. What's that? 78, 88. They pick up a points. They move into the 90s. There is no JMX Phantom today. Nakib, let's see what Nakib's teammate Mohammed Tasbi is doing.
So Triple One is currently P3 in the pro category and overall. And with the absentee of number 10 JMX car, this race can make the number 10 move up. Sorry, can make the number 1 move up position
into second place. Actually, yeah, absolutely. It depends on O'Hara. Depends on what they do. They could even go to the top of the standings. But as Alex keeps reminding us, we've got 5.25 hours to go. We've had 3/4 of an hour of racing at Silverstone. What's the weather? The weather is still cloudy. The track temperature is still nice and cool. Track conditions optimum. Wind speed negligible. Right, the battle for the Pro-Ams. Alan Drake Cruz from the juniors is still leading that way after the problem that Villanova had. Under pressure from Alan Drake Cruz. So it wasn't the 10-year-old who snapped under the pressure. So he's leading that particular race. Let's have a look at car 222, Nabil Aslam. Sorry, I took Alan Drake Cruz was on your screen just then.
No
My
worries,
apologies.
No worries. But nevertheless, Nabil Aslan is being chased by Mitchell Weston.
Yes.
So I think this is one of the battles that we have to focus on because Alan Drake Cruz is miles ahead of the second place guy in the pro-ed category, which is Brandon Chong.
So there's the battle for the second Laundry House racer, Mitch Weston, who's got himself up into P7. But that's how close he is. This could be a battle. This could be fun.
This could be fun. Mitchell Weston is closing in to Nabil Aslan.
Mitch Weston, last lap a 159.8. Nabil was at 2 minutes, so lapping just a little bit quicker at the moment, Mitch Weston. Now that's, is that Chak Ming? It is Chak Ming, not too far behind them. I tell you, the shot we need, that's the shot we need. So Nabil under fearsome pressure.
Weston is probably one name that I've never heard coming out of Australia. So here's a debutant in the ERGP. So welcome, Mitchell. And it's actually not bad. It's not a bad shot.
I don't think Nabil's sharing your welcome, Mitchell comment there. I think Nabil is saying, get out of my rear windscreen window. But one thing we know about Nabil, he can defend. He knows his way around Silverstone. And Nabil is bottom right of your screen there.
Not only that, Nabil won the most recent E1 race that was held in Silverstone.
That's Silverstone. That's virtual Silverstone, it should be said. But it's still Silverstone. What are they getting? If we go in the cockpit, we'll see 5th gear. Top speed. Got the lap time on down below them. 1:45 at the moment as they come into the final straight, and this is maybe an opportunity just to try to get a drag. Still on board with Mitch Weston for Laundry House. This is the battle for P7. His teammate Andy O'Hara leads the way. Nabil Aslan, car 222, is the man who is just fending off without too much difficulty, it must be said at this stage. He's got the speed, he's got the know-how.
Looking forward to what Nabil's teammate Alistair can do. He hasn't raced in ACC for quite some time, so it's going to be very interesting. Maybe he'll be up to pace, maybe he won't.
How does the ACC differ? I mean, in tangible terms, what's the more difficult element of ACC to cope with?
I would say ACC is a lot more realistic in the GT3 class because tire physics is different compared to racing, which is what E1 is being held on. iRacing, which is what last season's E1 was being held on as well. So ACC being one of the trickiest sims to drive, and you see Mitchell Weston there.
Just a little mistake.
Just a little mistake. They're sliding his way, and look at that. Chak Ming Wong is right behind him.
Yeah, so we may be able to go on Chak Ming Wong there. Because that's Weston in front of him. This is a cracking three-way battle. This is the battle for P6. We're on board with Ming Wong. Waco's Flippable Racing out of Hong Kong, pro class. And we know not to write them out too easily. Waco's Flippable, they do take their racing pretty seriously, even though they've not done the best in the season so far. This is their 12th in the standings, just 16 points, but trying to improve their overall place in the championship.
But last season they were flying with
Yeah, they were. Waco.
Anyway, Chak Ming Wong getting closer to Mitchell Weston here, so maybe we can see an overtaking opportunity going on.
Could be one or two overtaking opportunities there. Still cloudy weather. Nabil for Stratos in P6. Mitch Weston in P7. Slowish laps comparatively. Slowish. It is a good battle. P8 is Chak Ming Wong.
120 as a drive-through penalty. So what could that be for?
So that's Benson Chong. Let's break away just from this shot just for a moment, just to have a look to see if Benson has done anything obvious. Well, the answer's no, but so we'll go back to that battle. Now then, Chak Ming Wong is looking like he wants to have a little look Very, very, very tight on the back of Mitch Weston, who's very tight on the back of Nabil Aslam. Good racing.
Yep, and car 70 has a drive-through penalty as well.
That's Sekian Ho. Sekian Ho, so drive-through for 2 of the competitors in the Pro-Am category. You can only assume that's a racing incident.
Apparently it is. It's a drive-through penalty for getting involved in a collision. And also for 70 as well, so they both have a drive-through penalty due to the same amount of reason.
So that'll be good news for Alan Drake Cruz. I'm really enjoying this battle here. It's only for P6, but Nabil, it's just, so Nabil's just driving his race. There's not a lot he can do about the guys behind him. Yes, he has to defend. Yes, he has to make sure he has the right line, but he's got the right of the racing line as being the man in the lead. And so long as they don't get alongside him, he can control this race.
But Nabil's lap time is in the 59.
Oh, and he's gone wide.
Wide there, Nabil. So he's got to be careful there. Now, if you go wide in Hobbs, you can risk getting a penalty. So it's 3 track limit warnings, and then it'll be a penalty for... and then you'll get a penalty afterwards.
So that's something that he needs to work on.
So Chuck Min Wong here right behind Mitchell Weston. Chuck Min Wong here right behind Mitchell Weston, and he can't seem to get closer to Chuck Min Wong.
Oh, Weston has a little look. Nabil, just being Nabil. That was Nabil's focus as they're coming up to the long straight here. Well, one of the many long straights.
Many long straight. This is the Hamilton Straight here, which is a newly renamed Hamilton Straight.
Deservedly so, to be fair. I wonder if Nabil will ever have a straight named after him. The Nabil Aslan Straight has a certain je ne sais quoi about it.
Maybe we'll rename one of the tracks that we'll be racing in next season's CRGP to Nabil Straight or Nabil Straight. I don't know.
At the moment, though, it's Jack Ming Wong who's really causing consternation for Mitch Weston. If you're the meat in the sandwich, where do you focus? The man in front or the man behind? Or because if you're focused too much on the man in front, you make a mistake, the man behind goes through.
Tough call. I'll still focus on the guy ahead. There's a trick. I don't drive with mirrors in ACC, and reason being is that I don't have to look at the car behind, and if I look too much in the rear view mirror, then I'll get distracted and I'll force myself to make a mistake, which is not what I want to do. So I have that turned off. I think some of these racers have that as well.
Well, we can see Chak Ming Wong, he's got his mirror on. Let's have a look at Nabil. Yeah, Nabil's got his mirror on, so he's very aware how close Mitch Weston is, and Mitch Weston doesn't have his on. So that's an interesting one. It's just different ways to put your settings in play.
Yeah. It all comes down to personal preference at the end of the day.
Good little battle ongoing between these three, but that has not changed in the slightest over the last 5 laps. Let's go on to another little battle that's going on. I can tell you Bruno Gallo is moving closer to the tail end of Mohamed Tasbi.
So the P2 and P3 car in the Pro-Am category has of their drive-through. Sekin Ho, where is it? So Sekin Ho.
There he is.
So Sekin Ho is now down to P3 in the Pro-Am category, where it's dropping down behind as the lap times, as the timetable updates itself.
So there's the drive-through, and we can get back, I think, to our battle for P3, where Gallo is lapping as quick, if not quicker, than Mohamed Tasbi. Bruno Gallo, car 103. In the McLaren. Now, you said that the McLaren might do pretty well here. He's gone on the inside of Tasbi.
Nabil goes a little bit wide. Sorry, Tasbi goes a little bit wider. So Tasbi is feeling the heat to Bruno Gallo.
Oh, and then Gallo misses his opportunity.
Go exit there by Bruno Gallo.
But he's the man who's putting some pressure on Mohamed Tasbi. So Tasbi, who's been in a Lovely, splendid isolation for quite some time. Now I'm interested to see what Marco Wong is doing as Tasby comes up against some of the GT4 back markers. So Tasby negotiates. Oh, and the back marker takes very evasive action. I think that was Zikri.
No, that wasn't Zikri. That was the 242 Circle car.
Okay. But he's safely out the way. Now, look who's making a move here. Have a look at Marco Wong. Oh, that's Gallo. Marco Wong. There's Marco Wong. Getting onto the back of that battle between Gallo and Tasby. So Marco Wong, who had a drive-through penalty, has got himself up into P5.
Yep, and chasing down the guy, the last lap of the podium, which is Mohamed Tasby. So it's going to be a three-way fight here, whereas Mohamed Zikri almost turns into the 1-3 Antipodean car.
We're coming towards the hour mark.
Coming towards the hour mark, 5 minutes to the hour mark, and then that's when we can see some activities in the pit lane. As it stands, number 1 Laundry House car is leading the way with a 5-second gap to the 369 GSR car, as number 71 Marco Wong, who was leading the race early on before he had that drive-through penalty, tries to find a move down the inside of Bruno Gallo.
So Marco Wong is lapping a good 0.8 of a second faster than Bruno Gallo. So he's clearly got the speed around Silverstone. We saw that earlier on because he established a 7-second lead overall. Drive-through penalty for car number 31.
That's Alan Cruz.
Oh dear. What did Alan do? I'll worry about that just in a second.
Yeah, so apparently Alan Cruz. So the reason why 190...
Villanova.
Yeah,
Villanova
incident. So Alan Cruz might have tapped Villanova on the back, and that's the reason why Villanova drops down the order. So drive-through penalty for Alan Cruz. So it's not looking good, and it's right before the hour mark. So
do we break away from here, or do we go and have a little look at Alan Cruz? Because making a move is the McLaren.
It's going to be a three-way fight here into the...
Tasby has to fight. All three alongside each other. What a battle that is. And Tasby loses not one, but... Oh, and contact. Tasby spins. 3 abreast was always going to be like that. Marco Wong does get through, but Gallo gets through into P3. Marco Wong into P4, and Tasby, well, Tasby has recovered, but loses 2 places after that contact.
Mohamed Tasby shot himself in the foot there. He got sandwiched by the 2 Bruno Gallo and Marco Wong. As we can see right behind them, Mitchell Weston is lost the position to Chapman Wong in the number 969 Waycross car.
I don't think it's he has indeed. He has indeed. So Mitch Weston has lost out to Chak Ming Wong. So that was a battle ongoing. 3 cracking battles here. So Chak Ming Wong he's got himself up ahead of Mitch Weston into P7. So Weston dropped down to P8. But talk to me about Tasby.
Oh, I think it's going to be a very tough call. Probably Tasby shouldn't protest. Maybe Marco Wong will protest the actions of Mohamed Tasby, because Tasby did push Marco Wong out wide, and Tasby did spun out after that. But still, if you get involved, if you get into an incident with another car, you need to protest it, because it's not your fault. And I think Marco Wong might do that.
Okay, let's have a look at Alan Drake Cruz. He's got a drive through that he's got to do. It is looming. Will he take it on this lap? Will he decide to take it early?
Yes.
Indeed he is. Alan Drake Cruz goes into the pit. So this is the leader, Alan Drake Cruz, in the Pro-Am category. And also coming in, was that Mohamed Zikri behind him?
Zikri.
So Zikri, is that his stint done?
Maybe it is his stint done. Now, the bad news for Alan Drake Cruz is that he pits right before the hour mark.
Correct.
And
so it's in and out.
It's in and out. And he has to do another pit, because driving through the pits won't reset your stint time. So he still got that stint time to complete, which at the moment is 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So he has to pit again, Alan Drake Cruz. And
so where does he come out? That's my question. Car number 31. The next best was car number 906, Billy Ebenhauser. And 906, I don't think they got in front. No, 906 didn't get in front. So Alan Drake Cruz, I think, has he held on to his lead? No, he hasn't. He's dropped behind Ebenhauser and Moynin. And Villanova is the only man behind him. Fascinating. So many changes just as we come up to the end of the first stint. Maximum 70 minutes per stint. So people will start to begin to pit. We're just beyond the hour, or we're just at the hour exactly.
Yep. So you can do two things. You can you can pit right after the hour mark. So if you're sensible, you probably want to pit at the 65-minute mark. As you can see, Billy Ebenheiser here negotiates GT4 traffic. And he's got Taufik Mohsin right behind him in the Honda as well.
Let's go back up to the front though. This is Andy O'Hara. He's now established a near 6-second lead over Sean Madison. So O'Hara for Laundry House. Madison car 369. 369 is the GSR Motorsports 6th place at the moment.
32 points in the championship.
There is Madison. Just overtaken. He's just lapped Villanova. Gallo now then. Marco Wong is making a move. He's getting close in once again onto the tail end of Bruno Gallo. Nabil Aslan in the pits. Alan Drake Cruz in the pits. So Nabil is there. I suspect this is the start of his end of his first stint. Now, will he stay in for a double stint, or will Alistair Young get involved? We're in the 1 hour mark.
So we've got cars pitting right behind him as well. Alan Drake Cruz, remember, he had served that drive-through penalty and he has to pit again. So it's a waste of time for Alan Drake Cruz because a drive-through in Silverstone is equal to 30 seconds.
Do not speed in the pit lane. That is rule number 1 coming out. We've seen a few fall foul of that. So Nabil Aslan, he has done his pit. Our next job is to see, right, Andy O'Hara, when do you come in, or do you maximise your time out on the circuit with such a big lead? Yep, he stayed out for an extra lap. How about Sean Madison, the man behind him? Sean Madison stays out for another lap. How about Bruno Gallo behind him?
He's got Marco Wong right behind him as well. So is Marco pitting in right now? He is pitting in. So he's pit in for Marco Wong. Please do not drive over the speed limit into the pit lane. It's very slow there. So he got that right, Marco Wong.
Okay, he's already had one drive-through penalty for an infidelity in the pits. But he will lose that place that he so expertly gained over Mohamed Tasbi. But Tasbi, of course, will have the end of his stint to come.
And the contact with Marco Wong and Bruno Gallo earlier on may result into a penalty for the 111 car. So it's not looking good for Tasbi, not only for his car in the race, but also for the championship.
Mitch Westham in the pits. Ryan Cruz for Formula JDZ in the pits. O'Hara, he stays out. So O'Hara, that lead is now 6 seconds plus. 15 seconds plus on top of, ahead of P3, Gallo. 27 seconds over Mohamed Tasbi. This is a humongous lead that Andy O'Hara will be handing over if indeed he does make the pit stop or make a personnel change at this first pit stop.
So our first driver change of the day is Nazir Azman, Rainer Cruz, and who else can I see? I think that's about it. I think only 2 drivers, only 2 cars.
Aldo Balogulen.
Aldo Balogulen as well.
Yeah. Car number 5. So he is the new race leader. Is that right in the Pro-Am class, Balogulen? Yes, car
correct.
5.
But I think Aldo Balogulen started the race earlier on, so he has not made a driver change yet. He's sharing the car with Francis Petrillo and Lance Kubala. And
correct. He's just stayed out a little bit longer. So my apologies. Andy O'Hara, again, stays out. What are they lapping? They're lapping 2 minutes, so he's going to have to come in at the end of the next lap.
makes sense for him to come in at the end of next lap. He can extend it for one extra lap, but it's going to be very
That would be
close.
very tight.
That would be very tight.
Yes. And imagine getting caught up in back markers and you suddenly do a 2:05 lap or something and you miss your pit lane. Madison still in P2. So Gallo has gone into the pits. The McLaren in the pits waiting. Is there a change of personnel for Gallo?
Doesn't look like it. Tasby at the moment is P4 on our timing board, but he has came out of the pits, so he's too far from where Gallo is, Tasby. We're gonna have to wait and see. Well, so Tasby has overtaken Gallo, so apologies for that.
Yeah, but it took a while because it was he's 20 seconds down. Let's have a look at O'Hara coming through. Surely, yeah, you're probably right. He probably can eke out another lap after this. 5 minutes remaining.
Ooh, 969, stop and go, 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. This is what we're talking about.
Chak Ming Wong. Oh dear. Wacko's flippable. That is a devastating moment. Oh, 30 seconds stop and go as well. Purgatory.
It's forever in ACC time, in Silverstone especially.
O'Hara has stayed out. O'Hara absolutely maximising his time out on the circuit. What can he go? He can go to... Would he risk another lap after this? He probably can.
Probably can. We probably can risk 2 more laps, but it makes sense. It will make more sense for him to pit in at the end of this lap as compared to next lap. Otherwise, it will be very tight.
Sean Madison, he's decided he wants to go into the pits. The GSR E-Motorsports. It's been a really, really good shift on the Honda. Car 369. 7th overall in the stand. Sorry, 6th overall in the standings. Again, will Sean just hand over, or will he look for a second stint?
We look forward for a second stint. This is a 3-car effort by the 369 GSR car. So sharing with Sean Madison is Ali Karudin and also Daniel Hunter. All 3 based in Australia. Ali Karudin is a Malaysian driver, but he moved down to Perth 10 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Splendid knowledge. And it just shows you the magic again of eRacing. Sean Madison is replaced by Ali Karudin. So Karudin, Perth-based, accelerates out. And where will he come out on the track?
Oh, right behind the other GSR car. Sorry, is that a GSR car? Yeah, it is a GSR car.
Stop and go, 969. Oh, that's a repeat of the Ming Wong penalty. And O'Hara. This time, does he risk it? 2:58, okay. He has got time. So he's done 2 more laps than I would have been brave enough to do. Is he going to do a 3rd lap? And the answer is no. This time he comes in. So the race leader, Andy O'Hara, comes in. Mohammed Tasby, 30 seconds adrift. I'm sure Tasby will come in this time.
He has to.
He's the leading car out on the circuit. And James Reed, who's also out on the circuit, has had a difficult time, James Reed.
He's being chased down by Ali Karudin. So Ali Karudin has fresher tyres. James Pierre Reed has yet to make his mandatory pit stop. Or not mandatory pit stop, but...
End of stint pit stop, yeah.
Stint pit stop.
Let's see O'Hara. Laundry House. Long lead. Tasby. Now Tasby's coming to the pits as well. So Reed is our new race leader out on the circuit, but he's got to come in for his mandatory pit stop. And Ali Karudin could well, probably not be the man in the lead. But he's still in there, Andy O'Hara.
So number 1 car moving out, going out of the pits right now, and he'll still stay in the net lead. So Andy O'Hara still leads the way.
Reed has come into the pits, so Ali Karudin, well, he won't have a chance to take the lead. So Ali Karudin, now he's made his change, so this has worked out quite nicely for GSR eMotorsports. They will come back out in second place, which is where they were, but they just seem to be a little bit closer than they were to the back of Andy O'Hara earlier on.
I wonder what's the gap when he crosses the sector line. Ali Kariuddin, he's second in class at the moment. Second in the overall lead, so it's almost 10-second gap between him and Andrew O'Hara. So it's going to be a long race for the 369 car to catch up to the number 1 car.
Paul Britt for Antipodean Autosport. He is the new man in the McLaren. So they have changed. We're just over the hour. It's double timing, so we've still got the opportunity of some night racing, and we've still got the opportunity perhaps of some rain. It's cloudy at the moment. In terms of the amateur, our leader is that right? Yeah, Z Challenger Racing in the Bentley. Chuck Longley, who's come in for Yin Ho. So Chuck Longley is leading the, or is third in the amateur, because Shazwan Shafiq and Alexis Clapano have come out in front of him. Just beginning to find a little bit of order after all the pit stops and all the shift changes. And shift change in the commentary box as well, as Alex Young comes back in. So Alex, we're just looking there at Z Challenger Racing, but I think the story is Andy O'Hara and what he's done. But behind them, who was it who had the penalty? Jason Mock is now in car 71. Jason Mock, Z Challenger. That drive-through penalty has come back to haunt them.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did not have a very good pit stop, I have to say, because he was right on the back of car 103 when they came to the pits. But now look at him, he's 7 seconds behind. So I don't know what happened in the pit stop, but he lost a chunk of time there.
Behind them, Mohammed Tasby is doing a second stint, it looks like. So we were made of stop, but you saw Tasby was involved in a 3 abreast race, and Tasby it was whose mind went. He moved a bit to his left. He took a man out. He could be facing a problem later, Tasman.
Yeah, for me, it's a racing incident. Drivers need to know whenever you're going to go 3 side by side, 3 wide, you're always going to, one car is definitely going to get spat out, and that's what happened. Tasby spat out, and he took the Z Challenger car with him as well. So, you know, for me, and I'm in those sort of positions, sometimes it's better just to back out and survive the lap, you know. But they all wanted the corner. That wasn't going to happen. And he lost, I think, about 12 seconds of that.
So it's a case of chicken.
Yeah, a case of chicken. Exactly, a case of chicken. We should go through the standings and then maybe go for a quick break.
There are the overall standings. Andy O'Hara is leading the way alongside Andy Lawrenson. Andy O'Hara in for his second stint, leading the way ahead of the Honda of Kyrudin, Madison and Hunter. The McLaren of Paul Britt is in P3. And Jason Mock is the new guy who's coming into P4. Mohammed Tasby, his second stint. He's got Naqib Aslan as his partner. Nabil with Alistair to join in later on car 222. There are top 6. The second of the Laundry House, Mironenko. My first time seeing Mironenko there in P7. In terms of the amateur pro-ams, Shazwan Shafiq has come in for Moyen, and they are leading the way. The Lamborghini of Clapano and Cruz, who was leading for so long and then had a racing incident. They're in P9 and completing the top 10. It's the Bentley of the Hong Kong team, Lee and Ho. So yeah, let's just head off for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we will bring you the second hour plus of the eRacing GP. It's the Endurance Edition, race 5 of 6.
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The eRacing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the eRacing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
That was Mozart.
Hey, very warm welcome back to the endurance edition of eRacing GP. As you can see on your screen, we've got Nabil Aslan, who's one of the competitors. He's in P6 at the moment, driving the Ferrari. Our race leader is Team Laundry House for Andy O'Hara and Andy Lawrenson. Ali Khairuddin is the man in P3. A big thank you to our sponsors, who include Royal Selangor, who include Axel, who of course are the main guys, X-Park, motorsport playground and life. Thank you very much for supporting eRGP. It's the brainchild of this fella, Alex Young. He's made it his business to give opportunities for virtual racers to get into real racing, but the virtual racing itself is pretty good. Back to the race, where we are 1 hour and 40 minutes into the 6-hour edition, and this is your race leader, Andy O'Hara. Andy O'Hara ahead of Ali Khairuddin. 39 laps gone, and Khairuddin is 9 seconds adrift. So Andy O'Hara, I keep Laundry House year in, year out, or race in, race out, Alex. They are constantly the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, they are last year's champion. That's why they're running the number 1 and number 2 car. Also, this lovely turquoise color scheme. There he is, the big number 1 on the side of the car. They won the championship last year. Only at the very last round, so it was quite close. Stratos Motorsports won the championship the year before that. And so, yeah, Laundry House doing a great job there. There they go, out of the last corner and down the start, finish straight to start another lap. 4 hours, 40 minutes of this race still to go. But Khairuddin in second position for GSR Motorsports. They're not disappearing completely. Where are they? There they go. They're about the length of the start finish straight behind the leader. 9 seconds down. So GSR Motorsports is not out of it. And that last lap, 58.9 by Khairuddin.
But that's still 2/10 down on what Laundry House did.
Yeah, Laundry House 58.6. So they're flying right now. We're at the start of the second stint. So everyone's got fresh tires. Heavy fuel tanks as well, but fresh tires. Yeah, Khairuddin just needs to knuckle down, see if he can try and find some pace. If he can just, actually doesn't have to find more pace, just needs to make sure he stays in the 58s for as long as possible. The guy's in third position there, Paul Britt, how do you pronounce that? Antipodian Autosport.
Antipodean, yeah.
There we go.
But the McLaren is doing pretty well. You were saying before, or Afiq, was saying before, that it's the McLarens and the British-based cars that maybe do pretty well here at Silverstone. I gave him a raised eyebrow, and then the McLaren is performing really very nicely, with Paul Britt holding on to P3 at the moment. As for Antipodean Motorsports, car 103, they've not really been in championship contention. They're down in 11th, but it's always good to have new faces, new names, new cars making their way to the podium. So we're hopeful that they have a high finish.
Yeah. It'd be nice to see them do well. They've actually showed pace before in the past, but weren't quite able to do the results. I think sometimes a drive through, sometimes a mistake. So yeah, they need to find just a little bit more. Hopefully they'll have a result this weekend.
Let's go down to the pro amateurs. Shazwan Shafiq is the man who is leading the way for GSR Motorsports APAC. These guys are lapping. They're not too far adrift. I tell you what, Mohammed Shazwan has just posted a 2-minute lap, and this is meant to be. Is Shazwan the amateur in this pro-am group? I think Shazwan is, isn't he? If he's,
I think so. Well, he may be, but I'm not sure.
If he is, that's seriously quick.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
So that's leading the pro-am. Again, there's a long way to go. Alexis Lopano, who's a name we know from the Philippines, from GMX Juniors Allen Racing, he's just behind them. He's right on the tail then of Shazwan Shafiq. So it's a good battle for P1 in the pro-am class.
Yeah, and let's have a look at Alan Drake Cruz right now. He's like I said, he's doing a good job right now. And so you can see him just now on the inset there. There he is, bottom right.
Well, Alan Drake's not. It's his mate Alexis Lopano.
That's right. So,
but it's Alan Drake's teammate.
Yeah, there he is cruising right now. But I think he's just be relaxing there, maybe chatting with his teammate. But Lopano's doing a good job there, isn't he?
Certainly is, but 10 years of age, I still can't get over them. It's not the fact that they're 10 and racing. It's the fact that they're 10 and racing competitively with some seriously good drivers.
That is true. And that's why they started doing stuff with the RGP when they were 8, and car goes wide there. And when they first started, I thought, okay, this is their level, they're probably going to be at this level. But they improved so much, didn't they? Now that they're racing with the big boys and holding their own, it's so impressive.
There is an amateur category ongoing, and we will get on board with the race leader of that. That's Veloce Ragazzo's Paul Lopez out of the Philippines. Lopez, so Veloce Ragazzo are the championship leaders, car number 28. They lead the championship by a single point from this team, car number 57, who is currently Nazir Azman, who's a name that we know. So Team Racing Line will be hoping that they can get just a little bit closer. The differential between P1 and P2 in the amateur class is just 4 seconds. Mus Umar Ali isn't too far behind them, just being overtaken there. The GT4 is nearly invariably getting overtaken. A little bit of side spin from him. So Mus Umar Ali from Circru team in P4. So that's just a little update on where we are in all 3 classes.
Yeah, and so it's only 3 seconds off. So really the top 3 in AM class are just covered by 7 seconds. So it's still pretty close there. We're on board with Umar Ali right now. Yeah, you can see the red car there. That's Nazir Azman in the racing line, Team Racing Line car. So very close.
All right, let's get on to the race proper, the pros. And Andy O'Hara, what's his lead? His lead, as we saw earlier on, it is possible if you have a lot of tarmac in front of you, you can just accelerate away and get good lap times. He's just posted a 1:59.1. Ali Khairuddin's also 1:59. Paul Britt, I can tell you, Alex, inside the 1:59's a 1:58.7. So we're on board with the Antipodean Autosport McLaren just earlier on. He's making real headway. He's within 3 seconds of Khairuddin.
Yeah. It actually is closing down a bit, isn't it? Lovely 58.7 by Paul Britt the lap before. So, can he see Khairuddin? Is that Khairuddin just in front of him?
That's what I'm trying to just work
Yeah,
out.
I
So
think
there is
so.
Khairuddin.
Yeah, that's just Paul Britt. He's only 3 seconds down on him. So Britt is closing the gap to Khairuddin. There he is, top of the screen.
There's a good shot. That's the battle for P2 in the pro class. Ali Khairuddin, GSR Motorsports. He's lapping quite pacily as well at 1:59, 1:35 his last time. He has been inside 1:59 as he goes over the start-finish line. That's a 1:58.9. Paul Britt a 1:58.4. Wow, that's quick from Britt.
Wow, that's quick. That's almost the fastest lap of the race. No, it's still a bit off the guys in 4th position.
We had a 1:57.997, but
Yeah.
anything this far into the race inside 1:59, I think is very, very impressive.
Yeah, 58.4, fantastic lap. So Khairuddin there, he's going to come under some pressure pretty soon. Of course, the guys we also need to talk about, the guys in 4th position, Jason Mock for Z Challenger, they were leading this race. Marco Wong with a great opening stint, except he had that drive-through when he came out to qualifying a couple of seconds too early. So otherwise they would be winning this race, but that car in 4th position has got the pace to get to the front. There's enough time. So it's very important, Z Challenger, don't panic.
What I will say, though, is the car behind him, Mohammed Tasbi, took 1.6 seconds off Jason Mock last time out. So maybe Jason had a little wobble or a little wiggle, but he was a 2-minute lap, which isn't the kind of pace that you want if you want to close in on Paul Britt.
Yeah, that's wondering. Maybe Mock just doesn't have the same pace as his teammate Marco Wong, because he's still, look at that, Tasby's just closing right now. And you can see Tasby here on our inset right now, the bottom right. He's racing out of Singaporean, and of course he's Singaporean. So, oh, big mistake there. Through farm there, that would have cost him a chunk of time. But never mind, overall though, the last few laps, he's definitely closing the gap down to the Z Challenger car.
So there is Tasby. That's how close he is. He has pulled right in on the back of Jason Mock. It officially says 1.7 seconds. That does not look like a 1.7 second gap to me. That looks like he's got close to within a second or so and is closing on corner on corner, lap on lap.
That's right, it goes through Brooklands now through Luffield. He wasn't so happy in the first stint, I have to say, and perhaps maybe they didn't quite get the tyre pressures just right. But he's looking a lot better now. The lap before this, Tasby did a 58.6, that's pretty much bang on the money.
59.6 this last one, so he's picked up half a second on Jason Mock, the man in front of him. So Jason Mock has got to be very, very careful because he is under pressure from Tasby. This is the battle for P4. One and a half hours gone. We're a quarter of the way through the race. Oh, look at that. Mock has gone wide. Mock has gone wide and could well be under real pressure. Jason Mock and Tasby side by side. And Tasby takes advantage of the mistake by Jason Mock, who had not been looking secure, and loses a place to Mohammed Tasby. Tasby 4, Jason Mock 5. Big mistake.
Yeah, so a bit of a mistake there. But, you know, I feel Mock's just turning in a little bit too early for a lot of these corners. Now sometimes you turn in a bit early, if you jump on the power too early, then you're gonna go wide. And I think that's what happened through the Beckett's complex for him. But let's see if Mock can calm down, find some lap time, because he needs to find some lap time. He's been consistently in the two flats. He needs to get down to the low 59s if he's going to have any hope of following Tasby.
So Tasby has clawed back one of the places he lost. Jason Mock.
Yeah, that's the wrong line though. He's too far to have a go. I think he's just turning in super early. Look, he's turning in early again. He's not taking the right lines, Mock is. And that's where the lap time is going. He's bleeding lap time. Not through the faster corner. The faster corners, that's pretty good. But through the slow technical stuff, he's just turning in too early. And that's costing a lot of straight line speed out of the slow corners. There he is, going in early again. And then running wide. Yeah, so... yeah, that's going to cost him some time. Let's see if he can figure that out. If he can figure that out and try and get the 59s.
Well, the problem for him, Jason Mock, isn't only the man in front of him, Mohammed Tasby. It's Nabil Aslam, who's been able to close him behind him. So Jason Mock's last lap, a 2:02.3, which was nearly 2.5 seconds slower than Nabil. So Nabil has just clawed back an enormous chunk of time in a single lap.
Yeah, and here we are riding on board with Mohammed Nabil. And you can see there's two guys in shot just ahead of him. Got to do this lap traffic though. What's this? I think it's car number 190 is trying to lap right now, who was leading the Pro-Am class. But now we have the Am driver in there. Oh, it's Lopez there. Sorry.
Reina Cruz.
Reina Cruz running super wide there. But yeah, so great battle here developing for P4.
Now there is Nabil, who's in P6 but is within striking distance of P4. His teammate is in the lime green ahead of him. So Nabil in 6. Tasby 111 leads 71. And 71 is being tracked by 222. How about the second of the Laundry House cars, Sergei Mironenko? First chance for me to see him. He's in a real isolation. He's 17 seconds down. So Laundry House not really having the best of times at the moment through Mironenko. Where are they in the championship? They are P8. Mironenko, Weston, Rayton and Roland Schmidt. Only 27 points so far. So not been the best of seasons for the second Laundry House setup.
Yeah, it's been quite quiet from Laundry House car number 2, but they are there in P7. Using obviously the Audi R8 Evo 2 car. Yeah, needs to find a bit more pace though.
Right, let's look on to Shazwan. Shazwan Shafiq was leading the way in the amateurs, or pro-ams I should say.
He still is leading the way, but look at that. He's got a lot of fast cars behind him. Car number 70 in second position, right behind him.
Chuck Longley.
Got a lap car though.
Oh, wow.
Wow, getting super aggressive, Chuck Longley. Great exit out of that corner.
And is that Clapano right behind them? I think it might be.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3 in Pro-Am class, in shot right now. But wow, the GSR NSX defending down the inside into Brooklands. What's Chuck Longley going to do? Ooh, they both run wide. And the Wackos flip table car almost hit them.
Nearly collision time. Everyone's slamming on the brakes very, very late, but it's a real train. This is the Pro-Am. Shazwan leads from Lee, from Wong, from Clapano. Evan Hauser's not too far away either.
Yeah, and I think that's car number 999 that's trying to unlap himself. Tony Fock. Oh, he's running wide there. That's looking good. Yeah, Wacker's flip table is going to try and go around the outside. And looks like he's going to do it. Now that's the way it's done through Maggot, sorry. Really good job there by Tony Pop. Gets it sideways though. Through the last bit, so now come on the hanger straight. Oh, Z Challenger car all over the back of him. But Wacker's flip table just about holding on.
Just about holding on. That is a shot and a half. 5 in a row.
And you got the top 4 cars in Pro-Am. We got to stick with this battle. But we're going to see if Tony Fox. Wacker's flip table is getting a good run. Will he dive down the inside? I got a feeling he is. Oh, he thought about it. Decided not to. He's going to get a good exit now.
And who's that coming through? That's the McLaren coming through as well. Has he got traffic to hit through? Is that Art Vanderlei?
Yeah, that's Eben Hazer.
Eben Hazer
in the green car.
Okay, so let's get on board with Eben Hazer. He'll have a bird's eye view of everything that's going on in front of him, as well as Francis Matrio right behind him.
I want to see what's going to happen very soon because no, it's like it's a McLaren, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, Shazwan's mistake. Flipter will go through. So Chuck Longley is through. Ebenhauser tries to get through.
Sorry, that's sorry, Chuck Longley who's made his way through now. Okay, so
gosh, this is a great battle.
This is great. I don't even know where to look. Okay, so try and describe it. The blue and white car there, the Wacker's flip table car, is a pro car making his way back.
That's Chak Ming Wong, yes.
Yep.
And then behind him is Chuck Long Lee,
who's leading the Pro-Ams.
Yes, in Z Challenger. Then you've got Shazwan, who's second in the Pro-Ams.
Third, Ebenhauser.
Ebenhauser is second in the green. And then Alexis Clepano is closing in as well there. So Clepano, let's not count him out. Clepano closing on the back there of Shazwan Shafiq. Now Shazwan was leading the Pro-Am 4-5 laps ago.
He was, he just happened going down. Ooh, someone's gone wide there as well. Oh no, that's a back marker. That's car 190. Don't worry, just get overtaken. But yes, Ebenhauser did a great job because he was at the back of this train and he's now made himself all the way up to P2 now. Look at that. Pano not close enough to have a look at Shafiq just yet. But Shafiq runs wide again, so Clavano will have a go and he's impatient to try and get to the battle. Go dive to the inside, mate. Yes, there we go. Dives to the inside, nicely done. And goes through, Shafiq there, moving under braking. That's illegal, mate. I wonder if they're going to protest that. Shazwan there, moving under braking there. That's very, very, it's not allowed. And Clepano's then trying to get back in. This is going to get pretty nasty in a second.
Glorious overhead view from the helicam. And even if there is a protest, even if there is a problem later on, it's not helping Clepano, who's trying to get through from Shazwan.
No, he's not. He's got to get through because the battle for first position is pulling away from him at this stage.
3 seconds, you're quite right.
Okay, but he's got the slipstream now. Will he try? Let's ride on board with Clepano, see what he's doing. Yeah, he's going to try the switchback. Yes, nicely done.
Bit of coaching going on from a commentator here. Alex, quite right too.
Yeah, now it was a good thing he pulled out of that. If he tried to go for it, he would have probably had contact. Clepano had his chance just now. Shafiq moved under braking to take the position back, went off track to take that position back. So if I was Team 31, I would be making a protest about that because it didn't look very good from my position. And look, Clepano's now got Matrillo.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Matrillo is right there. Absolutely. So it's a 3-man battle. This is the Pro-Ams. This is for P3 in the Pro-Ams. Ebenhauser and Lee are some way ahead of these. But you worry for Alexis Clepano because he's been frustrated once. And now he's got Matrillo. So if Clepano can't make his way through, Matrillo will be just looking to capitalize on any errors that he makes.
Clepano then trying to go on the inside of Abbey, which was always a bad one. You're never going to go on the inside there, so that was a mistake and a half.
And Art Vanderlei's there as well from Celsius Autosport. But Art Vanderlei is in a different category. He's in the pro class. Just to confuse matters.
Great battling all the way.
It is good fun. I'm loath to pull away from this. Shazwan under pressure from Alexis Clepano. Clepano tries to take the long way around. That opens the gap for Matrio. Matrio tries to edge in.
Clepano making the wrong choice again there. You can't go down the inside when the other car's covering it off, and you've just compromised your exit now. And Matrilio's all over the back of Clepano now. And yeah, Matrilio's going to look down the inside. Or will Clepano defend? Clepano defends. And it all stays the same.
And on top of them, Art Vanderlei, one of the pro racers, is trying to get around the outside as well. As we are on board with the Veloce Ragazzo, Francis Matrio, a familiar name out of the Philippines. He's got Alexis Clepano, a long-time rival, and Mohammed Shazwan Shafiq ahead of him. Where are we on the circuit? They're just over the start-finish line. So this is an overtaking opportunity. If you can get your line right coming out. Shazwan Shafiq is leading that little group of three. Matrio has a look on the inside, doesn't quite get it right. Flinging themselves as they come round. Beckett's long straight coming. Clepano still can't get close enough. Will he make the move? Big right-hander coming in. Clepano looks to go on the outside. Will maybe try a switchback. Clepano around the outside. Can he make it stick? Clepano eventually gets through. Bided his time. Alexis Clepano is there. Takes the position. P11 from Shazwan Shafiq, who then closes the door on Francis Matrio. Art Vanderlei unable to make any real headway as well. So that is really nicely done by Alexis Clepano. He takes P12. P11 for JMX Jr. Allen Racing out of the Philippines. Really good battle. And we'll stick with this because this is where the real race is taking place. Although Paul Britt and Ali Khairuddin, Paul Britt has got himself into P2 ahead of Ali Khairuddin. There is Paul Britt in the McLaren. Khairuddin has dropped the place into P3. Lap times a second faster as the GT4 gets out of the way. So this is a terrific stint by Antipodean Racing's Paul Britt. Andy O'Hara still leading the way. His lead is a race high, 10.6 seconds. And his lap times inside 159. He's the only man inside 159 just at the moment. And it's all looking, as we approach the 1/3 stage of this race, we approach it, it's all looking pretty good for the championship wannabes, Andy O'Hara and Team Laundry House.
That's right. Good job there. I love the helicopter shot. But yeah, Andy O'Hara doing just what he wants because they are third in the championship. Let's not forget about that. They really needed a good result today to put themselves back into the championship hunt. And if they can finish it off, of course, there's 4 hours more to go still. If they can finish it off and win today, that's going to put them in a really good position. I think we'll have a three-way fight for the championship at round 6, you know, between Laundry House, Stratos, and GMX Phantom. The story I'm liking though, Antipodean Racing, Paul Britt, they've got themselves into P2. He's lapping very nicely. He's lapping quicker than Andy O'Hara. So I think Britt was being held up by Ali Khairuddin. Hence O'Hara was able to increase that lead. But Paul Britt is having a storming second stint. Yeah, fantastic. Was that Antipodean Autosport doing a great job there, you know. Yeah, he's pulling away from Khairuddin now. Khairuddin's doing a good job to try and stay with him, not pulling away too fast. Britt's last lap 58.8. Khairuddin's last lap 59.3. So this is the issue. Khairuddin's not able to stay in the 58s at the moment. It's just dropping back a bit. And I wonder if he's going to start coming under pressure from Stratos after that, because Tasby Stratos green car is only, what's that, 9 seconds behind?
9 seconds behind. But the other one I'm going to draw your attention to, Jason Mock. Has Jason just lost a place? I think Jason Mock has lost his place.
Right, Tasby's through.
No, so Tasby is... Oh, so Jason Mock's on the tail end of Tasby. But
Yeah.
where is Nabil Aslan on top of that?
Yeah, we saw Tasby go through, but
Yeah,
Mox-
Tasby's through. So, yeah, Mock is under pressure from... so Nabil's gone through. Nabil 222 has gone through.
Is that 222?
Yeah,
Right.
just gone through ahead of him just now.
Okay. As a result, sort themselves out. So the second Stratos car, Sem9 Stratos there, doing a good job. And C Challenger, that's such a shame. This car was looking so quick, took pole position, leading most of stint 1, but now going backwards a bit.
So Jason Market, they were fastest in qualifying and then got themselves a drive-through penalty because of an infraction in qualifying. That cost them P1 where they led by 7 seconds. They came out in P5, clawed themselves back to P3, dropped back down now to P6, sorry. Jason Mock behind the two Stratos Motorsports. How about Sergei Mironenko? Well, he's Sergei Mironenko is just coming over the start-finish line now. So Mironenko is 14 seconds down. So not the best result for the second place safe house laundry house team. Tasby, Stratos, Flash, car 111. Potential championship leaders at the end of today. Potential.
Well, yeah, but we got to have a look at the drop points as well. But yeah, but Stratos has got a good opportunity here to try and get some good points. P4 is not what they need to be, you know. Stratos Flash need to try and get into the top 2 if for me, if they want to try and get a better view on, better stranglehold on this championship.
Nabil Aslan for Stratos Sem9, we just focused on him. Who else are we really looking at? Let's see if Billy Ebenhauser's been able to get any closer to Chuck Longley. This is the amateur race, sorry, the pro-am race. This is the battle for P9. And the answer to that one is no.
We should go back to that battle for Pro-Am, I guess,
Yeah.
because Ebenhauser... Oh yeah, sorry, we are on that battle for Pro-Am. Ebenhauser is closing down the gap on Chuck Longley.
Chuck is there. Oh yes, you're quite right. There is an Ebenhauser just closing him in. It's officially 1.19 seconds, but it looks to the naked eye just a little bit closer than that.
Yeah. Basically, we got the top 5. Top 5 in Pro-Am, top 4, sorry, Pro-Am, all covered by 10 seconds. So, even though Ebenhauser is closing in on Chuck Longley, they are on slightly different races. Chuck Longley is in the pro category, and Ebenhauser is leading the. Sorry. What am I talking
No,
about?
he's in the pro-am.
Yeah, I'm getting more mixed up now.
Yeah.
They're
So the
both-
Bentley leads the pro-am category.
And that's very good for the championship, because let's not forget that the car number 70 leading the Pro-Am championship is second in the championship. So if he could win this race, this could put him back into the championship lead.
How about the amateurs? Paul Lopez. He is the man leading the way at the moment in the amateurs. 3
Ooh.
categories ongoing.
Look how close that is, though.
Yeah, it's great.
All 3 of them in shot.
So Lopez from Nazir Azman. Omar Ali has actually just overtaken Nazir Azman.
Yeah, and if you look at it from Osman's point of view, he's got both those cars in shot right now. And you can see him on zoom right there on the bottom right of the corner. There's the bad lap. Oh, contact! Osman has to be very careful there. Almost took out the guy in P2.
It's only a 3-man race, but if all 3 are this close, it makes it a fabulous 3-man race. And we are approaching the 2-hour mark. Quite remarkably, approaching the 2-hour mark of this race. And nothing separating these 3. This is Nazir Azman Team Racing Line, second in the title, behind the Aston Martin of Veloci Ragazzo.
Oh, he's not happy with that. Ran wide. Yeah, he knows he can't afford these mistakes. So, Des, this is the interesting thing. You start to get wrapped up in the fight. And you start getting, oh, look at that. The guys for first position there are really battling. you start getting wrapped up in the fight, and what happens then is you forget about how long this race is and you start making mistakes. And look at that guy, Omar Ali has a great exit, and he's got a good drive down the hangar straight right now.
So Omar Ali is the second of those cars. Has a look on the inside. Good liveries, got to say. Great liveries, Omar Ali.
Lopez there running wide. Yeah, Omar Ali's still not quite close enough there. But Paul Ryan Lopez from Veloce Ragazza there, looking a little bit messy. But they're all missing their apexes a little bit.
How are you differentiating the amateurs from the pros?
So basically we know all these drivers who are driving. So we look at their experience and their lap time. It's a combination of how fast they are and what sort of racecraft experience they have. And we break them up to groups. Ooh, look at how close Omar Ali is getting there into groups. And we categorize them in eRacing GP. We GOAT drivers. Oh, and look, Omar Ali there. I'll try and explain in a second, but the action's too close at the moment.
Omar Ali tries to go around the outside, the long way around. All that does is open the door to the man right behind him, Nazir Azman.
Okay, so Lopez got a big breathing ground there, Omar Ali running a bit wide. But yes, in eRacing GP we group the drivers, so they're gold drivers, silver, bronze and copper. So AM drivers are just for the guys who are in bronze and copper. And I have to say, the drivers who are bronze and copper at the beginning of the year, because some of these guys have actually moved up to silver class now, but because they started the year as bronze drivers, they stay in the bronze class for the whole year.
And you can see by how ragged they are around the corners, under pressure, etc. You can actually see it in the performance. So it makes an awful lot of sense just to lump them in the same group. And you're seeing that you've lumped this group very nicely together, because all three are within a cigarette paper of each other.
That's right. As the green Stratus car starts to lap them, this is going to make things a bit complicated. I wonder if Omar Ali will see this as an opportunity to try and get second. Okay, so the Stratus is trying to go around both of them. Nah, it's going to slow down Omar Ali. This is great for Lopez in the lead right now. But Lopez goes very narrow on the exit there, and Omar Ali's going to get a run on him.
So the lime green, ignore the lime green just for now. Is he going to get close enough? The answer is no. The lime green of, I think it's Tasby, who went through quite comfortably. Tasby's in P4 in the pro ranks. Disappears up into the Silverstone horizon.
Down the inside. Not close enough at the moment.
Ooh, mistake.
Mistake.
Again, he goes wide. Just manages to hold it. And again, that's good for Nazir Azman right behind him, because Nazir can capitalise.
Yeah, we should just stay with this battle. Three drivers making small little mistakes over the last couple laps. I really feel it's the guy who makes the least amount of mistakes who end up in the front of this battle for the AM class.
Everyone working terrifically hard for the opportunity. We'll take the high shot. There's contact in between Omar Ali and Lopez.
And then look at that, Omar Ali runs wide again, and that's going to allow Nazir Azman through.
Is he good enough to hold on to it? Nazir Azman takes P2. And behind them, the other Stratos comes in just to complicate matters. So the Stratos will be overtaking. He doesn't want his race impaired by the GT4 racers. And yet he's going to have to squeeze in. Lopez, yet another helping hand from Stratos.
Yes, Lopez hangs up for now. Okay, so now Racing Line are up to P2. Oh, bad exit from left field though. And Omar Ali's going to come back at him. I was going to say, now with Racing Line at P2, can he have a go at the Veloce Ragazza car and try and overtake? Oh!
Omar Ali, a little bit of contact, has to hold on. It's a little bit more than a kiss, that.
Yeah, just about survives. Again, Lopez is going to get lucky with the traffic there because the GT3 car is going to get in between. Who's the GT3 car? Oh, he dives on the inside. That's going to really affect Lopez's exit onto the hangar straight. Yeah, look, he's run wide there. But luckily for him, Nazir Azman in the Racing Line car is not close enough.
So Omar Ali. There's the battle. They're still within a hair's breadth of each other. We can concentrate on this because at the top of the pro, O'Hara still leads from Britt, from Kyrudin, from Tasby, from Nabil, from Mironenko. So that hasn't changed significantly for a number of laps, something like 15 laps.
Look at that rear bumper from Nasser Asman's car. He's obviously been in the wars a bit.
And then you've got Ali Kyrudin coming through as well. So that's the pro racers just showing what they're worth. The GT4. Oh, Kyrudin, and coming through from the back. Is that Amorali?
Yeah, Kyrudin upset Asman through the corner. Oh, Asman's trying to go around there, hang around the outside, unable to.
Asman had P2, and then they both go wide again. It's wacky races.
Yes, it's great to watch. Top three there, producing lots of excitement for us.
On board with Amorali, who has got himself in P2. But there is the look as Sergei Morinenko goes through. Ukrainian. Nazir Asman is in your screen, bottom right. He's looking harassed. He's working hard.
Yeah, there's a bit of fight in the car there. You can see he's getting a bit stressed because he's talking to his teammate Mohamed Zikri, I think. Frustration, because I bet Asman feels if he could just get to the front, he might be able to pull away from the two cars.
Well, I don't think we expected this kind of entertainment from the amateurs. I don't think we expected to focus as much on the amateurs. But Nazir Asman,
Great.
Yeah, it is.
Great
Team
racing.
Racing Line is trying to get on the back there of Mus Omorali.
Amorali going very wide there. Yeah, that's going to really help Nazir Asman. He's going to get a great exit onto the straight. I think Omorali's not defending the inside. So there goes Asman. And he retakes P2.
Can he make it stick? Oh,
No!
he broke too early.
Broke too early. Wow, great shot. Great by Omorali. Just to leave the braking. That's sometimes you do. You think you got the inside. You think, all right, got the corner done. And then you brake too early. And the guy just...
Oh! And then contact from Naz.
Okay, but Az waits. He doesn't... I think he might get away with that because he waited for the car to get back in front.
That left Faustino to come through and take a real glum look there from Nazir Asman.
Yeah.
He knew that was his mistake.
Yeah, it was a careless mistake because he braked too early, realised he braked too early, got off the brake, and they went steaming into the back of him. So, a little bit sloppy.
But great fun.
Oh yeah, great to
Up at the front, there's not an awful lot. There's a battle between Mondelez and Matrio, but they're in different categories. So let's go back and give some TLC to Andy O'Hara, who is the race leader for Team Laundry House by 10 plus seconds. So Paul Britt hasn't been able to really make any headway. He did at one stage get under 10 seconds, and we thought there might be some kind of comeback ongoing, but at the moment, not quite there.
Yeah, well, Paul Britt's actually doing a really good job because it stayed at that 10-second margin for about 20 minutes, actually. So they'll take a lot of comfort from that. You know, they have the pace to win this race. If Antipodian can
Antipodean
can just work on closing that 10-second gap, they have the pace to try and take this win.
Kyrudin in 3. Right, we're just coming to the time where we're looking at the second pit stop, maybe another 10 minutes or so. But a couple were inside an hour last time, 70-minute stint, so they've got between now and 4:20. 3:40 to make the pit stop. Have I got that right? 70 minutes, 1 hour. 1 hour 20 minutes. 2 hours 20 minutes.
Yeah, 2 hours 20 minutes.
So they've got another 20 minutes or so, the absolute maximum. So Laundry House left theirs very late. They were about 67 minutes in when they made their first pit stop. So any time in the next 15 minutes. But some of the other teams may well be making 1 or 2 strategic pit stops relatively soon. Britt in second, lapping 1:59 last time out. Ali Khairuddin in third. He's also lapping around about the 159.2. Tasby the 159.4s. Nabil the 159.8s. Mironenko is outside 2 minutes, as is Jason Mock, as is Chak Ming Wong. So the fastest guys are posting the fastest lap times regularly, consistently. Alexis Lopano has just posted a really good 159.8. Lopano in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah. Alexis Lopano, the P3. See if we can get back to the front. They were leading earlier on. Oh, and that protest has come through for 969 for weaving earlier on.
Can understand that one. So Chak Ming Wong might find himself in a little bit of a problem. I think we'll just go for another quick break. We're at the 2-hour mark, just before all the pit stops come in. Afik and Alex Young will take over after the break. I'm Des Corkle. It's been great fun getting back onto the wheel for eRGP. Let's just have a check on the overall standings as they are at the moment. And it's Team Laundry House, O'Hara and Lawrenson, who lead. And it's quite a substantial lead. It's over 10 seconds from Britton Gano in the McLaren. They've produced a really, really good battle. Ali Khairuddin in P3 for GSR eMotorsports. In P4, you've got Mohammed Tasby for Stratos Flash, and Nabil Aslam in P5 for Stratos Sem 9. In the secondary categories, the top racer is P8, Chuck Longley for Z Challenger Racing, but that's a really good battle there, having with Billy Ebenhauser. Alexis Lopano is in P3 in that category. And in the amateurs, Omorali is the race leader there. He's got himself ahead of Rainer Cruz and Mohammed Zikri, who's actually just about to be replaced, I think. No, Zikri's not, but Roy Numa Rigarip is just being replaced, so I think we've got our third driver in the team in that amateur category. So that's where we are at the moment. We're just about to go for a quick break. This is eRGP Endurance Edition. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time.
Thank you, Des.
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor-intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time-consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The e-racing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the e-racing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? Our 3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Endurance Edition hosted by ERGP. Thank you so much, Des Corkill, for filling me in just now for the first 2 hours of the race. My name is Afiq. I think you know me already by this point. This is Alex Young. And welcome. So first, huge shout out to our sponsors, Xbox Sunway, for providing us with a very good facility for us to work with. Axel Sports for organizing this event. Royal Selangor for making this awesome trophies. Motorsport Playground for, you know, wrapping cars for our cars that we race, whether it's local racing or international racing. And last but not least, Life Apparels, which is on our collar. So 4 hours into the race. 3 hours and 52 minutes to go, and Andrew O'Hara, the number 1 Ferrari, is leading the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're riding on board right now, watching Andy O'Hara in Laundry House. Great job, really. Still good 10 seconds in front of the car in second position, which has been driven by Paul Britt. There he is, Antipodian. I'm going to pronounce it the way I know it. Autosport there. In the car number 103. Good there in second position there. Just lapped the second Laundry House car there. And, you know, this gap is staying there quite nicely. In third position there, Ali Karudin in the GSR E-Motorsports team, car 369. Just dropping back now. He was right behind Paul Britt, but now he's 6.6 seconds down. In fourth position, guys who are second place in the championship, Stratos Flash, driven by Mohammed Tasbi there. Pretty good pace, but not quite the same pace as the guys in the very front though, so they won't be too happy with this. Fourth position is not bad, but what are they, a good 20 seconds off the lead. So yeah, they'll be trying to see, I don't know, maybe they'll be hoping for a bit of rain or something.
Maybe there is, but you need to factor in as well that Tasby is only a couple of points behind the number 10 GMX car, who is absent in today's race.
But I mean, obviously, got to take into consideration drop points as well, don't we?
Yes, correct. But if they finish in the podium in this race, then that will, you know, bring them closer for the overall win in the pro category. So Tasby needs to push and finish on the podium at the very least.
Chuck Longley there, leading the Pro-Am right now. Z Challenger Racing. Good job there. They've actually pulled away. They were having a really good battle with Flapano, GMX Junior team. But now seems to have got a nice bit of lead there right now. So they're way out in front at the moment. But of course, pit stops are happening. We have come back to you guys with a little bit of pit stops. Another 10 more minutes, really. Before the end of this pit window, shall we say, because everyone has to do maximum 70 minutes per max stint time is 70 minutes. So, yep. But there he's good. I just want to go back down and just look who's winning AM category. Omar Ali, C-Crew team is now up in front, but I think that's because Veloce Ragazza and Racing Line have just pitted.
Yep, they did, and I think, well, they've already passed the stint time. I think they still haven't yet to pit, so for them it's going to be, well, they have to pit, and then Roy Ripper will retake his lead in the GT4 category, so that only a matter of time before Moise pits, and then Roy retakes the lead, and then Zikri will take P2 in the M category as well. And just to remind you, the gap between the two leaders in the GT4 Pro Championship is separated by only a point. So it's going to be very tight in the GT4 category. Still 4 hours to go, so plenty full of time. But anything can happen in the 4-hour race, Alex.
Yeah, let's see if we can try and get one of the drivers to talk to us. Riding on board Nabu Aslan. Let's see if Alistair Young is available for a bit of commentary right now. Alistair, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good. How's it going for you? How's your teammate doing? You have not jumped in the car yet.
Yeah, we're actually doing a lot better than we expected, considering the amount of practice we had. We only entered earlier this week, so yeah, P6 is pretty good.
The P6 is an excellent position for you nonetheless. You haven't driven a stint yet, have you?
No, not yet. I'll be jumping in at the end of the hour.
So looking forward to it. End of the hour.
What are your thoughts? How do you think the race is going?
I was really waiting for rain to come. I was hoping it'd maybe flip the race on its head. But
Okay.
right now in the dries, it's just being consistent.
Okay.
You know,
Why don't we go
trying
on board?
guys-
Why don't you take us around for a lap around as we go over the start finish line with your teammate?
Sure. All right. Riding on board. Turn 1 here. Brake at the 50. Coasting all the way in. Picking up the throttle at the apex. Use as much as the road without getting a track limit. Now you got maggots. Pull over to the left. Small brake into the right. You just want to carry speed, keep it smooth, not too much rolling and pitching. Slam on the power early for the long hanger straight here. And then here you're just waiting really. Waiting. Coming over to the left, spotting the entry curb. Braking, there's a bump there so you need to be careful. Down a couple gears, picking up the throttle at the apex, using up all the road. Very clean lap so far now, Bill. Keep a right, brake on the curb again. Get as far to the left as possible without hitting the sausage curb. Yeah, this is a bit tricky here to pick up the throttle. Traction's quite tricky. Flat through that corner. And then coming up to the current F1 turn 1. Just a slight lift after you turn in. Very nice. Pick up the throttle again. Keep it left. And then you're braking in the middle of the track next to the curb. Pulling it to the right. Again, don't hit that sausage curb. Nabo ran a little bit wide, that's fine. Down to first gear here. Just really want to get straight on the exit. Plant the power. This is also a very long straight. Use as much of this curb as possible. Nice. And then we're into the last 2 corners. Very tricky in my opinion. Especially this one because it's such a late apex and it tightens up a little bit. So you're braking while turning down to second gear. He's missed it a little bit, but that's alright. He's carried enough speed. This corner you treat as a double apex, and then you come back for the second one here, plant the power, use all the road, and then for the final kinky you just stay as right as possible to minimize distance.
Wow, right over the curb. Thanks for that. What are your thoughts right now? Because you and your teammate are using the Ferrari right now, but lacking a little bit of pace compared to this guy. The pace on the laundry house car seems to be a bit better. We ride on board with them. Maybe you can tell us if there's any differences between what you 2 teams are doing.
Well, I can give it a go. Yeah, I mean, Laundry House has been always quick. They're super impressive. And yeah, me and Nubble a bit slower, but Tusby seems to be on the pace.
I mean, they're using the same lines. Fastest lap, I think, between O'Hara and Tasby about the same. But O'Hara just able to be a lot more consistent.
Yeah, we were suffering with a bit of front deck. Just in the medium speed corners to get the front in.
Nothing you can do with that with the tire pressures?
Nothing that we figured out so far.
Well done. With 3 hours and 45 minutes remaining, what are your goals for the next where do you plan to finish at the end of the race?
Sixth is a minimum, I think. We're in a pretty good spot. Just got to keep it consistent, stay out of trouble. We've been struggling a bit with GT4 traffic, and also with cut tracks at the moment, so we need to watch that.
Good input there, listeners. So then, with competition getting closer, what who do you think you should? Oh, I'm sorry, what am I supposed to say? Chut Long Lee is right up ahead on the road, and Nabil is like 1.8 seconds right behind him. When Nabil clears the path.
Yeah, but I think that's because he's had his second pit stop, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Nabil on his 3rd stint now? Al?
Yes, 3rd stint.
Yeah, I don't think Chut Long Lee. He should be boxing now, though. He's going really extending the 2 stints.
Yeah, me and Nubble have gone for a hourly pit stop, running a bit less fuel.
So Andy O'Hara has pitted now. The race leader is going to be, maybe he'll stint for, maybe he'll drive one more stint before passing over to Andrew Lawrenson. And you can drive 3 stints right away, but that's it. One driver can only drive up to 58% of the total driving time, and if you exceed the limit, you get a penalty. So that is something that all the drivers racing today needs to take into consideration, because a penalty will translate to a stop and go penalty, which is stop and go 10, if I'm not mistaken.
So how much in terms of time is that for a driver before they need to change?
For the new change during the stop and go?
No, in terms of maximum driving time.
In terms
It's
of
what, about 3 hours 15?
3 hours, it's actually more than 3 hours 15. It's 3 hours and 30. Around that, 3 hours and 30 to 3 hours and 45 minutes. As you can see, Nabil Alsdan, Alice's teammate racing today, is right behind the gearbox of Chip Lee.
Go on, Nabil.
Sorry, on Jason.
Maybe I'm a little bit biased.
Sorry.
Oh, he's boxing though.
He's boxing, so Nabil is now up to P5 after Chit Long Lee's pit stop. And the Pro-Am leader, Chit Long Lee, has pitted, and Alan Cruz is a couple of seconds behind the Chit Long Lee, so going to be an interesting competition in the Pro-Am category. In the Am category, on the other hand, Roy Ripperip is 8 seconds behind Mohamed Zikri is 8 seconds behind Roy Ripperip. So negotiating to GT4 traffic is a problem today, but we only have 3 GT4s. So was that a problem, Alistair?
It was a little bit, especially in the beginning when they were so tight together. I know the first few GT3s were struggling to get through the pack.
Alright, okay, so now we are back with the battle for that first position. We just talked about it. There is Mohamed Zikri in second position. They were all nose to tail, the top 3. But the leader there right now, Roy Ripperip there, he's going through the Maggots Beckett's section right now for the Hangar Straight. He's in an Aston Martin. In second position, there is Zikri, just a couple corners behind, also in an Aston Martin. So Zikri's back in the car for his second stint. Team Racing Line. These two teams are fighting for the championship. And then a little bit further back, we got a Porsche Sucre Motorsport there. Yeah, maybe about another, 20 seconds behind in P3. So these three were tied nose to tail, almost like with a piece of invisible string, and doing a really good battle. But now after the second round of pit stops, it's all spread out a bit. So I don't know if Sucre Motorsport had a small incident, maybe they had a half spin on the way in or out. But yeah, 7 seconds behind Zikri now. So yeah, it's calmed down, is what I can say. In the AM class, it is calmed down right now, but I'm sure it will come back together a little bit later. And I have to report a change in leader in the Pro-Am class. After that long stint by car 70, Chuck Long Lee, he's actually lost a bit of time. And now Alan Drake Cruz in the JMX Junior Allen Racing car is in position 1. And Chuck Long Lee has been taken over by Sik Yin Ho in car number 70, Z Challenger Racing. So he's now in second position, and this is a big question. Can Yin Ho do something or find something to get back in the lead? The change of drive, of course. Clapano took over. Clapano vacated the seat now for the second, and in stint number 3, Alan Drake Cruz is back in. So great job by the JMX Juniors right now to get back into the lead. There he is in the Lamborghini. So Alistair, with all the different car makes, have you driven the Lamborghini before? What's that like compared to the Ferrari? Do you have a preference?
I haven't driven the Lambo, but I have driven the Audi, which I've heard is quite similar. Strengths and weaknesses, I think the Audi was a bit slower than the Ferrari, but I know the Lambo's a bit quicker than the Audi down a straight line, but mid-corner a bit understeery compared to the Ferrari.
Okay, and of course you've got the Bentley right behind here. What's the Bentley like? But the Bentley's a very different car, isn't it?
Bentley's very different because it's front engine, isn't it? front engine, so it does struggle with getting the front end initially, but when it loads up, it's actually not bad. And compared to the Ferrari, Audi, it can monster curbs.
That's kind of true. Bentley is the biggest car, one of the biggest car in the GT3 grid. So you got the Bentley, then you have the gargantuous BMW M4, but its predecessor, the M6, was also a big boy. And the Bentley, having driven the Bentley before multiple times, I have to say it is one of the safer cars if you go over a curb. But you know, you still have the tendency to spin out.
Yeah, I've been really struggling with the Ferrari through Mag. Oof, as he nearly eclipsed the GT4 there. I was really struggling through Maggots and Beckett's over the curbs in the Ferrari, but I tried a BMW the other day and it was quite nice.
It is, and currently, Sek In Ho will be to try and chase down LJ Cruz. Now, LJ Cruz is a lot quicker than Sek In Ho at the moment. Now, Alan's last lap was a 1:59.7. Sek In Ho has yet to cross the line yet due to because the previous lap was his out lap. So when he crosses the line now, we have a good indication to see how far is Sek In Ho compared to LJ Cruz. And Sek In Ho's last lap is 3/10 slower than LJ Cruz's. So it goes to show how young, that even a young protege like LJ Cruz and the likes of Axel Nocom, LJ Cruz can actually put up a very good fight amongst all these big boys. And Sek In Ho avoids traffic, almost collecting the 28 car of Roy Ripper, and loses more time to LJ Cruz. Sek In Ho.
You talk about Cruz being young. Maybe we have a picture of him. Maybe we have a video of him.
I think we do have a video of him. We're gonna have to wait and see whether his webcam is on. But I believe it is, and it is.
There is the 10-year-old with his special glasses. You can see he's under pressure. I wonder if he's listening to the stream as he drives. These young kids, they can do so many things at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if he is. Philippines driver, now based in Norway. So sometimes you see his ping is spiking. You see right next to his name on the leaderboard, that little red bar that shows that his internet connection is not so great because he is quite far away from the server. Server is based in Singapore and he is based in Norway. So that is one of the things we worry about a little bit when we watch him drive. Just the internet connection because it's so far away from the server. But I'm not worried at all about his driving. I have to say, his driving's been pretty mega.
It has, and for LJ Cruz, someone as young as him, you have this excellent racecraft is, you know, something that is nice to have early on in your racing career.
Just goes through cops right now. Nicely done. 31. Then you can see the JMX Juniors logo on the side of the car. I do like the livery of the JMX Juniors. A bit, a bit different because the senior team is orange and the junior team is blue. Very easy to see.
Yep, and you can see Alan's YouTube channel on the back of the spoiler as well.
Yeah, he's actually done some race commentary before for us. He speaks very well. Remarkable young man, only 10 years old. Okay, let's go back to the lead right now, and in the pro class, and it's Andrew O'Hara. Let's see if that gap has gone out or not. There he is, coming through the F1 turn 1, and here's the guy chasing him in second position, Bruno Gallo, in Tiberdian Autosport, and he's dropped back quite a bit. 30 seconds now. He was 10 seconds off, now he's 30 seconds off. Wow. What has happened here? He's lost 20 seconds. Did he have a drive-through? He didn't have a drive-through.
He had a drive-through. 103 didn't have a drive-through, but it's a very curious thing to...
Because Andrew O'Hara must have definitely pitted by now.
Maybe he hasn't. But
No, he must have. 30 seconds.
it's
If he pits now, that's going to put him behind Bruno Gallo. So there he goes, across the start-finish straight. And yeah, Bruno Gallo was in second, only 10 seconds behind. Now he's still in second, but he's 30 seconds down now. That's a huge gap. And let's see if Sean Madison, there's Sean Madison. Sean Madison not far away from him in the GSR eMotorsports car. So what was it looking like an interesting battle for first is now becoming a reasonably interesting battle for second. See if the GSR eMotorsport car can close a little bit more there. And let's see where Tasby is. Tasby is in 4th position. Stratos Motorsports. Wow, Tasby's down quite a far bit as well. So they're all starting to spread out a little bit at the top. What do you think's happened there? I'm pretty sure O'Hara has stopped.
I'm pretty sure as well, O'Hara has stopped, but why is the gap so big?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Behind Tasby is Nabil Aslan, and we know that's about the right distance, yeah, because he's about 8 seconds behind Tasby. These two guys were running together, and they've definitely stopped. Yeah, it can't be. Everyone stopped. It's just Andrew O'Hara's done a great job and he's pulled out a bit of a gap there. His last lap was a 58.9. Bruno Gallo there, 30 seconds down. His last lap was a 58.6, which is very fast indeed.
And it's only like a couple of hundreds behind Andrew O'Hara's quickest lap.
Yeah. So he's certainly motoring on, but we're not quite sure where he lost that time.
So then, ladies and gentlemen, today's biggest mystery. Why is the gap so huge compared to Bruno Gallo and between Bruno Gallo and Andrew O'Hara?
Send us your comments. Let's see.
Please let us know down on the Facebook or YouTube or Twitch. We are live on all 3 platforms: Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. This is round 5 on the eRGP Endurance Edition 2022. I'm Afiq Farid, alongside me is Alex Young and Alistair Young in commentary as well.
There's no way Andrew skipped tires, right?
It's going to be very difficult because I don't think these cars... you're driving the Ferrari, Alistair. Do you think the Ferrari can double stint on tires?
No, we're struggling on one stint. But I wouldn't be surprised if Laundry House found something.
I won't be surprised either. At the moment, Andrew O'Hara is a 10th up on his personal best that time.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. These front 3 are flying. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for me and Tasby's cars, but we'll keep pushing.
Well, I mean that. So, but it's, to be honest, it's nice to see different manufacturers in the top 3, unlike the Ferrari dominance that we normally have early on in the eRGP seasons. And yeah. Gallo there lapping really Ebenheiser. No, it's not. It's around half fast in the Java Sim car. Now let's go back to Leo Leung, who is... Wow, it's actually... there's a battle happening here, ladies and gentlemen, between 2 cars. One big boy, the other big boy, but in different categories. So Alistair, if you're a pro guy and you're being chased by a pro-am guy who is quicker than you, what would you do? Defend? Or...
He's not coming past me no matter what. Never. Yeah, I'd be defending, I think.
You'd be defending, but at the same time, you
But
also
yeah, it's hard to say because you might lose too much time.
Yeah, you might lose too much time, as is what's happening to Sing, who is currently almost collecting Leo Leung there in the Waycross car. So 2 cars, both from Hong Kong, different manufacturers. One is both are front engine cars, but one's a left-hand drive, the other is a right-hand drive. You see how it's already in the Bentley gas entry corps. Rubber Magnus brackets in Chapel. With dirty air, it's going to be very tricky for the Bentley to get closer, but Sing looks like he can get the job done going into Stowe. He's getting closer to LSAs.
Yeah, it looks like the car had maybe got on the throttle a bit too early, went a bit wide. Here comes the Bentley though. Inside. Yeah, no fight as well. And there you have it, move done.
But 31 now, car 70 is chasing down car 31, which is in the lead of the Pro-Am category. And Satan was actually not too far off Elevate Cruz.
2 seconds.
Yeah, that's roughly 2 seconds, so there might be a chance for Satan to actually, overtake Elevate Cruz for the lead of the race. For the lead of the race in the Pro-Am category.
Let's see the next sector, see if there's a smaller gap.
He's across the sector 2 timing line now, and the gap between him and the gap between Electric Cruz and Seiko is 1.8 seconds. So
The gap increases. But also he made a move that lap, so I guess it's kind of hard to say.
It is. Leung is actually gapping himself, so he knows that he can't catch Seiko. So just make the best out of it. He is P7 in the Pro category. And that will do wonders for his championship status because the gap between the bottom half of the Pro category is not too far apart. Which can be very beneficial to some of these teams racing here today because not many cars are on the grid.
Oh, interesting. So Sekian Ho has been released now because the car had his box. So he's right on the back of Andre Cruz now.
Yes. Well then, how long will it take for Sekiho to overtake Electric Cruz or fight Electric Cruz for the Pro M lead? We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, what about the battle for GT4? Roy Ripper's last lap was at 2:13. Zikri's last lap was also at 2:13. And Zikri is actually getting closer and closer to Roy. And only 1 point separates them in the championship. So if Zikri manages to win the GT4 category here today with Nazir Asman, then there might be a possibility that... and Roy finishes in P2 in the GT4 category. The gap coming into Spa, which is the final lap which is the final round of the championship, will only be 4 points. But we also need to take into account that drop points. That some of these teams haven't taken their drop points yet. Have you driven in one of these GT4 cars, Alistair?
GT4? No, I haven't. Only GT3 in this game. I hope maybe one day in real life I get to though. But they're actually not that slow in comparison to the GT3 as much as I thought.
Yeah, it's only like roughly
14 seconds.
14 seconds a lap slower compared to a GT3. But still, the speed difference is there, and you have to be very careful when it comes to lapping them because these GT3 cars are a lot quicker coming into corners as compared to the GT4s.
You know what's difficult about it? That the GT4s are as quick as us down the straight.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're pretty quick in a straight line, but braking and acceleration that's where they're slow. And mid corner obviously.
Look at Mohamed Zikri tilting his head right, left as he steers into the corner. Do you do that, Alistair, when you drive on the sim? For added realism?
Sometimes. I know Alex Young does.
Yeah, I do.
Or do you do you wear your racing helmet as well when you're driving on the sim?
Well, when there's speakers, yeah, why not? But not when there's headphones.
So Zikri, Zikri's waving to the camera. Hello, Zikri. I know you're watching this. Oh, maybe Nazir is watching this and he's telling Zikri. So Nazir tells Zikri that he's a handsome young boy. Anyway, I think we need to focus on the GT3
Ooh,
just
Tokyo
now.
Drift.
Then, so 4.6 seconds. There's a gap now between Zikri and Roy. So we're gonna have to come back to this battle shortly afterwards. But we have to focus on the GT3 battle. Yeah, so Andrew O'Hara. What's the gap between him and Bruno Gallo now? Probably. Is it still 28 seconds or 30 seconds?
I think Gallo's actually closing it down a bit. I think it's under 30 seconds now. So yeah, 29 seconds there. But I'm still mystified as to how that gap grew in the first place.
Life's greatest mysteries. Why is the gap so big? Andrew is actually very squirrely. Maybe Andrew is double stinting.
He's triple stinting. We've not seen.
Sorry, no, double stinting the tires.
Oh, no way. No, his last lap is 59.5, I would imagine.
Gallo's last lap was 58.9, so...
Yeah, but Gallo's quick. We just don't know why he lost that 20 seconds earlier on.
So, Alistair, your input in this?
I mean, it's a 30-second gap. Gallo would have to be going pretty quick to catch Andrew.
Okay, there is Gallo right now. Let's see where Sean Madison is. Yeah, Madison's there. Not too far, 5 seconds behind. GSRE Motorsports came so close to that win earlier in the season. P3 now, that's pretty good for them though. You know, 3 hours, 20 minutes left, there's still plenty to go. 30 seconds is not much with 3 hours left to go. But it's looking hard for them. And fourth position, car 111, Stratos Flash. Yeah, that's good. 12 seconds. 12 seconds in front of his teammate, Nabu Aslan.
Yeah, so the gap was 8 seconds the last time we saw them, and now it's up. Now it's down to 12 seconds.
Yeah, be interesting though, because Tasby is triple stinting. Stratos decided to triple stint their drivers. So this will be Tasby's last stint, and when he gets out of the car, Nabil's brother Nakib is going to get in the car. Interesting to see what sort of pace he can bring for the rest of the race, because you have to say that Andy O'Hara leading this race right now. He's very quick, and his teammate. Ooh, I don't know why they keep using that little bit of grass again. I've seen a few cars do that. Be interesting to see if Andrew Lawrenson, who gets in after O'Hara, will be able to maintain the same pace. Tasby there, exiting. There is Nabil, 12 seconds behind. Bit further back there, Mitchell Weston, the second laundry house car. Car number 2, the Audi Evo 2. It's a nice car, that I actually like it quite a bit. Still on the same lap as the top 5, so we've still got the top 6 all on the same lap. So realistically, anyone from this top 6 still looks quite good. And then we get into the Pro-Am battle. Alan Drake Cruz there.
Ooh, 5 tenths now.
Yeah, look at that. This is a good battle. Yin Ho has closed down the gap. Zed Challenger Racing in second position of Pro-Am class. This is a championship battle. I need to remind you guys, Cruz is leading that championship for JMX Juniors, but only by 6 points. Only by 6 points without drop round points considered yet. So if car number 70 here, driven by Sek Yin Ho, can somehow get in front, you know, this would be awesome for their championship challenge.
Yeah, that Bentley looks like it's pushing pretty hard. Alan Drake Cruz maybe making a couple mistakes. I see dirt being kicked up here and there.
Where can we overtake around here?
Oh, Silverstone's great for overtaking. You can do it almost anywhere except for the high-speed stuff. A lot of decent braking zones. End of the hangar straight, as we're going to see. Actually, maybe it's close enough for that. 4 tenths now. Silverstone's great for overtaking because a lot of the corners have wide entries. which leads to a lot of different when you brake on the inside, because it's less distance to get to the apexes compared to the outside. Because you can see from these corners, the braking's actually kind of curved. You're turning while braking. So if you hug that inside, often you'd get side by side with the guy.
Getting closer and closer and closer, Sekiro to Alejandro Cruz. 6 points separates them in the championship. If Sekiro finishes ahead of Alejandro Cruz in this round, well, the gap between him and Alejandro Cruz will be down to the wire. It's only going to be a point, a single point is what's going to separate them. Drop point still hasn't taken into account yet. We're going to have to recalculate that all over after this race. And we're going to have to wait and see whether Sekiro can actually overtake Alejandro Cruz. In the meantime, it looks like he can, but he needs to be very patient. No mistakes needed from Sekiro if he were to overtake Alejandro Cruz. As we have car 15 off the road there. So let's speed there by car 15. James Pierre Reid in the Celsius Autosport car. So what happened there? Probably the contact maybe. No damage whatsoever.
I have a feeling he hit that little bit of grass and bumped off.
Probably.
No.
Back to the battle for the lead in the Pro-Am class. Zed Challenger and the red and black, a Bentley all over the trying to show his nose, trying to intimidate the car in front of him. Car JMX Junior car of Alan Drake Cruz. The 10-year-old, I love saying that. The 10-year-old doing a great job of holding off a more experienced driver. But you just got a feeling Yinho is just a bit faster. If you can just get through, you should be able to pull away.
Yeah, I would say the Lamborghini is a lot more planted compared to the Bentley. That's the reason why it steers better. The Bentley is a little bit squirrely though too, from my knowledge of driving it here. But yeah, the Bentley has better straight line speed as compared to the Lambo.
Okay, just need to pull away from this for a second because Andrew Lawrenson is now in the car. So we're reaching the, he's come in a bit early. So Andrew O'Hara's come in out of the lead and handed the car to his teammate, but he's come in super early. So a short third stint for him. And yeah, there's Lawrenson. He will be the net leaders once everyone else comes in. But interesting strategy there by Laundry House. There. So, in the lead, you know who that leaves? Bruno Gallo.
So, Bruno Gallo from Endopedian Autosport leading his way, but he's got 2 Pro-Am cars ahead of him, fighting it out for the Pro-Am victory. But Bruno needs to be very sensible here. He knows that these two are fighting and he doesn't want to interrupt this fight whatsoever. But at the same time, he's got the right to lap them because he's a lapping car. So what do you do?
Yeah, good question. So the rules here are, it's not like Formula 1 where if you get blue flags, you have to jump out of the way sharply. No, because you're almost still racing for races, and even if you go a lap down on longer races, sometimes you can recover to still win that race. So you don't have to jump out of the way, blue flags, but you can't defend. If the leader comes up to you and he gets a run on you, it's the right thing is to let him through. Whereas if you try and defend or crowd him into the curb or something, try and intimidate him and stop him from overtaking you, then you will get a penalty. But like I said, you do not have to jump out of the way.
Yeah, so that's the one thing, that's a major difference between endurance racing or GT style racing as compared to Formula 1, where Alice made up a very good point there. And ooh, Senghio a little bit wide there, coming out of Chapel. But it looks like he got the rundown going down the hangar straight. Looks right. Tries to find a way past Elevation, but doesn't look like him. So we have Alistair Young in commentary. Now Alistair, when is your stint going to be?
I'm actually riding on board with my teammate right now.
Okay.
Alright.
We'll wish you luck and talk to you later.
Thank you very much. Have a good race, guys.
Ciao, ciao, you too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to feature Alistair a lot in the race moving forward. So, Senghio has actually dropped back to Alejandro Cruz and he's got Bruno Gallo right behind him. Probably a good time to let Bruno Gallo through.
Yep.
Which Bruno Gallo looks like he might want to dive down the inside, and he is letting Bruno Gallo too. So if you're a Senghio, what you can do is you can stay right behind someone who's quicker than you and use his slipstream and hopefully get closer to car 31, which is Alan Drake Cruz.
Yeah. Bit surprised he, I think he was saying thank you to Sinho by just a little bit of a weave there. But yes, if Sinho could just stick right very close to the back of that McLaren, maybe when the McLaren laps Drake Cruz, he can follow him through. But not quite close enough, because look, there's Drake Cruz. He's a bit further up the road.
It's a bit further, but you know, you also need to take into account that had to back off a bit to let Bruno Gallo by.
Sure.
But shouldn't be a problem for Seiko. He's got 12 more minutes before the hour mark, and then he may consider pitting in this lap. Pitting at the end of the hour mark to let his teammate drive, and Alan Drake Cruz, passing his car back to Alice Capano, who did a wonderful job in the second stint earlier on. Third time's the charm here in Silverstone. We've raced in Silverstone for the third time in the Endurance Edition. We started in October 2020, isn't that correct, Alex?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, we ran one long race in 2020, which was won by Stratos Motorsports. So we crowned them the 2020 champions. Laundry House won 2021, but we do not know who's going to win 2022. These guys are running the Pro-Am cars. These guys right now in GMX Junior car is running the Pro-Am right now. But look at that. The McLaren behind them is trying to lap him. Gosh, where's a good place to do it?
Probably the same place that he overtook Seiko just now, probably.
I don't like letting him through here because then he compromises your next corner as well.
Yeah.
But he does anyway.
And look at that, Seiko is getting closer and closer. So yes, you have to make way, but at the same time, you've got Seiko right behind your gearbox. So Alan should have just let him by on the straight to not lose a lot of time. Look at that, Seiko has the slipstream. Alan has a slipstream of Bruno Gallo. If Alan needs to make this correct, needs to make this braking move correct. And very close to Bruno Gallo is Alan Drake Cruz. Seiko is right alongside Alan Drake Cruz. Alan Drake Cruz defending like his life depends on it, because remember, he is leading the championship in the Pro-Am category, and at the moment Seiko is right behind him. He needs to find a way here, Seiko, in order to overtake Alan Drake Cruz and maybe finish the race in first position to get those valuable 25 points, which will, make the gap between him and Alan only a point.
Okay, we got to go back. I know this is a great battle. We got battles going around all over the place. Because as I go through the Magnus Beckett's complex, we got this battle for GT4 as well. Ripper Rip has just got his lead slashed by a Zikri, and that's getting very close indeed. But let's go back to that battle for first position in GT4.
First position
GT3.
First position for GT3. You have Alan Drake Cruz and you have Seiko as well, both in the Pro-Am category. Now, earlier on, we showed a little glimpse of what was going on in the GT4 category, and you have Muhammad Zikri, who was 5 seconds behind about 30 minutes ago, is now only a second behind Roy. So Muhammad Zikri is making up grounds here. 9 minutes to go to the hour mark, and Nazir Asman will be the person in line to take over Muhammad Zikri afterwards. We're gonna have to wait and see what's going to happen, but meanwhile Seiko is still trying to find his way past Alan Drake Cruz, and it doesn't look like he can do it at the moment.
Good on the brakes there, the Bentley. Actually, for such a big car, it rotates really well as well. And it's got good straight line speed as well. I mean, the Bentley's quite a nice car, actually.
You've driven the Bentley, haven't you, Alex?
Yeah, the Bentley is a good car.
The new one or the old Bentley?
I don't know what's new or old. But I've driven this car in this game.
It pops very well as well.
Okay, let's just go back to that battle for the lead in GT4.
4 tenths. 4 tenths is the gap, ladies and gentlemen. 4 tenths. 1 point separating them in the championship. Now, in the Pro and all 3 championships are currently up for grabs. Number 10 of the GMX car is not in the race. Number 111 is currently down to P4. It's only 5 seconds behind number 1 car of Andrew Lawrenson, and they need to make up grounds quick in order for them to get closer in the championship and lead the way. In the Pro-Am category, Seiko is 5 tenths behind, the same gap like what Muhammad Zikri has on Roy Ripperip. So we're gonna have to wait and see whether Seit Ho can get the job done and whether Mohamed Zikri can get the job done in their respective classes. In the meantime, Zikri is getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Zikri there, the red racing line car, good exit onto the Wellington straight. He's right there though, and Veloce Ragazza, Aston Martin has to just be careful because one small mistake and Zikri will be through. The question here is whether Zikri can make the pass. From what I've seen so far, I think they're too evenly matched. I'm not really sure Zikri can get through to the lead. So he needs opportunities like this. When cars are lapping them, maybe the car might slow down his opponent, and that might allow him a chance to try and follow the lapping car through.
Yep, especially coming to turn 1 there, where Roy has to back off a little bit earlier because he got a GT3 car right in front of him and braking in front of him. So that might have compromised his lap a little bit down. We've got another battle to Seit Ho, but the gap between here is now up to 5 tenths. So from 4 tenths became 5 tenths. And what about the battle for the Pro-Am category between Alan Drake Cruz and Seit Ho? And Seit Ho is in no man's land at the moment.
Yeah, he's dropped back. He's 1.2 seconds behind Cruz, so maybe he made a small mistake. Still obviously close enough to put some real pressure on the Philippines driver.
That's a lap car ahead of him, so I think it might be the 369.
No, getting lapped. 369 lapping them.
Yes, 369 lapping them, so that's the reason why Seit Ho backed off. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, Pro-Am cars now getting lapped for the first time in this race.
But goes to show the difference in speed between the Pro drivers and the Pro-Am drivers in today's race, especially in Silverstone, where lap time is everything. Seit Ho still getting closer, still tries to find a way. Zikri, on the other hand, is distancing himself to Roy, so he doesn't look like he can get the job done. Maybe he's conserving the tires a little bit, but not by much. 3 tenths is a gap now between Seit Ho and Alan Drake Cruz, and it's getting closer and closer and closer. Seconds is the gap now between Sean Madison and Bruno Gallo. So as it stands, we might have a 3-way battle. Sorry, 3 different battles for the lead of the race in their own respective category.
Okay, so we're into this race, yeah, looking quite good at the moment.
So we're gonna have to wait and see here, and yeah, Seit Ho is trying to get closer to them, and kind of want to see that Seit Ho actually gets a job done because there's still time for him to do it, and Alan Drake Cruz is losing ground. So, Seit Ho, come on, show us what you can do. Come on, Roy Ripper is 3 tenths behind. Sorry, 3 tenths ahead of Mohamed Zikri. It doesn't look like he can get the job done. Seit Ho though, he's trying to get closer and closer and closer, but doesn't look like he can make a move stick. What about a dive down the inside coming into Vale before the Hamilton straight, the final 2 corners before the F1 straight? Doesn't seem like it. Zikri though has gapped himself to Roy. It's now up to 7 tenths of a second, so Zikri's lost ground, and Seit Ho though is trying his best to overtake Alan, but Alan is keeping a very good momentum and composure in not succumbing to the pressure, being thrown to by Sek In Ho. We need to have a look in the battle though. So Mohamed Sidri is coming into the pits, so he knows that. Alright, it's time for me to pass the car to Nazir Asman, the GT4 Aston Martin car in the beautiful Racing Line livery. And I think it's a race, and I think it's a racing team thing where you have like racing stripes on it, and their choice for racing stripes is white. Meanwhile, Bruno Gallo and Sean Madison, 2.9 seconds is the gap that separates them. Alan Drake Cruz and Sek In Ho is 4/10 of a second that separates them. So we've got both Pro-Am leaders and Pro leaders in the same shot on the same straight, and track is getting colder and colder. It's 18 degrees centigrade at the moment in Leicestershire. Is it Leicestershire? Maybe it is, I'm not so sure. Maybe Nottingham. My geography isn't good when it comes to England because I'm from Malaysia. Anyway, now we've got GT4 traffic in the middle of the way. Sek In Ho is closer, but he can't find a way past. That's the problem is the Bentley is so huge, even though Silverstone is so wide. Overtaking opportunities is plentiful, as we can see. 242 loses ground and collects the wall twice, not once but twice. Maybe due to the slipstream, and look at that, too much grass. Bang once, then another bang, bang. It's a little bit reminiscent to what Kimi Räikkönen had earlier on, and that car looks total. The amount of damage that it has. What does me though is Sek stands behind Andrew Lawrenson, so he's not gonna cap them. Sek In Ho though can't cap Alan Cruz either. So then, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining before the hour mark, and Sek In Ho gets closer. Is getting closer to Alan Drake Cruz before passing the car back to Alexis Campano later on in the race.
Okay, this battle has been raging on for quite a while now, and it's a really, really good battle right now. Watching this is the battle for the Pro-Am lead right now. It's been going on the whole race, and also for the championship. And I have to say, it's been a very good, clean battle so far. Z Challenger and JMX Juniors, they've been battling hard, but pretty clean. Okay, we'll just leave it for a sec right now. Go back to the battle for the lead in GT4 or AM class, and look at that, Chopian Said from Secret Motorsports, he's in the pits right now. Nazir Asman is also just coming out of the pits right now, so that's Ripper Rit still leading the race at the moment. Come back to that in a while because that battle, once the pit stops play out, Bruno Gallo is still leading the overall the pro class in GT3. And yeah, just momentarily though, because Andrew Lawrenson is the car that was leading for Laundry House, and this is a picture of him right now, but he pitted earlier, so we're just waiting for the next round of pit stops to play out, which should all be happening about now. Andrew Lawrenson obviously have to do a long stint. He's got 3 more stints to go, and all 3 of them are going to be long if he wants to get to the end of the race without an extra pit stop. Looks like Mohammed Tasbi is also just coming for his pit stop as well. And he's only 8 seconds behind Lawrence. Actually, I wonder if he has pitted. Maybe he hasn't pitted just yet. And that's why it's looking close. Nabil Aslan there in 5th position. But back to the battle for the lead. Sean Madison there in the NSX. He's doing a really good job here for GSRE Motorsports. Good lap times there, 59.1 on the last lap. Considering the tires are very old and used at this state of the race, at this state of the stint, shall we say, he's looking, looking very promising indeed. Closing down that gap anyway. It's under 3 seconds now between him and Bruno Gallo in McLaren, and here is Gallo in McLaren, just down the road. And in fact, going through Abbey and Farm here, there he is. And there is Sean Madison. Sean Madison, if let's go to his cockpit view, as he comes through this last corner here, he can see his opponent. This is the battle for GT3 Pro Class. Madison goes down a gear through there. And now braking for this corner. Uses plenty of curb there. His prey, his quarry is in sight. And just get the feel that he's doing a great job closing down this gap. Now as we come down Wellington Straight into Brooklands, swings the car out, of course, turning left. You can do that with these cars sometimes, so you have got the ABS, and the ABS system will look after that. Down into turn 1 now. Through Maggots, through Beckett's, and now to the Hangar Straight. Who's that just ahead of him? Looks like it could have been Nabu Aslan there. He's right in the mix of that. He's just come in for his pit stop. Nabu Aslan for his pit stop at the end of the 3rd hour. And yeah, puts him in between the leaders right now. Oh, and it's not Nabu Aslan. Apologies. It's Alistair Young that's now got in the car. He was commentating with us earlier on. So he's got a long way to go. He's got 3 stints to do as well. Just monitoring the lap times right now. Andrew Lawrenson there in P3 was the leader before the start of these latest rounds of pit stops. 59.8 on that last lap. That's not really the lap time he needs to be doing. Let's ride on board with him for a while now and see what sort of lap time he can do in clear air. Maybe the 59.8 was in traffic. But if Lawrenson wants to hold on to that lead, he really needs to be low 59s consistently. Goes around the outside of the Porsche, just enough space. These are our reigning champion from the Pro Class from last year. Okay, we're now on lap 92. Halfway through this race. So this race will probably go to 180 laps. That's assuming, of course, it stays dry. It's got a lot of clouds out there, so we may have rain on the way. Back to the battle at the front, though. There's Bruno Gallo. Big lead. Well, sorry, not big lead. Big lead over Lawrenson, I guess, in 3rd position. But that's because they have not stopped yet. But he's actually pulled out a bit of a gap now. 3.3 seconds to the GSR eMotorsport Honda NSX in 2nd position. So it was down to 2.5 seconds. So Madison, the NSX, just dropping back a little bit. But we do see the gaps kind of ebb and flow as they go through traffic. Now, down to this battle for the Pro-Am class. Wow. Yin-Ho all over the back of Cruz now. He's really close enough to have a go. And look at that, Cruz defending down the inside. Just defending on the inside bit there. Yin-Ho not able to do anything just yet. So it's like even if you are quicker than the car in front and you're able to catch up to the car in front, that's one thing. But obviously overtaking is quite something else. See Challenger Bentley though has done a great job this race. And this battle between him and JMX Juniors. Really too close to call. This championship battle will be decided in round 6. You just got to feel that. Oh, got the slipstream. But we're going to go to Abby now, and Abby's hard to overtake unless you've got some sort of overlap. Not enough of overlap here, but we get a good exit. Just looking down the inside. Not close enough though this lap, and Cruz hangs on for now. Close. Yeah, we've seen this battle go on and on. It's been quite interesting to watch. Haven't actually seen any overtaking yet, but they've just been so close. And I just wonder how much longer Yin-Ho can just be patient there. Hopefully it stays nice and clean, because the racing's been very clean between the two of them so far. Have to go back to the GT4 guys, because Nazir Asman there's taken the lead after these rounds of pit stops. And he's got a nice gap there. There's like 4.5 seconds. So Team Racing Line back in the lead, I think for the first time this race. I think they're second in the championship. Only 1 point in the championship behind this car of Veloce Ragazza there.
So, Paul Ryan Lopez has been overtaken by Nazir Asman. And what does that mean for the championship? So, there'll be a 4-point gap in the championship between Nazir Asman and Paul Lopez, but I believe that none of them have taken a drop point yet in the championship. Remember, you are supposed to have 1 drop round in the championship, means that 0 points from that specific round whatsoever. So if you set up from this race, it's fine, that is considered as a drop round. But for them, we have to wait and see. We need to recalculate again. We have to recalculate the standings and all that, heading into the final round, which is the 12 Hours of Spa, hosted by ERGP. I'm Afiq, alongside me is Alex Young. We had Des Corkin on commentary earlier on, and Alistair Young who stepped in for commentary. So to you drivers, if any one of you want to jump into the commentary booth and give us your input, please do so, and let me know into the Discord call. Meanwhile, Mitchell Weston is in the pits and probably serving his mandatory stint change. But Bruno Gallo is still leading the way, and Andrew Lawrenson is roughly 4 seconds behind them. Alistair Young though. Now Alistair Young, we mentioned him earlier on. He was in the commentary booth earlier, and to be fair, it's not a bad lap from Alistair. He did a few of his out laps, and at the moment he's sitting down all the way in P6, going to be P5 when Alistair crosses the line. So we have to wait and see. The Toyota Sam 9 car, and it's a 2-minute 5:05. So it's a little bit slower by Nabil, but you have to take into notice that Alistair did practice with Nabil, but maybe the lap times difference is maybe Alistair hasn't had a lot of seat time in it. Seat time is everything in ACC though. You need a lot of seat time, not just in ACC but also in other sims as well. RaceRoom, iRacing, Assetto Corsa, even the original Assetto Corsa as well. We have Mitchell Weston right ahead of Alistair Young, and it's going to be a very interesting battle because we have two hot-headed guys who, you know, want to overtake each other, and we have to wait and see. Alistair does can't find a way past. Really make a move down the inside. He's got a good run. Exiting still coming into Vale. Round the outside goes Alistair Young and manages to outbrake him. That is a wonderful move by Alistair Young. Round the outside of Vale, has overtaken Sergei Mironenko in the number 2 car, and Alistair Young has moved up a position. So back to square one again, like what we did, like how it was before the pits. It's a GT4 car. Both of these cars are negotiating GT4 traffic, and it's Nazir Azman. You don't want to be in contact with the GT4s though. That GT4 is fighting for the championship, and Paul Lopez is right behind them. Meanwhile, Saint Ho and Alan Drake Cruz. How many laps has it been? I think it's been a good hour since Saint Ho has been, you know, right behind the gearbox of Alan Drake Cruz and can't seem to find a way past. So I'll be frustrated if I was Saint Ho's teammate and I can't find a way past the guy I'm chasing for the championship. Bruno Gallo has pitted. So a little bit later from the hour mark, 2 hours and 46 minutes to go, but that is where you roughly pit. Remember, you have a 70-minute stint time, and if you pit in the 70 minutes in the first hour, you can pit in 120 minutes. Sorry, you can pit in the 140 minutes in the second hour, so you can extend that stint a little bit, little by little. And at the moment, that's what's going on for the number 103 car. As you can see, Seyin Hodo is getting closer, 0.4 of a second, can't seem to get by Alan Drake Cruz, so Alan is still not succumbing to the pressure being thrown by the number 70 Z Challenger car. So Z Challenger is one of the known esports teams in Hong Kong. They have a car, well, their logo is on the car of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes that was raced by Daryl O'Young in the 2021 Macau Grand Prix. So, and it was also on the car that Daryl raced as well in the Thailand Super Series in Marina Bay a couple of weeks ago. That was on the same weekend as the W Series and the Formula 1 race. So Z Challenger, if you've heard of them before in real life racing, now this is what they're doing. You know, esports league, and they have their own team. Z Challenger earlier on used to have esports league as well, and which a couple of drivers from Malaysia, myself included, Nigel Chua from Malaysia as well, and Nakib Azlan, who's going to be flew to Hong Kong or Macau. They still haven't given us a date yet, but just waiting for that to happen. And then race in a land environment. Hopefully it's Macau. I kind of want to go to Macau, Alex. You've driven to Macau, haven't you?
Yeah, Macau's a great track to drive, especially in a Formula 3 car. Wow, it's one right up there. Not a great track to race on though, because it's pretty hard to overtake. But to drive, it's amazing. Definitely one of the best tracks in the world by far.
Having won Macau yourself back in 2003, right?
Yeah, I won the Porsche Carrera Cup race there. Well, I think my best result in F3 was 5th one year. But yeah, it's yeah, an F3 car. You know, talking about cars and tracks, it really depends about what sort of car you're driving. Because I've driven Macau in a GT3 car as well, and I have to say in the F3 cars where it really comes alive. It's a bit like Bathurst. I've driven Bathurst. I've driven 2-liter touring cars at Bathurst, and wow, it's great fun. It's not amazing, but Bathurst in a V8 supercar is amazing. That's really one of the best experiences you can have. That's pretty phenomenal. But you know, we're talking about Silverstone right now. Oh, Cruz, I thought was going to run wide right now.
Was the one that ran wide, so he was losing time.
But Silverstone is really one of those tracks which is fun, pretty much fun in anything. It's not, you can never ever, it's never ever going to be ranked up there with say like Macau or Bathurst or Nordschleife. But for a track that's so flat, and normally these flat tracks are boring, it's a really, really good track.
We've got the likes of, well, Marina Bay being one of them. What are the other flat tracks out there that I can possibly think of? Is the Le Mans Bugatti circuit a flat track?
It is a flat track, and Le Mans is pretty nice, you know. But Le Mans is fantastic because of its heritage and the event that it is. And it is pretty unique because it's so flat out, you know, with such long straights. But as far as driving goes, it's not the most exciting track to drive at all. In fact, it's pretty dull.
Because of the long straights, I reckon.
Yeah, long straights. You go there for the event. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, you drive LMP car in any track, it's pretty exciting, and in Le Mans, it's good fun. But when you compare it to the other tracks with proper elevation changes, it's not even the top 20.
Well, I said it from the man himself who raced Le Mans twice back in 2006 and 2007. Alex Young in the LMP1 category. Is that correct?
Yeah,
The Rookie of the
LMP1.
Year too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, alright. So, yeah, one of the original F1 tracks here, Silverstone, you know, was there when F1 is the first race that F1 was held on 1950. And so you've got the old classics. You got Spa, you got Silverstone, you got Monza as well. And what are the other tracks that I can possibly think of? What it is? Switzerland was there as well, but there's no Switzerland now. As Andre Cruz almost gets overtaken by Sein Ho. It's been a couple of minutes here since there's been an overtaking happen. There's another action up ahead for the fourth position, which is Sergei Mironenko and Alistair Young. But again, Sein Ho can't find a way past Andre Cruz, which is must be irritating for Sein Ho by now. If I was him, I'll dive down the inside coming down to Abbey, but it's a very risky move.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you see, this is what we were talking about earlier. You can get really wrapped up in this, and then you get desperate, don't you? Gosh, he's close enough. He's really close enough to have a look down the inside. Oh, I thought he was going to have a go.
We have a change of position. Let's go. Car number 2 of Sergei Mironenko has moved off the track. We have to focus on this battle, though. We can't wait and see, but at the moment, I kind of saw that there was a few, grass there being clipped by the number 2 Audi, and it is true. And Andre Cruz is clipping the grass as well. So we've seen a lot of these drivers here today clipping grasses, and if I can recall correctly, it's one of the methods to cool down the tires, but it's not as effective. You can get punctures very quickly when you do that. Ooh, as Sein-Ho gets closer to Andre Cruz. He's got the car ahead of him, and Andre Cruz dives onto the pit. So that is his pit stop in now and then. So that was a short-lived battle. Kind of wanted to see every single bit of it.
Well, it's going to be good because now, needs to get his pedal to the metal. He needs to pull out some really fast laps, because if he can do the overcut, maybe he can get in front of Cruz. But I think he has to pit this lap. I think he's not going to have enough time, because both those teams have been using long stints. I think he's going to have to pit this lap.
Quite a long stint though for Andre Cruz. So now he's going to pass the car back to Alexis Cupano, assuming that he won't drive another stint, which I don't think he is. I'm going to have to wait and see whether it'll be Alexis Cupano stepping into the car, or whether Andre Cruz will continue, will march on, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh well. Meanwhile, GT4 battle, Nazir Asman is comfortably ahead of Paul Lopez. 8 seconds. So, Nazir is quicker than Paul Lopez, and Veloce Ragazzo knows this. They need to do something about it. It's only going to be a point. There's only a point separating them, and when Nazir actually overtakes him, it's going to be 4-point difference going to Spa. And unlike Spa last year, this year it's not a double point system for Spa, right?
Yeah. Okay, so back to this Pro-Am battle. There is Alan. Oh, he's doing a double stint. That's interesting. So they're finishing off with double stints for this team. The 10-year-old doing a double stint, that's pretty impressive. I talked to his dad before, and he always said Alan can't do double stints. But I guess they are trying that now. But Cruz is out of the pits, and let's see how fast his outlap can be, because his outlap needs to be perfect.
He's got Gugun Wiranto right behind him for position, so that is P3 in the Pro Class. Gugun Wiranto dives on the inside of Andre Cruz, going into Stowe, and he gets the job done. So Gugun Wiranto has overtaken Andre Cruz for the final set of the podium. Whether Gugun Wiranto has pitted for tires or not, well, that is a mystery that we need to see in the next couple of minutes. But I think he has.
I don't know.
No, I don't think he has.
But anyway, let's go back to the leader in GT4 Pro-Am. He's still going round. Wow, so
he's overstanding, and he's a second quicker than what he was a lap ago when he had traffic. And
so this is the end of the third stint. They do 70 minutes per stint, so that means the maximum possible time theoretically he can do is 3 hours 30, right? So he has to serve this pit stop in the next 5 minutes, I would say. So this is where his lap time needs to be good. His last lap's a 2:05. That's not good enough. And Drake Cruz 2:06 because it's an out lap. Sorry, it was an in lap. Sorry. But yes, I don't think talking about Google Rento, I don't think he's pitted yet.
I don't think he's pitted yet too. Yeah, I think I might be corrected there. But I can tell you one person that has been making out ground, saying who is actually getting closer to Alistair Young. So not only that, Google Viranto, you just hit a GT4 there, and that is a championship leader, the number 28 Veloce car. Oh, will that be a penalty? Well, it depends really whether 28 wants to pit or not. Whether 28 wants to protest it or not. Still 2 hours and 37 minutes remaining from a 6-hour race, and 6 hours in Silverstone. Triple stinting, especially, it's gonna be very tiring.
Anyway, Rento there, P2 at the moment, but we think he still has to stop at the end of the third stint. We'll come back to this battle. Let's go back to GT4 guys. AM class there, Nazir Osman, big lead there from his championship rival Veloce
Veloce Ragazzo.
Yes, Ragazzo. There he is, and there, Paul Lopez is only 11 seconds behind Osman, so still everything to battle for. And then third position in the AM class there, Ikram Hussein is taking over that car in the C-Crew Motorsport car. But there he's good 30 seconds behind that lead battle. So it looks like it's going to be down to the two leaders. And look, that Porsche shows a bit of damage at the front. So I think off cam he must have had some damage. Also back at the front there, Sean Madison leads the race for GSIE Motorsports. But again, stretching out that third stint, so he hasn't pitted yet. And behind him, Lawrenson, who has pitted. How far is he behind? 16 seconds. Is that 17 seconds behind the leader? So Lawrenson will come back into the lead.
Will definitely come back to the lead, and I think Andrew Lawrenson's gap between him and Sean Madison is up to 30 seconds, as you can see. Now, here comes Mohammad Nakib Azlan in the number 111 Stratos Flash car. Now, the 111 was driven early on in the season by brothers Tasbih and Alif, and the 222 was driven by brothers Nabil and Nakib. So, a little bit of changing order here. Alif is all the way in the States here, all the way in the United States of America, because he got a scholarship program doing business, if I'm not mistaken, and his college is not far from the Brickyard, which is Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Okay, so Tasbih out of the car now, and there we go. Nakib Aslan is in the car now. He's going to come out. Paul Britt has already gone by, so that's actually gone by a long way there. He's half a lap ahead of Tasbih there. So Tasbih really far behind in P4. Sorry, not Tasbih. It's now Nakib Aslan in that car. And it's the Stratos Motorsports in 4th and 5th position. There's Alistair Young, who's taken over from Nabil Aslan. So it really looks like Stratos are going to finish 4th and 5th at the moment. Back to the Pro-Am fight, though. Right behind Alistair Young, Yin Ho, who's a lap down, who's leading the... Well, actually, he's not a lap down on Alistair, but he's a lap down on the leaders. Is doing a good job. 59.8 by Yin Ho compared to Drake Cruz, who did a 20.5. So, if you ask me, when Yin Ho does pit, I think he might have taken over the lead from Drake Cruz in the JMX Junior.
Yeah, and Sean Madison, the leader in overall, is in the pits. So, 26 seconds is the gap. Now, where is Andy O'Hara? Has overtaken Sean Madison. So, Andy O'Hara is your leader at the moment. Look at that. Coming into Max Beckerson Chapel.
Yep, he's in the lead.
Yeah, he's in the lead. Yep, so 103 is right behind him. We have to wait and see where is 111 though.
Yeah, where's Paul Britt? Paul Britt will be second position now. Oh, gosh, he's forever behind, isn't he? Yeah, it's a good 30 seconds behind. And Madison, there he is, leaving the pit lane now. Sorry, Daniel Hunter now. in the GSRE Motorsports car. Is now in P3.
I've never raced with Daniel. I've never raced against Daniel. Well, it's nice to see that Australia is not lacking in talent whatsoever. You've got Felipe Bakida, you've got Andrew Lawrence, and you've got Andy O'Hara. Then you also have Josh Berwin, who finished 4th in the Virtual Le Mans last year, 2021-2022 season. As we can see, Sek Yi Ho dives on the inside of Alistair Young, and Alistair is not giving up. He still stays around the outside into Abbey, down the Wellington Straight, and Sek Yi Ho still has it. It's too wide, two abreast coming into Luffield, and Alistair still stays ahead.
Yeah, I understand why he wanted to dive. Didn't quite pull it off though, did he? And he lost a lot of time there. Is he going to pit now? He has to pit now because he's got one more lap.
He's got one more lap. A lap around Silverstone will be 2 minutes.
Okay,
yeah,
so see, that was not smart in my opinion, because he's racing against straight crews, and trying to do that overtake on an in lap would have cost him a couple seconds easily, and that might just hand back the advantage to Drake Cruz in the JMX Junior car.
Yeah, at the moment, Alan Drake Cruz is only roughly 2 seconds behind Gugu Miranto, and a pit in Silverstone. Our rough estimate is roughly 50 seconds to 60 seconds. So
for a full pit stop
for
for
a full
fuel.
pit stop with fuel and tire change and driver change as well. So we have to wait and see where does Sek Yi Ho comes out of the pit. But we're gonna have to.
So Yin Ho, there he is, still in the car, still refueling, and it's a battle for the lead right now. Because you're right, Wirento is right there, but I also think Wirento has to come in for a pit stop soon. Let's see in the Java Sim car. Let's see, is he continuing on? Gosh, I must have missed something. These guys must have pitted. So they've done a great job to get back up into.
Yep, they have, and now we have to wait and see. Sek Yi Ho is exiting the pit now, so Sek Yi Ho stays in front of Gugu Miranto and Alan Drake Cruz, and still Sek Yi Ho.
Yep, Sek Yi Ho just holds on the lead. You can see the green car there, Wirento there in second position. That's how close it is, and Cruz there in third position. Whew. So Pro-Am leave the pit lane. Okay, that's their pit third stint done. The third pit stop done as well. Wow, 1, 2, 3. They're in shot. As we see, we've got the helicopter shot of... let's go to Wirento right now. See in the helicopter shot. See all three in the pit. There's Drake Cruz right behind him. Wow, this Pro-Am is giving us a lot of exciting racing. So Java Sim, are these one of the cars that had a drive-through earlier on?
I don't think they do. I don't think so. Might be a different car. Well, it's not on mine, though. Yeah, it's not on mine, though. So, yeah.
So Java Sim, we haven't been paying attention to them. We've seen just out of our eye line, really. And now come up to second position. Look at him. Wirento doing a great job just keeping it nice and close between him and Yin Ho. But Yin Ho showed really good pace at the end of that stint. And I wonder if Wirento can actually close down that gap and maybe take the win, take the lead.
There's the gap between him and race leader in the Pro-Am category, Sek Yi Ho. Now, the McLaren is a lot more planted. It's a lot more better, I would say, compared to the Bentley in XCC at least. But it's been months since I actually drove in XCC, so it's going to be a very tough call. But the last time I drove, it was actually very balanced. Till then, 1:59.2 is Gugu Miranto's last lap, and Sek Yi Ho just under his outlet, so it's only 8/10 gap difference between him and Sek Yi Ho. Alan Drake Cruz is 2.5 seconds, but I think Alan is fatigued. I think Alan is very tired. He can't drive two stints at one time. Sorry, at one go. So maybe fatigue is kicking in, and it's actually lapping slower compared to how he is. But the good news for Alan Drake Cruz fans is that you got Alexis Capano, also another fast Filipino.
Yeah. They're going to finish with two stints of Capano, aren't we? And actually, Cruz, you're right. I mean, I've never seen Cruz do a double stint. So for a 10-year-old, this would be uncharted waters in ERGP at least. Maybe he's been doing it in other championships. But his last lap at 59.4, not too bad. That's okay. Duranto, just ahead of him, did a 59.2. So he's keeping pace with the leaders.
So it's going to be very tiring for Alan Drake Cruz physically and mentally as well. So it's a lot of burden on the 10-year-old. And for me personally, I would have, if I was his team manager, I would have put Alexis Clapano into the mix, and let Alan rest and then drive and put him back in after this.
Yeah. Okay, so Andrew Lawrenson is in the lead again, like they have been since halfway through the first stint. But here's something interesting. Remember how we were watching this car, the McLaren of Paul Britt, an Antipodean Autosport car, how they were closing on the Laundry House car, and then somehow they lost 20 seconds, and then they were 30 seconds behind. But they are back to closing in the Laundry House car again. They are only 19 seconds behind the leader. So this battle for the Pro class is not done and dusted yet. We've got 2.5 hours to go still, and that's enough time to close down a 19-second lead. So we will have to keep an eye on this.
105 laps completed here by Andrew Lawrenson. 19.3 seconds is the gap between Paul Britt and Andrew Lawrenson. So he is getting closer, Paul Britt. And I hope for a very close finish at the end of the race because, for drama's sake. I love me some little bit of drama.
Yep.
Andrew Lawrenson is quick, but Paul Britt is quicker at the moment.
Yep, so we got Lawrenson there, Laundry House, car number 1.
8:10 is slow.
And then Paul Britt and Antipodean Autosports there, P2. Daniel Hunter there, GSR E Motorsports, P3. 10 seconds now behind Antipodean. They were actually closing down the gap at one stage, but now that gap has gone back out. So he goes through the middle sector here. 4th position, Naqib Aslan, his last lap at 58.7. He's currently very quick on track as well. The second Stratos Motorsport car, a lap down now, I believe, in 5th position. Sergei Marenko there in Laundry House, still there in 6th, despite that spin. We saw him spin out about 30 minutes ago, so still holding on to 6th position. And then we got that lovely battle, that beautiful battle for Pro-Am right now, which has just been rewarding us this full 6 hours. Yin Ho there, still in pole position, shall we say, leading this Pro-Am class, but he's not far behind him is Warento there, just a couple seconds behind him. And a couple seconds further back is Alan Drake Cruz in the JMX Junior car. Let's see where P4, Francis Matrillo there. Well, Matrillo's not out of it either as well. Look there, Matrillo's just, not out of it, not exactly close, but he's just 15 seconds down on Cruz. So could we see a four-way battle for the lead even?
Now the gap between him and the leader in the Pro-Am category is roughly 20 seconds. So, can you find 20 seconds in with 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining? Absolutely.
Yes, easy peasy.
Veloce has got one of the best Pro-Am lineups, I feel, apart from Alan Drake Cruz, Seng Inho, and Kudo Miranto. So these four are very evenly matched in the championship and in the race as well. But at the moment, Francis Matrillo is gapping to Alan Drake Cruz. And now we have VR boy and Andrew Lawrenson. We said it before, the reason why he wants to see that is because he wants to minimize the body movement from his point so that he doesn't move a lot.
Yeah, there he is, listening to our broadcast as well. Lawrenson, I think you got something in your mouth. Maybe you were eating a milkshake or something. Let's not distract him. He's obviously got the quite high on the force feedback, perhaps. But he's going to do 3 stints with the VR goggles on. That is got to be tough. I've tried VR goggles once. And my face was pretty sweaty after just a couple laps.
I'll be puking after a stint in the VR headset. I've tried it once with my girlfriend's VR headset and I dislike it because it's so...
Yeah.
It gives me a lot of headache afterwards.
That is true. But, I mean, one thing that is good about it is you get a good sense of depth perception because it's like using 2 eyes. That's what I've been told anyway, because you're right. I'm like you. I get motion sick if I use the VR goggles. But you get better depth perception, so you get a better feel of speed, which obviously, if you're driving a race car, it's very important to have a good sensation of speed.
Speaking about hardware, he must have had have very good hardware because ACC is a very graphically demanding game. Little wide there goes Andrew Lawrence. So with a VR headset, you probably need a very good graphics card and a processor as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, you don't impress me, Andrew Lawrence. And you run a triple screen and VR, then you'd impress me. But having said that, triple screen would be pretty pointless, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so there we got Laundry House cars running running together on track, shall we say.
Yeah.
Of course, the number 2 car, Marenko, is 1 lap or 2 laps down? 1 lap down.
He's got the triple 2 ahead of him, Andrew Lawrence, so he's gonna lap that. And Paul Craig is getting quicker at the moment.
There is Marenko there, the second Laundry House car. They're running number 1 and number 2 because they are last year's champion. Let's just remind you guys. But yes, Lawrenson has to watch out for Paul Britt because Paul Britt's been doing some good lap times. I saw a 58.3 a couple laps ago, and he's only 18 seconds now off Lawrenson. So 2 hours, 20 minutes. Anything is possible still.
Yes. That's instead. So you got Google Miran to fighting the second tour for the Pro-Am category. You also have Paul Lopez fighting with Nazir Arsman. However, Paul is actually a lot slower compared to his fellow compatriot.
You're so right. I mean, there is Nazir Arsman leading the GT4 AM category, and there's poor Ryan Lopez. For some reason, he's had a couple not great laps. Maybe he's just been losing time in traffic as the GT3 boys lap him. But yeah, let's go back to Nazir Arsman, who is leading that race right now, both in Aston Martins. And yeah, Arsman will be very happy with that. 20 seconds now on Lopez. So Team Racing Line, let's not forget, they've been racing the eRacing GP for 3 seasons. This is the 3rd season, and they took their first win. Was it last round? I think they took their first win in eRGP last round. And look at that, they're now leading again. Could they take their second?
Maybe it is. And I recognize that steering wheel. It's actually my steering wheel. I sold it to Nazir a couple of weeks ago, and according to him, he loves it.
Yeah, he's also listening to the broadcasting. Yeah, Nazir, you got something on your chin as well. You might want to wipe it.
Everyone's got a chin whenever Alex is talking to me.
I'd feel so bad if he spun right now.
But he doesn't want to do that. He's got a 20-second gap between him and Paul Lopez. Oh, see, he's laughing, he's crying, isn't he?
All right, I'm going to leave him alone because I know he's going to spin and he's going to be blaming us later. Okay, so there we go. Nazir Arsman, 20 seconds on the Veloce Ragazza team, the championship rivals. And 3rd position still, don't forget, is Sukri Motorsport there. Doing a good job. Maybe half a lap down on the leader. But still on the same lap, despite the damage on that car.
So Alex, with no battle going on, I have a question to ask you. Now that Axel's main goal is virtual to reality, and we saw the likes of Nakib, Nabil, and Bernard Chan, who's not racing here today in the Endurance Edition, winning championships in their own local racing league, in their own local racing series. So then, question is there a possibility for sim drivers to actually drive a Formula 1 car?
Formula 1 car?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big question. I think it's Formula 1's very strange though. You know, Formula 1 is just, you have to be in Europe, you have to do the karting scene since there's very little flexibility now. You know, you have to be karting in Europe, and then from karting you have to go to the right Formula 4 team in Europe. Then you got to go to the right Formula 3 team in Europe, Formula 2 team in Europe. You know, that stairway is locked. You know, we talk about Colton Herter coming across from IndyCars to do it, and they're saying he doesn't have enough people license points, which is ridiculous. You know, any race winner in IndyCars could do a good job in Formula 1.
Especially IndyCar car being, a lot more difficult to drive compared to the Formula 1 cars.
Yeah, in some ways they are. But it's ridiculous. So they're forcing all Formula 1 drivers to go through that step ladder, and
it's unfair.
The only one that benefits are the teams who make the money in karting. It's quite lucrative right now if you are in running a good team. Obviously, that's not easy to do, and you're in the right championship in Europe right now. That makes some good money in the junior categories. But so, for the sim drivers, you know, pure sim drivers to get Formula 1, I'd say impossible at the moment. Just likewise, I'd say most drivers anywhere in the world, because you need to be racing in Europe to go to Formula 1. But anything else is on the card still. That's why I love Le Mans. That's why I love WE Series, because, you know, and I always like saying this example because he came from this region, Asia Pacific region, which is Alabama. You know, he came and he was pretty good in karts. Don't do that. You don't want to take out the race leader.
Bad boy, saying
Bad boy. But you know, Earl, he came here. I remember I coached him in Formula BMW, and he did not start that season strongly, but he finished it really strongly, and he won that championship. Went to Europe, was very impressive in a couple of races he did. Had no money, but then did Porsche, and you know, he went to Le Mans and stuff. You know, so his career was very much outside of Europe, but he got picked up by Porsche, and he became a two-time winner of Le Mans. So I always look at those sort of stories, and you do see drivers like that. You've got Rennie Ras, another great example. He did Scirocco Cup at 19, but he was so talented. He got picked up by Audi and became a double DTM champion. You know? And for me, DTM's like winning the World Championship. It's because it's such a great championship. So I believe we will get a sim racer winning a World Championship in real life one day. Probably in WEC or WTCR. Or, you know, Super GT, because I consider that a world championship too, IndyCar or something, you know. We will get a sim racer become a champion in real life, just not Formula 1. That's a close shot.
We have James Baldwin, though, who won World Fastest Gamer 2 back in 2019, and had a drive with Jensen Button's Rocket Jensen Ninja team in the McLaren, and he did pretty well. Qualifying on pole on his debut in the GT3 car as total stranger and dominating that race. Yeah,
Baldwin's fantastic. He got some very good. There's some very good sim drivers who have not made a transition to real life, who I know would be amazing. The Rogers fella from Australia, Dane Warren. I was very impressed with him. You know, quite a few other really good guys who are doing the more virtual series. What about Fraga? Is he a sim driver or is he a real life driver? In your opinion?
I think right now he's towards more to a real life driver, even though he had a sim background.
He's got a sim background, right? But he also did do karting when he was younger. So, but he's winning in DTM, you know what I mean? I still consider him a sim driver, to be honest, because even though he did do karting, he didn't do that much. But he did do a lot of GT Sport, right?
He made his mark in GT Sport, and you know, those are the kind of things that that shows that sim can take you somewhere. John Martin being the first example from the Nissan Driver Academy.
Of course, he was the first one, wasn't he? And here in Asia, we're seeing that example. You know, you just talked about him. This guy driving P4 right now, Nakib Aslan. He's coming into real life racing, and out of 12 races, he's crossed the finish line first in 9 of them.
All of them?
No, 9 of them. He only won 3 rookie races out of 6 last year. Only. Mohamed Alif, we talked about him, Tasvi's driver. I've put him in a Formula Renault, and he was stunningly quick. He looked like he'd been doing it for a year. So, you know, who else is good? Avila Bahar's been doing a good job.
Inigo Anton as well. Who's racing in the Radical Series.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job. Russell Reyes is also a real-life driver. I think he's a real-life driver first before he was a sim driver.
We'll see.
I don't know. But there are lots of good examples from the region who are doing very well in real life as well as sim world. So that's great, right? Yeah, and Australia, I'm sure there's plenty of examples from Australia and New Zealand. I just can't think of them.
Yeah, so it goes to show that, so parents, if you're wondering what to do with your kids in their early on and they love motor racing, please send them to us at eRacing GP at Axel Academy, and we'll coach them on how to become better drivers for their later career of the race. We have evidence that it does work, so just count on us, if you may. You're looking at him right now on the screen here, and yeah, so other series, I would love to see a sim driver winning a
World Championship one day. Yeah, I would love to see that too. Because what I like about the sim drivers are they work hard. The work ethic is very good. So we see a lot. I see that translate to real life. Not sure about discipline. The discipline I find has to be taught because a lot of the guys are stay up late and, you know, trying to get them to the gym is a little bit tricky. But if you can transfer the work ethic from the sim into the gym, wow, they're unstoppable.
Yep. 6 cents of a second between Alistair Young and Sergei Mironenko from the Laundry House cars. So two different manufacturers.
Good battle.
Yeah, big battle. Both same engine configuration, both mid-engine cars. Just here the roaring V10 from the Audi 5.2 liter V10.
Wow, he's getting. See if we can get a bit closer. You just got a feeling that Marenko's just a matter of time before he makes his move on Stratos Motorsport car 222.
7:46, the in-game time right now. So by the time it reaches 2-hour mark, it's gonna be 8 p.m. and the sun will only set in Silverstone around 9 o'clock at night. By 10 it'll be pitch black because you can't see anything in Silverstone.
Wow, the Audi's quite quick in a straight line.
Round the outside, round the outside goes Sergei Mironenko, but he's actually still keeping it in line. Alistair has kept the position.
Wow, that was been ambitious around the outside, but full props for trying. Good effort there.
I'll give it a 10 to Mironenko for trying, and it's a very wonderful effort as well.
I tell you what, you know, if I was going to do more driving in ACC, because I don't really do any driving in ACC, I would run that Audi more often. I don't think enough teams run it. Maybe if enough teams ran it and they did more driving, they would see that car at the front more often.
Indeed, but it all comes down to updates that has been consistently given by the developers of the game, which is Kunos.
Yeah.
At the moment, according to people, the meta car is the Honda, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The fastest Honda in the server at the moment is currently sitting in P3.
And you just talked about that guy, the guy in P3. There he is. Okay, let's go back to that battle for the Pro-Am class. Okay, Sinho seems to have just calmed things down. Look at that. He's got a gap now. 3 seconds between him and Wirento. There he is. There, and Wirento again, also another 3 seconds back on Drake Cruz there in P3. So, we're having a bit of a break. Pro-Am class just calming down a bit. But I can't help but feel it's going to... Look, all three of them in shot just there. Got a feeling it's going to spice up again in the last hour or so.
Fingers crossed for that to happen. I want to see a very close race at the end.
Okay, back to Paul Britt then. Let's see, what's his gap now? Wow, he's still, you know, doing good lap times.
Seconds.
He's pulled out 8 seconds.
Oh, 15 now. Oh,
yeah.
right.
So 15 seconds behind Lawrenson and 18 seconds in front of Hunter. So Britt is the fastest car on track at the moment. Antipodian Motorsports doing a really superb job in the 103 McLaren.
It's cut off there. I think that might be number 2 and triple 2 there. Alistair Young and Sergei Mironenko has gone off, so we have to see what happens there. If you can have a replay of that. And
so here we are. Here's the replay coming out of onto the Woodland Straight, coming to Brooklyn side by side, both of them. And then what happened here? This is almost a repeat of earlier on. Ooh!
Turn in.
Wow, whose fault was that? I bet we're going to get a protest on that.
We're going to have to wait and see for the protest to come in for our steward to have a look at it. But it's too early to call. I don't want to say anything because
they were perfectly side by side. But it looked like Alistair... Well, it looked like Mirenko went into Alistair, but Alistair also looked like he turned in late.
He was turning into the apex,
Yeah. So, anyway, I'm sure we'll get chase cam view. Please send the chase cam view, guys, so we can take a close look.
So the stewards can take actions and, hand out respective penalties to you.
Absolutely.
Yep, so Andrew Lawrenson has pitted. Alright,
yes.
so... No, Pex, not that, Pex.
Wow, my gosh. He's really cutting it fine, isn't he? Because he pitted early. Remember, O'Hara pitted early to give the car to Lawrenson. That was why his 3 stints need to be full. They need to be the full 70 minutes. And I think he can just about do it, right?
He can just about do it, as we can see a car off there. And
he'll have to pit one more time, Lawrenson.
Yeah, so he's got 2 more stints to do.
2 more stints to do, and so, okay, he's the first of the front runners to pit. That puts Paul Britt into the lead, and let's see what sort of lap time he can do now. Hunter there, he's not in second. It says second, but is
Yeah, he is second. Lawrenson has Lawrenson came out behind.
You're right, Lawrence.
Behind, yeah, behind the 369, ahead of the triple.
Okay, so he's coming out of the track, and there he is, and there's the guy in fourth position, Nakib Aslan. 2 seconds down on him, well, 3 seconds down, but he still needs. All of these cars need to make an extra pit stop.
Yep. But it's a very good strategical call there by number 1 Orangey House car, because a stint is roughly 70 minutes long. Well, you can drive up to 70 minutes a stint. And if you do 2 stints, it'll be 140 minutes. So, it'll be 2 hours and 20 minutes, and you know, the number 1 is safe. So they don't have to pit an extra time. They only have to pit one more time and drive all the way to the end.
Okay, let's go to the Pro-Am class again there. Z Challenger, car number 70 there, still leading. Ooh, just a few seconds behind, 3 seconds behind is Warento in the Java Sim car. Drake Cruz then also 3 seconds behind. So close. Matrillo in Veloce Ragazza in P4. So this team has a car in P4 in Pro-Am and a car in P3 in the AM class. James Pierre Reed in Celsius Autosport had a very slow start to the race. Coming back again, P11 right now, and what is that? That's 7th in Pro class. Leon Long from the Wackos Flip Table Racing. Normally they have 3 cars entered, only 1 car today, 969 car there in P12.
Right, triple 9.
A little bit further back. Shazwan Shafiq's back in the car in the 696 GSR e-Motorsport car. Edwin Hui, we've not seen Edwin, the TVRL car, all race. Now this is a car that's been quick on occasion, hasn't it? A Pro-Am car?
It's a Pro-Am car, but it's got a lot of hit and miss throughout the season.
Yeah. I thought there was one race, the Pro driver was looking pretty quick in it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was Misano or it was Kyle Lam, but I think it might be Misano.
Misano, I think, too. But yeah, sorry, apologies TVRL, we've not actually followed you so much. You've just been a bit below our radar this race. Lots going on, even though it's a 6-hour race. But great to see you, and I do like the livery. I love the little purple highlights in this car. I'm not a big fan of purple, but I like purple in a race car.
Yeah, it's really, it pops out a lot on a race car.
Oh, sorry, here's a Triple L, Leon in the 2nd Wackos Flip Table Racing car. Wackos, top team in the region. A lot of their junior drivers racing today. And there he is in P15. Then onto the GT4 battle, the AM class. Nazir Asman there with a big lead. There he is at the end of the hangar straight. And Joshua Nabus is now in the car for the Veloce Ragazza car. And he's, wow, very far back. Half a lap away.
Half a lap away, but it's very interesting because Joshua Nabus is the quicker one amongst the 3 in the Veloce car.
Maybe there's been an unscheduled pit stop?
Maybe, but...
Or maybe they're just pitting early.
Maybe
I think
just pitting early.
Just pitting early, I think.
Yeah.
Ikram Hussain there in P3 for the AM class.
I mean, the other thing you can do is that if you pit on the hour mark, you can overdrive this stint and...
Okay. I just want to go back to this car right now. The Antipodian Autosport car. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. But Paul Britt just did a 58.7. And this is the 3/4 way through the stint where the tires and the fuel are not working well. To do a 58.7 in this part of the stint is super impressive.
It is, but also need to take into account that track temperature is a lot colder than how it started, and in the middle of the day it's 40 degrees centigrade now, and I wouldn't be surprised if track temp drops all the way down to, well, 9 degrees centigrade.
Yeah. So Paul Britt doing a great job. Let's see, he had some traffic in the lap, so I don't think this lap is much faster. Still in the 58s, impressive, 58.9. And look at that gap. When he started the stint, he was 10 seconds ahead of Hunter in 2nd position. Now he's 23 seconds ahead. That's super impressive. He's pulled out 13 seconds in this stint, which by anyone's standards is very, very impressive. Big question though is, of course, where's Lawrenson? What pace is he doing? Lawrenson, 59.3. He will inherit the lead again when the two cars ahead of him stop. 59.3 is decent.
Well, 59.3 is decent, but he should be lapping in 58s now because Clayton is colder.
And he's got new tires, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what this lap is. Oh, there you are.
21, so it's
58.6.
58.6. Okay, so it's a 47-second gap between him and Paul Britt. So when Paul Britt actually pits, it's gonna be very close, isn't it?
Yeah. 45 seconds. 45 seconds. That should be enough to come out in front.
There should be enough.
Because you're saying it's 55 seconds for a pit stop?
55 minutes for a pit stop.
A minute, right? Because you've got to put fuel and tires.
And the pit stop needs to be perfect because in ACC, if that pit stop is not perfect, then if you miss the pit box by an inch or two, you're gonna have to like remove your car, and that's gonna cost more time loss.
Okay, so Lawrenson in the Laundry House car, P3 in the championship. Let's not forget. Let's have a quick look at that championship actually, if we can, since we're following these guys right now.
Yep.
Just look at the standings of the Pro Champ. This is what it looks like at the moment. JMX Phantom not here, so this round will be their drop points. But you've got to say, it's a great opportunity to score some points. So Laundry House there in P3 will get some really good points. But Stratos Flash there, P2, they're not doing a really good job at all. So we go back to the race commentary right now. And yeah, so Lawrenson really making good use of the opportunity today. But this car, the car 111, Stratos Flash, they're going to be very disappointed with P4. They know on a day like today, they need to be on the podium, top two really. This will be a missed opportunity for them.
4 tenths behind Anderson. Drop. They haven't had a drop points yet, so it's gonna be very interesting to see. They need a good result in this race, and at the moment they're struggling for pace.
Yeah. So Nakib right now in the car, he had traffic on this lap, so this lap won't be a terribly fast one. Let's follow him for a lap, shall we, and see what he's doing right or doing wrong. Up to 5th, down to Cops, turn 1. Oh, it's got understeer to it. Oh, that's so much understeer. I'm shocked at that. This car has too much understeer. That's why Stratos is struggling. Now through Maggots, Beckett's. Again, struggling to get the front in there. Whoa! Really struggling with understeer there. No wonder this car, Stratos Motorsport cars, are not very quick at the moment. Those medium to fast speed corners, just no bite at the moment through the middle of the corner. Now through Stowe. Yeah, see, he gets on the throttle, has to jump off the throttle again. So that's not good, just not able to. Because you want to get the full throttle early in these cars. If you can't get the full throttle, you're going to lose a lot of lap time. And you can see Nakib Aslam there just struggling, trying to rotate that car. Wow, if I was them, I would try and putting lower tire pressures for this next stint. Maybe if they put lower tire pressures, that front would come back a little bit. Slow corners, the car's not too bad. They're rotating through the slow corners. Now, out of the loop. Going down to Brooklands again. So from what I've seen so far, I think Brooklands and Luffield would be decent. Yeah, okay, not so bad. You can see the front is reacting to the steering wheel inputs. Not great, but not too bad. Out of Luffield now, full throttle. And that's the end of one lap. But let's watch him through Cops again. You watch through this fast corner Cops. Just turns in and the car just washes away at the front. Yes, he's waiting. Still not on full throttle. Not on full throttle until he gets to the curb. That's terrible. That's why Stratos is struggling for lap time today. And that lap of his Nakib Aslan, 59.2 with no traffic. Yeah, they're sitting ducks here. Stratos Motorsport unable to do anything. No pace at all. I think they must have made a mistake with setup, but it's not. It's not working for them.
Yeah, it's not working for them. Alistair did mention that they did something with the setup for the 111 but I think that might be the wrong way to do it.
Yeah.
Because well, the best lap time is roughly the same as the fastest Ferrari, which is Andrew Lawrenson. But Andrew Lawrence's last lap is only 3/10 faster, but 3/10 is a lot, especially in an endurance race. Anyway, there's a battle. James Pierre Reid and Francis Petrillo right behind him. Sorry, right ahead of him. Oh, hello. Now, Cesar Autosport P4 in the championship in the pro category has not had a lot of issues in this race here today. So it won't do wonders for their championship run. Maybe they'll use this as a drop point and should keep their head down for Spa. Spa, on the other hand, the final round of the ERGP calendar will be held in Spa. Going to Spa, it'll be a 12-hour race. So it's double the distance, it's double the racing time compared to Silverstone. And Spa. Alex, do you get intimidated every time you drive on top of a rouge?
No, actually, no. Oh, Rouge is great to walk around. When you walk around, you're just like, wow. In a single seater, you're flat first lap out of the pits, man, through a Rouge. But in a GT3 car, it's not quite flat. So yeah, I think it's an awesome corner in these GT3 cars. Absolutely fantastic. They are flat, but it's not comfortably flat. Well, in the game, it's not in the game, it's flat. In real life, I've not raced one recently, but a few years ago, it definitely wasn't flat. And you'd see some guys trying to take it flat, and they'd end up in the wall. Maybe in qualifying it was flat.
Yeah, maybe you call it low fuel, fresh tires and all that.
Yeah.
So Triple 2, Alistair Young is coming out of the pits now. So he's going to be right behind James Pierre Reid and Francis Petrillo. So then. And Mitchell Weston is a drive-through for track limit.
Wow. Is this the first track limits?
I think it is the first track limits given by the game. So.
Oh dear, what a shame.
Indeed it is, and yeah.
Because they were really making good progress for the last couple of stints. They'd caught up to the car 222. You'd felt that there's just a matter of time before they'd have overtaken it. They have overtaken it actually, because Alistair Young's behind him now as we speak, as they both serve their pit stops. There he is. Alistair Young going through Stowe right now, and Weston's already gone through Stowe now and braking for, what's this, Farm? No, Abbey? Vale, whatever. And such a shame to get in front of the car 222, and now it's going to drive through penalty to serve.
Indeed, but can't do anything about it.
Yes, don't drive off track. It's normally the best course of action.
So that we've got the final ERGP Sprint Edition coming up on ACC, and we also have the Endurance Edition coming up on ACC, the last round. So both of them are last rounds, one being held on Indianapolis, then the other is Spa, 12 hours of Spa. And we also have
12 hours.
12 hours, yeah, 12 hours. 12 hours of Spa. I have a story to tell about Spa last year. So instead of passing the car the final hour to my teammate Ivan Anastas in the 49 Speed Tavern Aston Martin, I didn't click him as an option to drive when I pitted. I forgot about it. I completely forgot about it because I was fighting with the GSR car that was driven by Roy Kid Lau at the time. So I completely forgot about it, and by that point I've already done 5 stints straight.
Wow. So you went all the way to the last stint of the race, and then you didn't click. So that's it. You guys didn't finish.
I did finish. It was still within that safe range, but my hand was sore, my butt was sore.
I bet it was. Did you pass Will Kit?
No, he passed me.
Oh dear. Okay. Oh well. Drake Cruz there, P3. Halfway through his double stint. He's doing a good job though. Still staying within 3 seconds of Viranto. There's Viranto in the green car at the bottom of your screen. Just went out of shot. So Cruz putting some good laps together, staying within shot not within striking distance, but still staying in the same ballpark as the two Pro-Am cars ahead of him. So still a lot to play for. I mean, this JMX Junior car, if it finishes in P3 today, still a good run of points. I think they might still just lead the championship. I'm not sure. We need to look at the drop points.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very close. And if they're not leading the championship, they'll be losing this championship to this car. Z Challenger Racing car number 70, Yin Ho. Yin Ho's been doing it. This is the second.
Yeah.
He's been doing a great job.
Yeah.
Some great driving.
I want to wait and see what can Alexis Clapano show to us, because Clapano being the senior driver in that JMX Junior car, the pro driver in that JMX Junior car, and he's a lot quicker than Alan J. Cruz as well. But by how much, we have to wait and see. At the moment though, Alan J. Cruz can't get closer to P2, and that will make it worse for him in the championship. 4 points is what's happening between him and Seguin.
Okay, this is our guy in P3, Laundry House car number 1, P3, but will be net lead. He is net lead, shall I say, once the two cars in front of him stop. He's got to clear some very fast traffic though. That's Gugun Wiranto there in front of him in P2 in the Pro-Am class, and he's not going slowly at all. Quite fast indeed.
Yeah, he is getting quicker. Lawrenson, 58.9 was his last lap. Can't get closer to the guys in front. Paul Britt is still ahead of them, and Paul Britt hasn't pitted yet. So he's got 2 more pits to do with Paul Britt before he pits. And Andrew Lawrenson only has to do 1. So if my calculations are correct, which can be wrong sometimes, Lawrenson might be the net leader in this race, as we have Gigan Wiranto into the pits.
Wiranto, the first of the leading Pro-Am guys to stop. He will need to stop one more time. But yes, look at that, less than 2 hours to remain. So he's the first one to blink out of petrol. And that'll put Drake Cruz up to P2. That's a good job. So, but Yin Ho, he's still leading this by a comfortable margin. We saw him go very long in the previous stint, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes long in this stint as well.
Can he go long? Probably. Can he go short? No, not a good idea. He got 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining, which roughly translates to 1 hour and 11 minutes of driving time. And he's got to pass the car to someone else. I think this might be his final stint. And he needs to pass it, otherwise he'll pass that 58% driving time.
Yep. Okay, let's go back to this battle for the win in Pro Class. Paul Britt still has not stopped. His last lap was a 58.7 though, so he's flying. Let's see what this lap is like. Sits still in the 58s. Okay, let's just ride on board with him a bit. Yeah, this is a good lap again, 59.0, looking through cops. Much better. Remember we were on board with Nakib Aslan, how much understeer he had through that section. And Paul Britt there doing a good job. Listening to Maggots and Beckett's. Yeah, the front's a lot better hooked up than the Ferrari, in the Stratos Motorsport Ferrari. So, doing a good job there. Let's go back to Lawrenson there, because this is the guy he's fighting for the win. We'll ride on board with him and see how his car is going. Short shifts up to second. Probably uses first just to help with the rotation. Let's see what the rotation is like through cops. This last lap was before Lawrenson was a 58.9. This lap was 0 flat.
0 flat.
Traffic maybe. Yeah, not as hooked up as the McLaren, I'd have to say, but definitely better than the Stratos Motorsports Ferrari through there.
If you ask me, I like the McLaren more than the Ferrari. Maybe I'm just used to it.
Yeah, no, the Ferrari looks pretty hooked up there. It's alright, not so bad. As opposed to Nakib Aslan through there, just understeer sitting through there. Let's just do a quick replay. Let's watch the cars. See, look how ginger he is on the throttle, and he's still running wide. So, still a lot to go there.
Yep. So then, yeah, Nakit Arslan. Well, 5 seconds, well, almost 5.6 seconds behind Andrew Lawrenson, and Andrew Lawrenson is a good 30 seconds behind Daniel Hunter, and Daniel Hunter being a good 34 seconds. Yeah, roughly around there. So then, Paul Britt. 3 tenths down from his optimal best, but his last lap was a 58.7. So Paul Britt is somewhat new into the championship, but he is very consistent, replacing Lucas Dowd here in the championship, but partnering up with Bruno Gallo, who is a Brazilian in the NTPD car. That's the reason why it's named NTPD Autosports, because one's from Brazil and the other's from the land down under, or the upside down land, as I like to say it. Anyway. So you've got an Australian, you've got a Brazilian and Australian team leading. You've got a Malaysian team with Australian drivers in second position, and you've got a fully Australian team down in P3. Further down, you have Nakib Alsan, the Malaysian, teaming up with Taspi, the Malaysian 111 Ferrari, and Seng Ho in the Pro-Am car, leading the way in their respective category in front of Andre Cruz, racing all the way in Norway, but is teaming up with Alexis Claparo in that Philippine entry. In the M category, on the other hand, we've got Nazir Asman here. Wow, don't turn in there. Okay, Nazir Asman here, 20 seconds, sitting very comfortably ahead of Joshua Nabus, and well, I don't want to say anything about it, but I think that steering wheel that I sold him might have given him a few extra horsepowers. Who knows? And the thing about Nazir is that every time that I see him drive, he will always have that bandana on him. So like, no idea why he wears a bandana. Probably related how much the Japanese Empire like that. But he's got to be very cautious here. He's got GT3 traffic front, right, and center. He's also got Alistair Young, or is that Nabil Hassan right behind him? Nazir though. So it's good news if you're a fan of a Rising Line. It's good news for if you're Mohamed Zikri, Nazir Asman, and Abdul Rahman Qureshi. So, good for them. Leading the way in the championship and will lead by 4 points.
Yeah, good for them. Fantastic. They really be great if they can win today. Be their second win on a trot in the championship this year. Really, really good, especially after the earlier laps when they were fighting so closely. Asman with Veloce Ragazza. But, Veloce Ragazza is not that far behind Rising Line. They are still, 2 hours 45 minutes to go. That gap can be closed. All you need is a little bit of traffic. GT3 car lapping you just touches you a bit, and you can lose a lot of time.
Josh Nabus, Veloce Ragazzo, 17 seconds behind. So Nazir got caught up with traffic, and here comes the night time. Here comes a very pitch black Silverstone, a track where to be honest, you can't see anything. The only source of light from Silverstone, if I can recall, is from both pit straights, and also a few parts of the track, probably Lovefield and the back straight leading up to and the last few corners leading up to the start phase straight. Paul Britt, no. Race leader Paul Britt is in the pits. So then, we're just gonna have to stay with Paul Britt and see what will his lap, where will he come out? Will he be ahead of Andrew Lawrenson? I know he'll be behind, but this car has to pit twice, and that means that when Daniel Hunter actually eventually pits, which he will, and I think he's doing it right now, or is he staying out?
This is his pit stop. This is the one that he's still got 2 more stops to go.
Yeah, he's still got 2 more stops to go.
Let's see where it happens. So Hunter, let's see. Daniel Hunter in the GSRE Motorsports car.
Overtakes 103.
He should come into the... Yes, he's overtaking. Now he's the lead, but he'll be stopping soon. The big question for this poor Brit right now is how far behind he comes out of the car... out of the pit lane behind Andrew Lawrenson. Oh, Andrew Lawrenson's already gone by. So, let's see. Poor Brit. Let's see the gap now between him and Lawrenson. Before these random pit stops, he had got the gap down to 15 seconds. What is it now? Let's wait. Let's see as the timing screens just kind of clean themselves up.
You're going to have to wait for the first sector time to come up as the sector line for sector 1 is down the hanger straight. It's going to be a while.
Let's see. 7K, Lawrenson. Ooh. He has closed down the
12
gap.
seconds.
12 seconds. So, yes, Gallo has done a good job. You know, before pit stops, 15, now 12. So he is closing down the gap to Lawrenson. Question is he closing it down fast enough?
It's got 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining. If I was Bruno Gallo, push like hell. Don't think of anything else. And let the night track play into your favor. Visibility will be very poor in these GT3 cars, especially in Silverstone, due to the lack of lighting. It's not like Sepang where it's a night where there's a light in it, or Yas Marina, or Bahrain, or even Silverstone for that matter. But still, it's going to be very dangerous for some of these cars as well because you can't see the car ahead of you. But it's now down to 14 seconds. Hello, what is going on? So Bruno Gallo is actually pulling away and it's actually getting faster and faster and faster.
14 seconds, yeah, maybe a bit poor outlap. But Gallo there with fresh tyres. Is this a driver change? No. Yes, it's a driver change as well. Okay, so new driver in the car, maybe taking a couple corners just to get up to speed.
Gap. 7 seconds. Ooh. He is getting quicker though, Bruno Gallo. Slowly.
He's getting slower, you mean?
No, it's getting quicker, Bruno Gallo.
Came out of the pits 12 seconds behind Lawrenson. Now he's 13 seconds.
Yeah.
14 seconds.
Oh, roughly there. Oh, apologies for that.
No worries.
So
GSRE Motorsports car. Daniel Hunter doing a decent job. But he'll be keen to get in soon to get some fresh tires on that Honda NSX.
Bill Aslan, his teammate Alice De Jong, is now down all the way down to P11, and Alistair is actually having a very tough race so far. The car was in top 5, but it's now down to P11.
Yes, that is true.
So we have a Pro-Am car in the top 5 overall. Then you have Alan J. Cruz right behind them. Right behind the number 70 car. So
there he is. He hasn't pitted yet though. Yin Ho and Drake Cruz should be pitting very soon. And what's the other car? This one, the Java Sim car. Let's see what his lap times. But Ebenezer back in the car. 59.4. Good last lap by the McLaren car. So, gosh, maybe, it's still going to be very close because Yin Ho still needs to pit. And Yin Ho's done a couple laps in the 2:0 flat. So, and he's getting under pressure now from the laundry house.
yeah. There's a lot of laundry house, but the laundry house has got a lap saying, so that's the top 5. So that's the bottom. That's a P5 overall here, being lapped by the guy in second place. So roughly 4 hours and 20 minutes into a 6-hour race, and Daniel Hunter from GSRE Motorsport leads the way. His best time of the race, so 1:58.390. Andrew Lawrenson is not far behind, it's 58.6, but he's got the number 70 of Sek In-ho to negotiate here, and he needs to overtake Sek In-ho very quickly in order to catch the number 369 JSR car. See, Andrew is flashing his light. It's like, get out of my way. I need to chase the guy ahead. Which he needs to, and he needs to do it very quickly. Diving down the inside, coming to Abby, and yep, overtakes him. So has lapped him, and he needs to put it even quickly.
Okay, so Yin-ho went to about, I think, 35 minutes past the hour last time. I think he'll be pitting then in another 8 minutes. Yeah, another 8 minutes time. You will see the Z Challenger racing car pit, and then he'll still have to do one more pit stop. But that last pit stop will be a splash and dash. Probably won't even change tires.
But that splash and dash is also, roughly 40 seconds time lost in pit lane.
So tell me this, when you refill a full tank, how much time do you lose refueling?
A full tank would be roughly 18 to 21 seconds.
And change tires?
Change tires with full tank will be 30 seconds. With driver change as well.
So the tire change is extra 10 seconds.
The tire change is extra 12 to 10 seconds. But
you see, that's what my strategy would have been, which is what I think the Z Challenger are doing, which is going full stints to 68 minutes, because you can't do 17 minutes and above. So you aim for like 68, 69 minutes. Because then when you do your last pit stop, there's only something like 20 minutes remaining. And maybe it's worth just doing a splash and dash. You put in 40 liters of fuel.
yeah,
Don't change the tires, save the 12 seconds and go to the flag.
yeah. It's not worth it changing the tires, especially when with 20 minutes remaining. It doesn't make sense at all. And even then, pitting, I mean, you still have to pit anyway for
stint time.
Yeah, there's still time to pit. You still have to pit anyway, but every time you go into the pits, you lose a lot of time.
No, the pit stop stuff, you can't save a pit stop in a 6-hour race. But you can save a tire change. And you save less time. I mean, the pit stop, instead of being, what did you say? 20 seconds to refuel, another 10 seconds for tire, so you'd say 30 seconds, yeah? Then you'll save you won't just save 10 seconds on the tires, you save an additional 12 seconds on fuel. So your pit stop stationary will only be about 8 seconds. So that's a lot of time to save. So Z Challenger looking really good there here. Laundry House not looking so good, because Laundry House pitted early. So Laundry House, who we're following right now, this car number 1, our champions from last year, they have to do a full fuel and tires and everything. Bruno Gallo in second position here. He won't have a 20-minute last stint. So maybe he'll change tires, but he'll be able to short fill. And if he short fills, maybe you'll save 10 seconds, 6 seconds, 8, somewhere between 6 to 10 seconds.
No, not really. I mean,
Less petrol, yeah.
yeah, there's petrol, but even if you change tires, yes, it'll be 30 seconds. But if he doesn't change tires, yes, he'll save a lot of time if he short fills.
No, but even if he changes tires, you still save time. Because the short fill, instead of taking 20 seconds, might only take 10.
That's not the way it works in ACC.
Doesn't it? I thought you put less fuel, there's less time in refueling.
Not in ACC. It's not like R Factor where it adds time. It adds its individual time. So in ACC,
Really?
yeah, in ACC, if you change tires, it'll still be 30 seconds, and that's the max. So
I'm going to have to ask the guys on social media.
yeah. So this is the thing about ACC. Even in iRacing, maybe it shares the same thing as well, if I'm not mistaken. But in ACC, a full tire change with fuel will be 30 seconds.
Yep.
A full tire change without fuel will still be 30 seconds.
A full tire change without fuel is still
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but that's how it works in ACC.
That's not how I remember it, because that's interesting. Let's see if someone on social media will tell us how it works. I'm pretty sure if you short fill, you save some time.
If you short field without changing
Without
tires,
tires.
yes, you'll save a lot of time.
Because in real life you can't change tires until the fueling is done.
Yes, correct. Especially in GT World Challenge Endurance or IGTC for that matter, that's the regulations. But in ACC, you can do both at the same time.
Interesting.
Not realistic, I'll say, in that perspective. But still, I think it's very fair for everyone.
Well, it's as long as it's the same for everyone, that's what matters.
Yep.
You want it to be the same for everyone. As Gallo go past Cruz, Cruz makes it nice and easy for him as he was getting lapped.
Yep. 12 seconds is the gap now between Bruno Gallo and Andrew Lawrence, and Nakib Alsan has yet to make his pit stop. Daniel Hunter as well has yet to make his pit stop.
So this is going to be good for GSR eMotorsports. They've done the strategy which I was saying, which is if you go long enough, don't do tires for the last pit stop, just do a bit of fuel.
Yeah.
And I think that they're going to make that work. Same for Yin Ho, who's leading Pro-Am class. Same for Drake Cruz, really, who's P2 at the moment in Pro-Am. I know this car, the Java Sim car, should be P2, but I think they're going to lose too much time in the last pit stop to stay in P2.
So Matrillo in the Veloce Regazzo big brother car is in the pits.
That's right. They're doing their pit stop. The penultimate pit stop. Okay, go back to Daniel Hunter. Be interesting. The problem is that the GSR eMotorsports car is not close enough to the battle for the lead. If they were close enough for the battle for the lead and they could save 10 seconds, 15 seconds on their last stop, wow, that'd really put them in the fight for the win.
Yeah.
Don't think they're going to be close enough, though. I still think it's going to be between this guy, Andrew Lawrenson, and in the Laundry House car number 1, the reigning cat champions, and this guy. And how do you pronounce it? Antipodean Autosports. I'll get it by the end of the race. Because these guys are going to be able to do a shorter stop, I feel. I think they should gamble on not changing tires and just do the shorter stop, because I think it's worth the gamble.
Yep, and especially where tire degradation won't be a huge factor, especially in lower temperature and in night conditions.
And Gallo's, while we've been chit-chatting away and talking utter nonsense, Gallo has upped his pace and he's closed down that gap. He is 12 seconds behind Lawrenson now.
Actually 12 seconds behind Lawrenson, but Lawrenson is also catching up Daniel Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter's not quite had the same pace as the other cars in this stint.
Yeah, he's losing pace on Daniel Hunter. So is it a setup thing where the setup is not, perfect for night conditions?
You know what? If Hunter's not careful, he's going to fall into the clutches of Stratos Motorsport car 111.
Yeah.
Because they're only 8 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Fascinating to see what's going to happen.
Low gap between him and Nakib Aslan is 11.8. There you go. Daniel Hunter is in the pits.
Hunter's in the pits. There he is in the pits. Yeah, so they can pit with 20 minutes to go. I would just splash and dash, don't change fuel.
Yep.
Save a lot of time. Assuming obviously they put a full tank in the car now.
Yeah. But they need to make the tire pressure in this pit stop bang on accurate if they were to double stint the tires.
Because it's getting colder now, isn't it?
Yep, it is. And
there's Lawrenson in the lead, in second position. Antipodean Autosport. Oh, I think I pronounced it right.
yay!
Car 103. Bruno Gallo, he's closing down that gap quickly.
Yep, indeed. And yeah, so 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. This is ERGP Endurance Edition, round 5 in Silverstone, no less. I'm Afiq, and alongside me is Alex Young. And we're gonna go for our last commercial break in this race. But when we'll be right back, the final leg of this race will commence. So stay tuned, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
Things to be aware of organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom. First, no automated leaderboard would always be labor intensive. Elimination round would be the only way to filter the winners. Having the participants adhering to the schedule would be a huge test. We need to know the task will get bigger when participants increases. Time consuming. Organizing eRacing Championship without RaceRoom, it's all need run manually to take down the participants and eliminate them from first round group to final round group. Because it is manual human labor, there bound to be human error. Manual human labor would have a price tag for the man-hours involved. New participants would never have chance. The eRacing clubs in the world will send their best racers to participate the race. But that means your championship exposure is just limited to the eRacing clubs. Why choose RaceRoom? R3E official championship have fully automated leaderboard. Participants can log in anytime to leave the fastest lap time within the qualifying period. Each of the racers already have their ranks with RaceRoom. Next, save time. You can have unlimited amounts of participants in a super short time to qualifying them to final race. RaceRoom can cover unlimited amount of participants. We have a full automated esports ecosystem from qualifying leaderboard to broadcast AI. Besides, RaceRoom's free contents lets everyone can participate to the race.
Welcome back. Round 5 of the eRGP Endurance Edition. Silverstone. This is the penultimate round of the Endurance Edition. But first, huge thank you to our sponsors, Xbox, awesome facility as always. Two of them actually. Axel Academy, Royal Selangor as well. Again, winners of this championship will get trophies by Royal Selangor. And Motorsport Playground will be renting their cars in their own livery. Yeah. So live apparels as well. And yes, so a lot of things has been happening. Andrew Lawrenson is still your race leader for today, but a lot of things happening in the Pro-Am category at least. So you got Andrew Lawrenson still leading the way, Bruno Gallo being 11.5 seconds behind them. And there's a change in the Pro-Am lead. So Billy Ebenheiser in the 720S GT3 Java Sim car is leading the way ahead of Chok Long Lee. But Chok Long Lee has pitted. Iko has pitted and handed the car over to Chok Long Lee.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good battle here. Ebenhauser in the Java Sim car is in the lead. And you can see the Bentley right behind him in the black and red Bentley. But both these cars have to pit one more time. But I have the feeling that's going to swing the other way because the Java Sim car stopped very early, so they're going to have a long pit stop for the last one. Whereas Chok Long Lee in the Bentley, there he is in the Z Challenger car, will have to do a shorter pit stop for that last pit stop. So it is all happening at the moment, and it's very close indeed.
Indeed it is. And down GT4 class, Nazir Asman still leads the way, but
it's closer.
Look at that now. Joshua Nabus is 4.6 seconds behind Mohamed Zikri and Nazir Asman's car.
There he is. So the Veloce Ragazzo, this championship, we did say this, didn't we, in the last hour, because it kind of settled down for a bit, but we really felt the last hour would really spice it up. And Nabus is doing a great job to close that gap. And Nazir Asman is only just leading. There they are, both cars in shot. This is the battle for the AM class. So we've got to keep an eye on this as we go from day into night.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier on. Now, Silverstone. As we can see, the old Abbey Bridge there, it's very dark here, and if we can ride on board Nazir, and we can see how dark it is.
Yeah.
It's not pitch black yet, but when given probably like 30 minutes and then it'll be pitch black, and you can't see anything. But meanwhile, Ricardo is 10.7 seconds behind. So
yeah, this gap is definitely close. This is the guy in P2 in the pro class, slowly inching it away. About 2.5 hours away, 2.5 hours to go. Lawrenson had maybe a 20-second lead. Went down to 15, then went down to 12, went back up to 14, and now it's down to 10. So hour 20 to go. It's all coming together. All the battles. We've got great battles. Pro class, I think in another half an hour, the battle between this car, Bruno Gallo, and Andrew Lawrenson in Laundry House car number 1 will be joined. In the AM class, of course, Ebenhauser in the Java Sim car, he's leading, but you can just see right behind him is Chung Lok Lee. And this battle is going to go all the way. And it's actually going to be a 3-way battle because behind these two cars, we've got Alexis Clapano within touching distance, 7 seconds behind. So this battle is still going on as we talk.
Alexis Clapano being one of the Pinoy drivers who is the quickest who's probably one of the quickest in the Lamborghini. Got closer to finishing on the podium multiple times in last season's Lamborghini's real race. It's actually a really not bad result. So he knows a lot of things about the Lambo. And a little bit on the grass there. Sparks coming out of it. But meanwhile, so good news if you're a big fan of eRGP, which I hope you are, and that's why you're tuning into us. So thank you for sticking to us. We've got Andrew Lawrenson and Bruno Gallo fighting it out for pro honors and for overall honors as well. We also have Billy Ebenheiser and Chok Long Lee, who is also fighting for their respective lead.
Yeah.
Look at it, so close. And and then look at that. In the GT4 class, Nazir Asman and Joshua Nabus, and Chok Long Lee is just lapping Joshua Nabus here, the junior Veloce Ragazzo car in the GT4 category, one of the 3 GT4 cars that we have today.
There he goes in second position, and they both of them will lap up on Omorali. Sukri Motorsport was in that fight for the lead, but they've just disappeared a little bit, maybe because something happened, a drive-through of some sort.
Yep, indeed. His car goes off there. It's the 191 of Paul Faustino and Art Vanderlei in the Celsius car.
But there's a good battle here right now.
And it's actually a 4-5. Is it 4-5?
No. He's trying to lap the Wackos flip table car.
Yeah.
Vanderlei, the third car in this row, trying to lap the Wackos flip table car, so he can get at Stratos Motorsports car number 222.
Yep. And it's a two-way fight for P9 overall. Not for Aldo Balagulen though. He's racing in a different category. He's racing in the Pro-Am category, sharing the car with Francis Matrillo and Lance Kubala today. And Art Vanderlei is sharing it with James Pierre Reed, who, this number 15 car didn't have a good start early on in the race. And Alistair Young didn't have a good start in the race, but the pace dropped down. They were P5 at one point, but not down.
Car 2 that's really struggling for pace, and everyone's just kind of lining up behind, trying to overtake.
Alistair's defending the Waycross car, the 999 is not.
I think, the 999 is trying to unlap himself.
Right, but he needs to give way to 999.
He's trying to unlap himself.
But it's losing time to Alistair. Because Alistair knows that James Pierre is Art Vanderlei is right behind him.
If I was a Wackos car, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be trying to unlap myself.
Oh, there you go. Lost it there.
Lost it. There, runs wide. And battle is joined again.
So good news for Bruno Gallo. 9.9 seconds.
Car 2 is having some serious issues. It's very slow. Poor exit out of that corner as well.
This is the same exact corner that we saw Alistair and the number 2 Sergei Mironenko car got involved in a collision. Alistair moves down the inside, but that may open the opportunity for Art Vanderlei to do a switchback. Doesn't look like he can do it. What about Lovefield coming to the penultimate corner of this lap in Silverstone? No, can't do it. And the track is getting...
It's getting colder. I wonder if he's having issues with tyre pressures. But for whatever reason, Kato 2, a lot of understeer through cops as well. I think it's just a matter of time for Vanderlei makes a move here.
It's going to be a matter of time. He's got number 5 right behind him. Ooh, Vanderlei getting closer. Number 5 also getting closer as well, so they are battling for positions here.
Okay, Vanderlei there. He's going to get pushed by the Aston Martin. Who's that Aston Martin?
It's Aldo Balagulen. Aldo.
Wow, it's the Pro-Am car trying to make his way through because he needs to get to the Pro-Am cars in front of him. So he wants to get past these cars as well.
Yeah, but he's a bit further back from Alexis Clapano. But Alexis Clapano is picking up rounds here. You've got an hour and 15 minutes remaining. Art Vanderlei is defending from Aldo Balagulen, trying to get closer to Alistair Young. He's trying so hard, but Alistair Young is not. The gap between him and Alistair Young is increasing because Art Vanderlei is getting pressured by Aldo Balagulen.
Okay, so this is what other battles are there right now? There's a few other battles.
Oh, diving down the inside goes Art Vanderlei, tries to find a move on Alistair Young. Aldo Balagulen as well sees the move, but he can't make the move stick. Art Vanderlei will have a very good exit though, coming out of the Wellington Straight. Look at that. Alistair's diving down the inside. Art Vanderlei, the gap is getting closer and closer and closer, and Art Vanderlei down the inside has to back off, doesn't want to get involved in a collision whatsoever, but Alistair Young runs wide, runs deep, down into left field, and Art Vanderlei round the outside, going down the penultimate corner of this lap. Can he get closer? Doesn't look like it. And Aldo Balagulen, you have Aldo Balagulen right behind him for company, so Art Vanderlei is getting pressured. And he needs to be very careful here, Art Vanderlei. He doesn't want to make a move. This is where Hamilton and Verstappen collected each other last year. That sent Verstappen into the wall. And Vanderlei is backed off. He's being very sensible here. He's got the hang of straight to negotiate, calls Magus, Backus and Chappell to negotiate. And oh, look at that, it's getting closer. But he needs to get a good exit down the inside. Tries to find a move into Chapel and down the hang straight.
It's like a big traffic jam.
It's like a huge traffic jam. We need a helicam of this. We need to see like the gap. Yeah, look at that. It's a 4-way train. Round the outside goes Art Vanderlei. He can't seem to get the move stick. And
3 wide.
3 wide.
Vanderlei around the outside.
999 pushes the number 5 car out wide. Number 5 car runs a little bit deep though, but can Art Vanderlei dive down the inside coming into Vale? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Need to catch my breath there.
Yeah, pretty exciting. And now they've got a GT4 car. It's Muiz Omorali there.
Yeah, so Muiz is not a huge factor at the moment. Alistair Young overtakes Muiz, but for Art Vanderlei and Aldo Balagulen, he needs to do it very quickly. In the briefing note, it states that the GT4 car needs to go a little bit wider to make way for the GT3 cars, because these GT3 cars can be very impatient with them and you don't want to be involved in a collision. Alistair Young though is still holding his ground, so it's very impressive display here by Alistair, showing that he knows how to defend. I'm still catching my breath here, Alex.
So anyway, Stratos Motorsport car number 222 still holds on for now. NSX is very quick in a straight line as they go down Woodlands into Brooklands. It's getting proper dark now. Everyone needs their lights on to be able to see what's going on.
Oh, and the fun fact about ACC is that if you don't have the lights on, the black and orange flag will be shown to you, and you have 3 laps to open it. So I've done this trick before. Turn off the lights and then try to find a move down the inside of the car ahead, and then turn the lights back on. A little bit of initial D style, but doesn't seem to be the way for Art Vanderlei as he dives down the outside. Tries to overtake Alistair Young, but doesn't seem like it. Aldo Balagulen tries to capitalize on Art Vanderlei's mistake, but Art Vanderlei gets closer again. Alistair is really lacking in pace. The car is not suited for night-style driving. Aldo Balagulen will have a good drive, same does Art Vanderlei, but Art Vanderlei still needs to overtake Alistair in order to run away from Aldo Balagulen. What about Vale though? Can he do it?
Runs wide again there.
Yeah, 1 second. Alright, I have to tell you as well.
I would have gone for that.
Yeah.
Decided not to.
Yeah. I have to remind you all, the gap between Bruno Gallo and Andrew Lawrenson is 9.8 seconds. The gap between Joshua Nabus and Nazir Asman is down to a second after roughly 20-second gap. So Joshua Nabus, the quicker guy in the number 28, Veloci Regazzo car is down the ins.
Oh, there's that battle we were just talking about.
Oh, there you go. Oh, Alistair Young tries to bring down. Oh, Definitely does as well. There you go. Nazir Asman has to back off, and he doesn't need to hit Alistair. And there you go. Catastrophe all around. GT4 leaders getting involved with the collision with the number 9 overall car, Alistair Young. Art Vanderlei being the biggest winner out of all that.
Look at that, cars everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
and
Vanderlei's gone through.
Yeah.
I'm just thankful that the AM drivers are still okay. There is Zikri still around. Sorry, Nazir Asman. Joshua Nabus, he got caught up in that action, so he fell down the line a little bit.
What was a second gap between Joshua Nabus and Nazir Asman is now down to 3.2 seconds. Look at that, Alistair Young is still trying to fight with all of them. He's tagging Nazir Asman. He hasn't tagged Nazir Asman once, he tagged Nazir Asman twice in the span of a lap. So that incident, the whole incident started with Alistair Young diving down the outside, going into Abbey.
Careless driving really there from Stratos Motorsport 222. We'll have to look at that. Hopefully someone will send in a Protoss video, and we'll just have a look at that later for sure. But it seems more cleaned out now. Art Vanderlei has got through. Gosh, who's that in front of him? That's Laundry House.
Yeah, that's
Lawrenson must manage to find his way through that melee, because it was definitely a melee of cars everywhere. I think Lawrenson got away with that very luckily, got onto it just at the right time.
A melee of cars there, so you've got the number 222 involved, you've got number 15 involved, you've got number 5 involved from the GT3 category. You also have the 999 involved, but he's not in the fight whatsoever. Then you have the 57 and the 28 car also involved in that collision, and the biggest loser there is probably Alistair Young, who lost a lot of positions because of it.
You could argue he started it though as well. But anyway, Lawrenson there right now managed to get through that just the right point as cars went everywhere. Didn't lose that much time. Bruno Gallo then now in P2 has to find his way through the traffic. And that's costing a bit of time because the gap's gone up from 9 to 10 seconds now. but he's cleared most of it, I feel. Third position, Alec Karudin is back in that car as well, in the GSR eMotorsports car, but he's good half a lap down on the lead.
Yep.
Naqib Aslam there. He seems to have closed down that gap to Karudin just a tiny
a bit further though. I mean, Naqib, if I believe, still has yet to make his pit stop, so eventually he has to
he's made his pit stop. He made it during the break, so he's in P4. What's that gap now between him and Ali Karudin?
Yeah,
We should keep an eye on that. See, but I tell you what, Ali Karudin's flying at the moment. He's
flying.
He's 59 zeros, high 58s, and I don't think Naqib.
Ooh, Joshua Nabus is 8,000 of a second behind Nazir Asman. We have to go back to the battle between them. And Joshua Nabus has overtaken Nazir Asman for the lead in the GT4 category. So there you go, rising line. What was a very long race for them in the lead in the GT4 category is now down back to P2 with a beautiful effort there by Joshua Nabus. And even with that conundrum that happened, that was caused by Alistair Young. Well, I assume that it was caused by Alistair Young earlier on.
Well, let's go back and see this fight between the leaders. There we go.
Was
you see them running wide.
Was there an overtake around the outside of the track?
Perhaps, maybe there was.
Ah.
But anyway,
can that be protested?
the racing line car just not having any pace at the moment.
Yeah.
Just look at him. There he is now. Looks like he's dropping back from that. Oh no, still there at the moment.
So it doesn't look like it, but it's a very questionable overtake for the lead there by Joshua Nabus because
we didn't see the beginning of it though yet, so we don't know.
Yeah.
But Nabus a great pace right now. And pulling away, straight away a gap on Nazir Asman.
So you're going to have to wait and see whether the number 57 or the number 28 car protests each other. This is the same team that protested each other in the last round of the Endurance Edition in Nürburgring, which consequently handed Nazir Asman and Zikri their first win in the Endurance Edition.
Okay, so Veloce Ragazzo back in the lead. These are our championship leaders by only 1 point. So they're doing everything that they need to do. Oh, hit that curb and he's
into the wall! Almost into the wall there by Joshua Nabus. A very careless
wow.
Eating the sausage curb.
Let's have a look at it again. Here he is. He touches the sausage curb. Boom!
I told you earlier on that Silverstone is very dark at night and you can't see sausage curbs. You can't estimate. It's very rough to estimate the track and the view in front of you. And there you go. Joshua Nabus with a careless mistake.
Careless mistake, but costly mistake because that's put.
And there you go, Nazir Asman as well goes wide.
Wow, the darkness is catching out all sorts of drivers. Everyone's making mistakes in the dark. I wonder if anyone's been practicing in the dark in the week.
Yeah, just like the Metallica song 1 that was sang by James Hetfield, Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see, absolute horror. Well, I guess this is what's going on with these two GT4 cars.
Jeez, okay, so the leaders all making mistakes right now. It could be a battle of attrition, really, between the Team Racing Line car 57, who's leading currently, but it feels like a very fragile lead because Joshua Nabus in the Veloce Ragazzo car is still right there in P2.
And I think Nazir has a lot of damage.
Oh,
Nazir is in the pits. Okay, so Nazir is in the pits. Oh, there you go, front end damage in the front of the car, and goes to show maybe that's the reason why he's losing pace, because he doesn't have grip at all at the front because of the contact with Alistair Young earlier on.
That wasn't such big contact. I wonder if that was the cause. Could be indeed. Anyway, let's see. Gosh, if they got to repair damage now, gosh, how much time will that take to fix?
Well, Joshua Nabus, I'm guessing Joshua Nabus has to pit as well for damage, but depends on him. He's very careless too, isn't he, Joshua Nabus?
Nabus there just now on the sausage curb. Would that have been big enough to do any damage to the car?
It wouldn't be big enough to do the damage on the car because jumping over the sausage curb won't really damage it. But if you hit the wall, then yeah, there will be damage, but you didn't hit the wall, so lucky for him.
Okay, back to the front then. Andrew Lawrenson, they're leading right now, and he's pulled out a bit of a gap. I think it's up to 11 seconds. Let's check. We'll have a look. He's leading the race right now as he goes through the Brooklands. Bruno Gallo there in second position. Yeah, drop back a bit, 13 seconds. So the darkness is definitely shaking things up. I think this is what is happening.
Can we have an onboard of Bruno Gallo and see how dark it is, how pitch black it is in Silverstone?
Oh, it looks pretty good.
You can't see anything, can you?
No, you think so? I think that looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, but compared to compared to tracks like, like Sepang, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi and whatnot.
Okay, yeah, there's no light.
Yeah, there's no light.
but there's plenty of light from the headlights. For me, this is excellent lights. I've driven a lot of 24-hour races, and this is as good as it gets. If you got lights like this,
Ooh, 57 has a drive-through for track limits. So there you go. Second position car in the GT4 category has a drive-through for track limits. How many drive-throughs do you want? One, but that one drive-through will be very costly. Not only for Mohamed Zikri, and Mohamed Zikri is the one who's taking over the car. So I think that might be from Exiting Chapel.
Yeah. So, well, maybe they just went over the limits.
Maybe.
But yeah, drive-through. That's it. That's going to be good news for this team. Veloce Ragazza. That's going to give them a big lead in the race now.
Well, it reminds me of my last race in the RGB, which was Spa last year.
Okay, so Kyrud in there in P3. Nakib Aslan there in P4. What lap times are they doing?
Oh, there's a battle for Pro Am, Alex.
Let's go down and have
Let's go down there. Leslie Clapano and Willie Ebenheiser getting closer and closer and closer.
Whoa!
Oh, side by side there, going into Stowe. Didn't manage to hit each other, unlike Verstappen and Hamilton. But what about Magnus
Side by
Beckers and
side.
Chapel?
Does it go through? Oh, Ebenhauser backs out of it. Just backs out of it, and it gives Clapano the place. So Clapano now in the JMX Junior car takes the lead in the Pro-Am class. Fantastic result there. What happened?
So we did say that Clapano is one of the quicker drivers.
What happened to
in
Z
that
Challenger car?
Sorry?
Z Challenger. Okay, they were just in the pits.
Oh no!
Doing their last pit stop?
No, they
way.
disconnected.
Oh, they disconnected.
Yeah.
No.
I knew that something was wrong because at a split second, only 18 cars were in the server, and now back to 19, and disaster for number 70.
That is such a shame. This team had been doing such a good job, and to me, they were leading the race. It wasn't done and dusted yet because we had two cars right behind them, but they were doing such a great job. So unlucky to get a disconnection. They've obviously reconnected, but they're now 4 laps down. No chance.
Yep.
They're going to finish 6th.
What could have been? What could have been for a few of these cars here today? Number 70, number 57, and god damn.
Oh wow. Okay, so there were 3 cars fighting for Pro-Am. Now there are only 2. But Clapano and JMX Junior has taken the lead on this lap, and look at it. It's a 1.2 second gap already. So Ebenhauser, is he struggling in the dark? Maybe let's go on board and have a look and see how his lights look.
Well, it's the same lights that we saw just.
That's brilliant. That's really good.
God bless the developers in ACC for getting a very good light.
So what's very important in real life is that you have the lights pointing sideways. So when you look for the apex, you can see the apex. Oh, it's so easy to see. Let's go to one of the slower corners. That's where it really gets tricky. With the sharper corners, if you don't have the lights pointing to the inside, it's very hard to see the apex and then the exit of the corner. But for me right now, this is great. If I had these sort of lights in the night, I would be well.
And what about flashing to the guys ahead of you?
You always have to flash like mad. Okay, coming out from Stowe. Short, Vale. Okay, so let's see if you can see the apex up, and when you brake, you can see the apex as well.
Well, you see this top corner with that Joshua Thomas plastic. You can't see.
I mean, who are we to say? We're not sitting in the sims and the rigs watching.
Yeah.
But for me as an armchair viewer watching just right now, that looks like great visibility. But look at that, 2.8 seconds. Ebenhauser has no answer to the pace of Clapano.
Clapano is pulling away. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, 59 minutes and 24 seconds, 21 seconds remaining till the end of the race. You've got Bruno Gallo leading the way with Andrew Lawrence. Was he in the race earlier on? Only 7 seconds.
So this is the trick. Lawrence stopped. He's done his final pit stop of the race. You'd have had to put a full tank of fuel. You would have had to put tires. This is where it gets interesting because he had a 13 second lead. I think
12 seconds roughly.
12 second lead over this guy, Bruno Gallo. But Gallo's pace in the dark just now seems to be suffering. Seems to be losing a little bit of pace. But the thing is, can Bruno get the lead now? The question is, will he, if he's brave, you're going to do a Hail Mary? I won't take tires for the last stop. If he doesn't take tires for the last stop and he takes less fuel, that will be enough to put him in front of Lawrenson for the last stint.
Remember my Hail Mary move on Nakib Azlan last year in Monza? Around the outside.
Yeah.
But, you know, that was in broad daylight. This is at night time. So, gonna be
So
interesting
many
to see.
questions.
Yep. So, viewers, if you're watching, please give us your prediction for the top 3 in every category. Well, you don't have to answer for GT4 though, but the top 2 for the GT4, because Central Motorsport looks like they're settled for podium finish in a car and what could have been for number 76 that car. Then Aslan there. One strap was flash car.
Riding aboard the Clapano. He's actually flying in the dark right now. He's one of the faster cars out on track at the moment. Wow, Clapano had a pretty good first stint, but now in the dark he's really flying, and he's closing down on the car on P5, the laundry house car number 2.
Yes, and Weston were with debut for the championship. Yeah, P5. And getting chased on by Alexis Clapano, but 56 minutes to go. Last lap for Weston is 59.8, and Alexis Clapano across the line is 59.5. So Clapano, so that's good. Yeah. Make it. Very interesting race. Now, Carlo's gap between him and Heineken is 38 seconds as we have Alison Young getting a drive for track limits. So, what was a beautiful night for the Triple 2, what was a beautiful day for Triple 2 entry led by Nabil Alzan earlier on. Being headed over by Alistair Young is now down to 11, and they have gotten a drive penalty, so they have that drive to serve.
Test right now for car 999.
Just got it from the stewards panel.
Yeah, this was that incident
That was started by Alison.
yeah, it happened a little bit later on.
At this
See what
corner,
they would say.
at this corner specifically, Alexis Clapano, the one that Alexis Clapano just passed through. And this is the kind of things that you expect in endurance racing, especially with the different cars. Regardless, even if it's in the same category of cars, which is GT3s, you can expect these kind of things to happen, and I won't be surprised. Meanwhile, 696 of Taufik Mohidin in E4 in the Pro-Am category is now into the pits, going to pass the car to his compatriot Shazwan Shafiq for his final stint, and it's a very good call as Mr. Weston dives into the pits to do his final pit stop of the 6th hour of Silverstone. Again, Clapano is flying 9.6. It's really not a bad lap time. Other drivers are driving in the 2-minute mark. I mean, the quickest guy on track at the moment is Nakib Azlan with 59.5. What's the gap between Gallo and Ali? only going to cross the line in a couple of seconds. But when you cross the line, we'll have a very good indication to how big of the gap between the two drivers in P1 and P2 respectively. It's maybe 30 seconds, 25 seconds. Gallo just overlapping the number 2 sister car of the laundry house entry, currently driven by Mitchell Weston. He's also sharing it with Sergei Mironenko in today's race, and you can't tell the gap. But Andrew Lawrenson, what we can tell is Andrew Lawrenson is now 8 seconds behind Andy Carudin. In the Pro-Am category, Billy Ebenheiser's gap is gapping, and there you go, number 120 gets another drive for track limits. Now then, all these track limits are happening at night, and it goes to show that maybe visibility is poor, that they can't do it, they can't like negotiate the corners that well, unlike broad daylight, as we have a steward inquiry on number 57 and number 28, which was the overtake that was done by the currently driven car of Roy Ripperip and Mohamed Zikri around the outside of the Wellington Straight, which is a big no-no, and Nazir Asman has just protested that. Also in protest scheme is the number 999 of Lin Yong, who was in the big battle between the GT4s of Nazir Asman and Joshua Namos, together with Alistair Young and Art Vandley, also Lee Ebenheiser. Alistair Young still has a drive through penalty, so he has to complete that drive through. He has to do it this time, I think, otherwise he'll risk getting a disqualification, which is what you don't want to do. And Benson Chong as well, the TVR, the Taiwan Virtual Racing League driver, has a drive-through as well himself. So 2 drive-throughs at the moment. We have not seen a stop and go for quite some time. The last stop and go that we had was the 999 car? Yeah, I believe it was 999 car for speeding in pit lane. So then, we're gonna have to wait and see. But
so much happening. Bruno Gallo, I've been following him a bit right now because he still has one more pit stop to do, and I'm so curious to see what he does, whether he takes tires. I would take the risk and not take tires. That'll put him in front of Lawrenson for the final stint. And yes, I know his tires might be shot, but at least gives him a fighting chance to try and win the race. Because Ali Khairuddin there, who's in P2 right now, possibly finish P3 after his pit stop, is too far behind. He's 35 seconds behind. So even if Gallo makes a mistake and the tires get worn out, he's not going to lose 35 seconds, I feel, to the GSR eMotorsports car. So it's worth the risk. Anyway, net lead, who is P3 at the moment, Andrew Lawrenson right now, 7 seconds behind Khairuddin. But like I said, both the cars in front of him have to pit. Nakib Alistair in P4, Nakib Alistair in P4 just behind Lawrenson, also has to pit one more time. But he's one of the late stoppers as well, so I think he won't take tires. I think he'll just do a short fill of fuel, which could put him to the battle between him and Ali Khairuddin for 3rd position. First of Pro-Am, in 5th position, Alexis Clapano, doing a great job in the night time. Last lap at 59.6. Wow, he should always race night because his night pace is just as quick as his day pace, whereas everyone else has been a couple of tenths slower. Their night pace has been a couple of tenths slower than their day pace. But Clapano, great pace here in the night, and he's now leading the Pro-Am class by quite a good margin, maybe 10 seconds or so from Billy Ebenhazer in the Java Sim car. And this looks kind of settled right now. I think this is kind of played out, and Pro-Am, I'm asking for trouble here by saying this, but I think Pro-Am looks pretty settled right now between 1st and 2nd. 3rd position in Pro-Am, Alu Balagulan. got knocked out quite hard by car 999 in the melee earlier on, and he's a long way back in P3. Such a shame because he was not too far off the battle for the lead, but now he's just too far back at the moment. But still, P3 would be a great job by him if he can finish it out. Over to the AM class, and Veloce Regaza have a big lead right now. They're a lap up on Mohammed Zikri right now in Team Racing Line. So Racing Line there had to serve that drive-through, and that's why they're not a lap down. They're about half a lap down, shall we say. But they still need to try and catch up somehow. So that's the play of positions at the moment. It is super exciting. Let's see if we can see some zoom shots of anyone. Let's go back to Aldo Balagulan. There he is on the insert on the bottom right. He's P3 in the Pro-Am class. Veloce Ragazza have done a pretty good job, to be all honest. All things considering. Yep, and we got a drive-through for car number 999, the Wackos Flip Table car. They're getting the drive-through or having contact with car number 5, the car we are on board with right now. That was from that melee through farm. So shame for them, but they're not really. I don't think that might lose them a couple one position. Back to the Pro-Am battle. There is Mohammed Zikri. He's in the last stint right now, and yeah, quite a bit down from Roy Rip right now. I don't know. Has he done his last pit stop?
Yeah, yes. He's just
Yes, he has. So they're both in the last stints right now, and Rip has a 24-second advantage over the Racing Line car. So Veloce Ragazza has a 24-second advantage, which is basically one drive-through penalty, really, which was what Racing Line had to serve for track limits violations.
So then, Aldo Balagulan. Oh, there's a battle for the final step of the podium between Aldo Balagulan and Granto. 5/10 is what separates between Aldo and Gugun, as Bruno Gallo has pitted for his final stop in this race. And Alex, splash and dash or
no,
change tires as well?
This is too early. So they've done a very short stop. That's a shame. I thought they were going to go long and not change tires for the last one in short fill. But with 45 minutes remaining, for me, that's too risky. I don't think he can do 45 minutes without a tire change. Or could he? So anyway, let's see. Well, let's see where he comes out. I think he'll lose a position to Ali Khairuddin. I think Khairuddin will now lead the race, and I think he'll also lose a position to Andrew Lawrenson.
Now then, Bruno Gallo, what do you have up in your saves? What does Alpine has in their strategical tactic, as we like to say it? That'll be very good. Anyway, 103, assistant pit stop in front. Behind number 1. So then,
So there's Lawrenson going through Beckett's. Bruno Gallo, oh, he's not too far behind. It's a short stop. Question is, yeah, he would have put new tires for sure. Gosh, you have fresher tires now.
if he has fresher tires, then might be a huge advantage for him. Now, if we assume that Bruno Gallo has changed to fresher tires, 70 seconds gap between Lawrence and Khairuddin, but Paul Britt's gap between him and Lawrence is 5.5 seconds.
You're right, I think that's close enough. Paul Britt. So, Laundry House car number 1 is in net lead once Ali Khairuddin does his pit stop. But this is super exciting because this car, Antipodean Autosport, up to P2, net P2 shall we say, is only 5 seconds behind Laundry House.
Yep, and Alex got that right. He actually pronounced Antipodean right. Ha!
I don't know.
Good for him. Okay, so 5 seconds and Paul Brake being the quicker one. I feel like Paul Brake being the quicker one between him and Bruno Carlos. So, are we going to see a banzai stint from Paul Brake? We're gonna have to wait and see. 43 minutes remaining, and Nakib Azlan is
P4.
P4. Lawrenson is P2.
There is Lawrenson right now. He's actually, Aslan had a spin into the gravel, hit the curb too much, so he lost a lot of time. And he's actually almost about to be lapped, really. But the guy who is leading the race right now, Ali Khairuddin, he needs to stop one more time. So it'll be interesting to see how far back he goes.
Ali Khairuddin, 16 seconds between him and Lawrenson. Paul Brake is 6.3 seconds behind Lawrenson. It's going to be very close here. Anyway, we just thought a very funny inquiry sent to the stewards that it's very hilarious, but we shall not name what it is. Nevertheless, yeah, Andrew Lawrenson 16 seconds behind, Paul Brake 6.19 seconds behind. Yeah, Antipodean car, 42 minutes remaining. We're gonna have to wait and see. Come on, Antipodean, show us some fight to the number 1 Laundry House car. Well, to be fair, I'm happy if whoever wins this race. I'm happy if Laundry House wins this race again in the season because it's been a really good fight between all 3 classes, and I really love the race today in Silverstone compared to. I think Silverstone's probably one of the best races that we had this year. So then, Art Vanelli 6.1 seconds behind. He's P5 in class, and Alexis Clapano is miles ahead of the competition, which is Gugun Wiranto in the Jumper Sim Cup. Aldo Balugulundo is P3 in the Pro-Am category with 4.5 seconds behind Gugun Wiranto. And at the moment though, Ali Khairuddin doesn't look like he has yet to pit. Even if he pits, it's not enough to run away from Andrew Lawrenson. As Muiz Omarali dives down to the pit for what would presumably be his final stop of the race. Let's focus on other drivers here for today. We've got Edmund Hui in the number 120 TVRL car, and well, they've had an okay race, I should say. P5 in the Pro-Am category out of 7 entries in the Pro-Am, and I think they did a really good job, but it's a bit of a hit and miss for this team, if I'm honest. They've had the pace, and right now Edmund Hui is more in the grass in his BMW lawnmower, and it's a very unsafe re-entry there by Edmund Hui. So that might be, you know, number 2 of the Laundry House car might send that footage to the stewards and, you know, give some penalty to the 120 car, but stop and go penalty to Muiz Omarali for spinning in the pit lane. So stop and go 30 seconds, which is a long time. That is roughly the equivalent of a pit stop in ACC, and basically he's already P3 in the GT4 class. He'll still be P3, so that won't compromise his race that much. But up ahead though, Andrew Lawrenson is 15 seconds behind Ali Khairuddin, and Paul Brake is still 6.5 seconds behind Ali Khairuddin. Paul Brake 6.5 seconds. He doesn't seem like he can get closer to Andrew Lawrenson, which is a bit disheartening because Paul Britt is one of the quicker ones in that Antipodean car, and it looks like he can get closer to Andrew, but Andrew is, we all know that Andrew Lawrenson and the Sonji House entry is probably one of the best entries on the grid, on top of a very stacked grid of quality drivers. Early on in the season, Leif Hamilton, one of them, sorry, Triple 1 Stratos Fresh being one of them, Triple 2 Stratos that was led by Nakib Azlan early in the season being one of them. 49 GS, 49 Speed 7 entry if you were to count that elite as well, but I've not done ACC in quite some time. And yeah, number 44 of Legion of Racers car. But it's nice to see that 369 stepping up their game this season after a season without a podium last year, and 103 as well, having won their first Endurance Edition race all the way back in Kyalami after after Andy O'Hara took Avila Bahar in the final corner of Kyalami in the 4 hours of Kyalami, hosted by eRGP. Mohamed Zikri, the guy who was leading in the Pro-Am category, had a drive-through because of track limits warning and had his lead being overtaken by the number 28 car around the outside, going down the Wellington Straight. And well then, car 28 has a drive-through penalty. So what drama do we have this late on in the race? So that drive-through penalty must be from overtaking around the outside of the racing line, Alex.
Yeah, big drama there indeed. Car 28 argued that they gave it the position back, but they gave the position back. It didn't look like they gave the position back because they hit a curb and went wide off, which we saw on live telecast, and it wasn't given back a couple corners later. When you want to give a position back, you normally have to do it within a couple corners, 2 or 3 corners at most. When you try and give the position back a whole lap later, that doesn't really, that's too late. The stewards also decided that it did not look like he was giving position back, because it looked like he just made a mistake and went wide on a curb. So car 28 has got a drive-through penalty that they will have to serve. Okay, we're on board with Andrew Lawrenson. And that gap is maintaining to about 6 seconds between him and Paul Britt from Antipodean anyway, Autosport. So that's really stabilized quite well between the two of them right now. And if Paul Britt wants to win this race, he's going to have to close that gap somehow. And even if he closes the gap, he's then somehow going to have to overtake. Tell you what, guys, this has been a super exciting race that we have seen so far. Battles in Pro-Am and Am. And the only one that looks pretty much done is a battle for Pro-Am, because there is Alex Clapano with a nice big lead. Let's see, he's got I don't know, what is that, 15 seconds? 6, no, what is that? That's, 18 seconds from Wiranto here in the Java Sim car. So that is going to be quite interesting. So that battle, I think, is going Clapano's way in the JMX Junior car. The big thing now, though, of course, is Roy Rip there in Veloce Ragazzo there. He's leading the GT4 class, the AM class. He's got a 20-second lead, 19-second lead over Mohamed Zikri in car 57. But he's got a drive-through for overtaking off track.
Overtaking for the lead, no less, and 242 has the stop and go cleared. Yes, 242 did have a stop and go penalty for spinning in the pit lane, and well, basically that is an equivalent to a pit stop in Silverstone.
How did he get that clear?
Because he served his stop and go.
Oh, he served it, right, okay.
Yeah, that's 242, so it's a different incident altogether. So you got 2 incidents. from the GT4s. One is a drive-through, then the other is a stop and go penalty, 40-42. Then all break 5.4 seconds with 34 minutes remaining from Andrew Lawrenson, and yeah, it seems like he can get closer to Lawrenson. Looks like he can get closer. So when Ali Karudin pits, will basically lose his lead to Andrew Lawrenson and Paul Britt, but will stay ahead of Nakib Arslan, and that will mean that they would finish on the podium. So it's a very good effort, an excellent effort from GSR, who continues their good performance in the 2022 Endurance Edition, as we have Roy Ripper here diving on the pits to serve his drive-through. So that early on in the race, I'm informed the viewers that a drive-through would be roughly 20 to 25 seconds. The gap between Zikri and Rip Roy is 18 seconds. So then we have to wait and see what's the gap when they come out. But I think that Zikri might be ahead of Roy and has retaken the lead, and that's it. Yep, that's the sound of the V8 Aston Martin overtaking Roy, and Roy has been moved down to P2 and Zikri has taken the lead. So the important thing for this number 57 entry is for them to not mess up in
Wow,
the
13-second lead. 13-second lead.
But that was Zikri's gap between him and Roy when Zikri crossed the line. So we're gonna have to wait until the first sector time come up. Then we'll have a good indication to see what's the gap between him and Roy. But it's 4.9 seconds, so it's not over yet.
4.9 seconds.
Yeah, so it's not over yet. So roughly a drive-through would be 23 seconds in Silverstone. If it's Spa, then it's going to be 2 minutes, which is painful, Alex.
That's entirely possible. It's only 4 seconds behind, 5 seconds behind, and we've got 30 minutes to go. So anything is possible right now. Okay, back to the lead. Ali Karudin still has not taken his last stop.
Paul Britt is getting faster and faster. Last time I saw it was 5.5, now it's 4.4.
Wow, Paul Britt on his last lap just did a 58.6.
A whole 9 tenths quicker than Andrew Lawrenson. And it's still a 10th up, so it's still improving.
Wow. We've had some great racing today. Well, Silverstone always delivers in ACC, GT3 and GT4. You are watching the 6 hours of Silverstone here on eRacing GP, round 5 of 6. And great battles all the way down. This is the battle for the lead. Once this car, Ali Karudin, GSR eMotorsports car, pits, he has to pit one more time before the end of the race. The question is, how brave is he? You know, I think it's worth not taking tires.
It's worth not taking tires because it's already past the 30-minute point.
Because a guy, the very worst, when he takes his pit stop, if he takes tires, he falls back to P3, 100%.
Yeah.
And the guy in fourth, Nakib Arslan's almost a lap down on him. So even if he takes tires and the tires are worn and he's very slow, I don't think Nakib Arslan's going to catch him in the time.
Nakib is too far back from Ali. And
so take the tires, take the gamble, man. Don't do the tires. Short fill the car. Let's see where we go.
Yeah, but to be honest, with 30 minutes remaining,
but actually, you know what? I'm going to contradict myself. Is it worth the gamble? Because no matter what, he's going to finish P3 anyway.
Yes, that's true.
So why not just be safe and take the tires?
Yep. And imagine if something did happen, an unfortunate thing did happen between number 1 and number 103, and who knows? Maybe the tire gamble did pay off, and Ali wins the race. We never know.
Yeah. So these are all the things the teams are going to have to be battling with as we get to the end of the race. Do we gamble? Don't take tires for the last half an hour, the last 20 minutes? Everyone has to weigh this out. Yeah. One car who I think will do that, though, is Nakib Arslan. Nakib Arslan is a lap down on Karudin. But if he, even if he doesn't take tires, it's still not going to be enough to unlap himself.
Yep. Clapano is, where is the number 31 car? Number 31 is all the way down in Vale. So a pit stop would mean that Nakib will still be ahead of Clapano with or without changing all 4 tires.
Exciting. 28 minutes left to go.
3.6 seconds. 3.6 seconds is a gap now between Paul Britt and Andrew Lawrenson. From 6.5 to 5.5 to 4.5. Now it's 3.6.
Wow, look at that. Lawrenson goes to the picture. There's the gap between second and third place right now. It will be the battle for the lead very soon, though.
I'm gonna have to wait and see. Very interesting race so far. I really enjoy Silverstone as a racer and as a spectator as well, because that's the best thing. Ooh, and instead Bruno Gallo drinking a beer.
He's just drinking something.
Yeah, he's just doing things out. Yep. Okay. So then, I think we've got to focus on Bruno Gallo, which is the teammate to Paul Britt.
Yeah, let's just have. I wonder if he's listening to the live screen. Give us a thumbs up if you're listening to the live screen, mate. There he is on the right-hand side. He's not. That's Bruno Gallo there. He's not actually listening to the live stream, obviously. Otherwise, he'd know we're talking about him, or maybe he is. But is he stressed? Can he catch the wind? Look at it. He's trying to urge his teammate on. He's trying to tell Paul Britt that you can do it, mate. We can try and win the race. And there he is. Oh, yep.
Another beer.
There he is. Well, he's done with his driving, so guys, I think that's okay. But big thank you, of course, to our sponsors, X-Park, and of course, Axel, Royal Selangor for the brilliant trophies, Motorsport Playground, and of course, Life who make our shirts. But yeah, look at that Bruno Gallo. They're getting very vibrant right now, getting very, you can see he's getting nervous. So it'll be quite interesting to see what happens.
3.3 seconds now is a gap between him, between his car and Lawrenson.
His teammate Paul Britt's doing a fantastic job.
Oh, Dad.
We should try and see if we can get Lawrenson, see how Lawrenson's doing, because we know how he likes to watch this.
Lawrenson still still with the VR headset. How are you not nauseated, Andrew Lawrenson?
He's not going to talk to us, he's not going to wave to us, because he knows he's in big trouble.
2.9 seconds is the gap between him and Paul Britt. And Andrew Lawrenson knows that the McLaren having the home ground advantage is a lot quicker than the Ferrari at night.
Yeah. Paul Britt's doing a great job right now, just driving superbly. And Lawrenson's definitely going to be starting sweat buckets. There he is. And there is the McLaren right behind him, exiting that corner. And they're just getting so close right now. Just under 3 seconds. And Lawrenson, you can see him. There he is with the VR goggles on the bottom right. He's just focused, 100% focused on getting the driving done. 25 minutes to go, though. Is that enough time?
Maybe not. I think there is enough time for Paul Britt to catch up. And Ali Karidin has got to make his pit stop. I would, again, if I was Ali, I'll pit for tires, but I'll still come out in P3 anyway. So I don't lose any position.
I wonder if Kairodin's on Zoom at all. See how nervous he's doing. But I mean, P3 in the end would still be a great result for GSR eMotorsports.
Yeah, Ali Karidin is not on Zoom, so we can't see his reaction. We can see his Andrew Lawrenson. I wonder how does Paul Britt looks like. Anyway, 2.8 seconds, and he's very consistent, Paul Britt. 2.5 seconds now. My word, he's catching Lawrenson like a rat.
Wow, it's proper dark now. Well, it's been proper dark now for a good hour already. But yes, this is our reigning champions, Laundry House, under big pressure now. Gosh, you're doing a great job though, holding it off at the moment. Okay, this gap is going to get closer. We'll come back to this battle in a second, but I just want to focus on Ali Kairudin because he should be coming in for his pit stop soon.
Ding, ding, ding. 2.099. Oh. Ali Kairudin has to pit. When will he pit? God knows. Maybe he doesn't have to pit. But I really want to see his stint time.
Let me see his stint time. We can't really see, can we?
can't really see unless Ali is streaming, which I can go into his Twitch and see when he sees stint time.
Runs wide there. It's going to cost him a tenth or two.
I think Carolina's making mistakes too, and the tires are done. Maybe they're not.
So many questions, so little time. As he comes across the GT4 cars, this is the Porsche in third position. Will he send it down the inside? Doesn't need to take big risks, but he does send it down the inside. Runs a bit wide. Car's quite hooked up, turns around really well.
And Ali is streaming on Twitch, so then I can see what is his stint time. And driver stint time ending shortly, so he has to pit. There you go. Ali is pitting. Ha!
Aha, there he is, in for his pit stop.
Ta-da! Okay, Ali Carolina has pitted. That gives Andrew Lawrenson the lead, but Andrew Lawrenson can't be.
There he goes,
too
Andrew
comfortable.
Lawrenson. Goes across the start finish line. 2 seconds, ladies and gents. 2
1.8.
seconds. 1.8. Wow, that's going to be good. So this is the guys who are now leading first and second. Lawrenson and Paul Britt there at Perdian Autosport there. In third position. He's stuck in the pit lane right now. Ali Khairudin from GSI Motorsports. Naqib Aslan though in P4. He will unlap himself. Yeah, he's too far behind. He's not going to be able to catch. He's yet to stop still. Or has he stopped already? No, I don't think he's yet to stop. So he's going to be a lap down when he stops as well. What was that?
Well, according to Ali's stream, he's using a tool to actually position his car in the box correctly, and it is helping him. Oh,
Wow.
that is something I've never seen before in ACC.
We'll have to talk to him and see if we can get that software for our games as well. There's Khairudin leaving the pit now. P3, there he goes.
And it's Daniel Hunter taking over, and now Paul Britt's gap between him and Lawrenson is 1.3 seconds.
Wow.
He's very close to the limits.
It's super close. Right there, he's got a GT4 car to clear, and he clears him promptly. Okay, let's just go back to the battles in the other championship and other classes. Alexis Clopano, JMX Juniors with Alan Drake Cruz leading comfortably in Pro-Am class. You got Art Vanderlei in P6 and Marenko, the second Laundry House car, in P7. Then you got second position in the Pro-Am class. Wiranto's back in the car for Java Sim, and he looks like he's got P2 wrapped up because Francis Matrillo is about half a lap behind. So Pro-Am's done and dusted. In the AM class, Mohammed Zikri for our Team Racing Line is leading, and he seems to have quite a good lead. There was that 9 seconds as he's getting lapped here by one of the Stratos cars as he goes through Maggots and Beckett's. And 9 seconds behind, there he is, Roy Numa Ripper Rip in Veloce Ragazza. These are the championship leaders in AM class. But I think 9 seconds, 20 minutes ago.
And the gap is increasing, yeah.
Bit too far. Okay, back to the lead because this is the battle we have to follow.
Too much curve there by Andrew Lawrenson going to Maggots Beckett's. And look at that, Paul Britt's getting closer. Alright everyone, whoever requested for a photo finish at the end of the race, there you go. We're witnessing it right now. Wow. Two quick Australians, one in the McLaren, one in the Laundry House Ferrari. Last year's championship winning Laundry House Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, we called it. Didn't we call it?
We did.
We said it was calming down, but we said, okay, it's going to get really spicy in the last hour or so. And it has. Wow, we can't take our eyes off this battle. We cannot take our eyes off this battle. Paul Britt there right now, driving a mega last stint. Got it down, okay, they did a really good strategy. Short last pit stop.
They did.
They made 5 seconds in the pit stop, so they're only 5 seconds down. And he's gone from 5 seconds to just under a second now. Wow, look how close that is getting. And what below us, Andrew Lawrenson, our race leader right now. He's looking tense. He's looking completely focused. 19 minutes to go. Can he hold on to the end? What do you think?
He can, maybe he can't. And, well, I tell you, Lawrenson is definitely looking at his mirrors. There you go. He's looking at his mirrors again. He knows that the threat of the McLaren is right behind him, and that McLaren is getting closer and closer and closer to his rearview mirror.
Yes, riding on board now with Paul Britt. A little bit of correction there on the way out of Luffield. they've got to lap the Wackos split table car. That's right in front of us. I'm not sure which number that is.
I think that might be the 9 car. Maybe the 969. I don't know. It is the 9. Alright. Alright then. 3 tenths, 4 tenths. More Brits being smart. Goes a little bit wide there, going to Chapel. Needs to be very. He needs to keep it on the island of more Brit. He's succumbing to the pressure already, which is not something that you don't want to do.
Laundry House, Column 1. Ooh, Lorcan is still. Thankfully, the Aston Martin GT4 car gets out of the way, does not support this battle. But you know, the win.
Oh, right the outside though, Andrew Lawrence.
Oh! You know, this race could be decided by back markers. That's how tough it is.
So, see both back markers out of the way. Then you have 111, 222, and 57 GT4 car. And that's the leading car in the M category, driven by Mohamed Sikri.
Wow, so close. I'll tell you what, you're right, the McLaren is very tough after the faster corners. Next time I drive ACC, I'm going to try the McLaren.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know you're a fan. You only ever drive the McLaren with the Aston, don't you?
McLaren, Aston, I finished on the ERG Monza race last year, the Mercedes, with Nigel Chua. Yeah, so, and the Bentley as well, but mostly French cars. But McLaren is probably one of the best cars to drive in mid-engine configuration. 57 though.
Oh, that's slowing him down.
57 in the middle of the way, look at that. 103 has a slipstream. 103 gets closer and closer and closer to number 1 Laundry House car. Running on board Paul Britt. You can see his steering angle, you can see his braking angle. He's being very smart here. 17 minutes to go. None of these drivers can afford a drive-through penalty, a stopping no penalty, or getting involved into a collision with other drivers as well. That is not what you want to do. But good news if you're Daniel Hunter, if these two do coming together, Daniel Hunter might have a chance to win, but Daniel Hunter is very far back.
Yeah. Whoa. Laundry House just moving on the straights, just trying to break the slipstream a little bit. I'm surprised that Paul Britt's not flashing the lights a bit. I would be trying to flash the lights a bit, seeing what we could get out of that. What a Lawrenson holding on for now.
Lawrenson is driving. Lawrenson is driving on the limit, but he needs to be very careful here. One small. If you're an inch further away from the white line, then you might get a drive-through, which is not what you want if you're Andrew Lawrenson.
So, do you want to just go look back a bit further down? I want to see where Daniel Hunter.
I can't take my eyes off this battle,
okay.
Alex. If
all right,
I'm being
all
honest.
right. I'll stay here. I won't touch the mouse.
Alright then, Paul Britt. Now show us what you have.
I wonder if Britt's on Zoom. He's not on Zoom.
He's not on Zoom. I wish he was on Zoom. 5 tenths.
5 tenths a day.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the Pro-Am category, Alexis Clapano is sitting very comfortably in P5 overall. Knowing him, he's the quicker driver in that number 21 lineup. So Alan Drake Cruz and Alexis Clapano will extend their lead in the championship. And Nakim Alzan dives out into the pits. Meanwhile, in the GT4 category, Mohamed Zikri is 9.8 seconds quicker than Roy, as Paul Britt moves into the inside, tries to find a move done on Andrew Lawrenson, but can't get the move done. 2 tenths is the difference between these two.
And just look how how challenging it is. Afi can't sit in his seat, so he's bouncing around already. But yes, and I love this shot right now because we watch Lawrenson right now as well. Yeah. He looks tense, doesn't he?
He does look tense, so Andrew Lawrenson. I would be sweating if I was Andrew Lawrenson.
Yeah. Should we try get Bruno Gallo on the video on Zoom as well? Let's see how tense he is. If we just swap it on Zoom.
Yeah, maybe we can. And Paul Britt driving his heart out today. Bruno Gallo as well. Where is Bruno Gallo? Is Bruno Gallo there? I
There
think
he is.
there. Oh,
Look,
he is
he's
there.
smiling.
Hello, Bruno. Nice to see you again. I know how tense you look.
Yeah, you look small smile from him.
And having said that, I think Bruno Gallo being based down in Melbourne. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, he's pumping, fist in the air. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, he's listening in then. Mate, do you think you'll make it? Do you think you'll take the win? Give us a thumbs up if you think so.
Probably give him fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. He's not going to give us a thumbs up, is he? Too much.
Oh, still drinking the beer.
Well, we'll need to talk to both these drivers after the race because we'd love to hear how their race
I
went.
would love to hear Paul Britt's input in this.
Yes. Shame he's not on Zoom. Please be on Zoom next time, Paul.
Yes, please.
Ooh, it's getting
He's
close.
got Bruno saying it's very close.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Okay.
What then? So let's go back to the race, shall we?
Yep. He's okay. We've got some back markers there. This car 222. Oh gosh, he gets a really good exit out of Luffield every time. But there's not enough of a braking zone to Cops. And you can see the car 103 pulling out the slipstream. Maybe he's trying to get some clean air.
Oh my God.
Get a bit of a
Paul
wiggle.
Britt runs a little bit wide there, exiting Stowe. Sorry, exiting Cops. Needs to be careful though, Paul Britt. I can imagine.
Runs wide.
Yeah, it runs wide. I can imagine O'Hara being tense. I can imagine Bruno Gallo being tense. And this is not your pace. Paul Britt has a slipstream. Really down the inside, coming into Stowe. Right around the outside. We need an outboard cam of this. And really make the moves around the outside. Getting closer. Paul Britt gets the job done. Paul Britt gets the job done. What a beautiful move by Paul Britt, but Andrew Lawrenson is not giving up on the damn fight. Paul Britt. We saw this in E1 with Nabil Arslan there. And on the Williams. And now we have Paul Britt overtaking there. And Bruno Gallo being one happy man.
Yeah, Bruno there with a bit of a fist pump. Let's watch the replay again. This is him going around the outside. Just makes it done. Beautifully done. Ooh, just holds around the outside.
Right around the outside.
Perfectly done.
Beautiful move. And I
What
think
a
he's got it
move.
done. I think he's got it done.
He has got it done for sure. Okay, so McLaren in front now. Can he pull away though? That's the big question.
He can't 5 tenths gap. And he's getting very comfortable to fight. He's got Alistair
Traffic,
Young ahead of him.
traffic.
He's got traffic ahead. Alistair needs to back up.
Yeah,
Alistair needs to
this is
give
a battle for the win, man. Get out the way. Blue flag. Well, you don't have to jump out the way with blue flags in GT racing, but it's generally considered when you got leaders battling for it, and you're not really battling for anything. You just try and get out the way.
Oh.
If I was Paul Britt, I'd be on the flasher all the way.
I
Just
think he's already
flash.
flashing. There you go. Paul Britt is flashing again. He knows Alistair has to give way. He's got Alistair Lawrenson right behind them. And battle for the lead is still on. Okay, Alistair did give way.
Oh, you got to let Lawrenson through as well,
Okay.
and he does. Well done.
Well done. So then, what a beautiful move by Paul Britt round the outside with 12 minutes to go.
Beautiful move.
Beautiful move. So, it's too early to call, and I won't say anything, but Paul Britt is sitting very comfortably in the lead though. Andrew Lawrenson is not far behind. Gap between him is 6 tenths, which is increasing, and I think Lawrenson didn't pit for tyres earlier.
I think he did.
I think he did, but
I think the McLaren has just been slightly quicker. I mean, the fastest lap of the McLaren is at 58.2. Fastest lap for Lawrenson in the Laundry House car number 1 is at 58.6. So I think the McLaren have just done a good job. They had that in the middle of the 6-hour race here. He lost 20 seconds at one point, and we missed it. Maybe he must have had a spin. 20 seconds is more like a spin, not a drive-through. You know what I mean? So.
Lawrenson getting closer. Lawrenson getting closer. Tries to find a move down the inside, coming into Abbey, and Lawrenson is still not giving up. Well then,
he's going to get a good exit now.
right down the power onto the Wellington Straight. Get closer. But how close can the Ferrari get to the McLaren? We have to wait and see. At the moment, the Ferrari is losing pace on the straight line compared to the McLaren.
McLaren is very good out there.
It's excellent on the straight. And then you go, Lawrenson runs a little bit wide there. Britt still holding his ground, still hitting all those nailing all those impacts correctly.
Yeah, and great out of slow corners. When you're talking that turbocharged car.
Ah, 6 cents. Still 6 cents. We've got 2 cars ahead of them. Number 15 Pro car and number 120 Pro M car, but they're flat cars. It's going to be a matter of time before these catch up to them. Well then. Onwards. Oh, Alex. There's a change in the Pro Am lead.
No.
Clepano has lost it maybe and is now down to P2 in Pro Am.
What's it? There's Clepano there, and you're right, he's in P2. And there is the Java Sim car.
Oh no, we missed that one out. We were too focused on the battle between Britt and Lawrenson, but we missed this battle out. So
no.
what happened? What has happened?
He's lost about 30 seconds. He didn't get a drive-through. He didn't see a drive-through.
Yeah, it's not a drive-through.
But he was about 15 seconds in
11
front.
seconds, yeah.
He's over 15 seconds in front. So now he's 11 seconds behind. So lost about half a minute. Oh dear.
Well then, change for the lead in both classes a lot. Lawrenson still fighting with Paul Britt, but the biggest winner out of the fight outside of the screen, outside of the cameras, is Gugan Viranto.
Oh, Java Sim, they could be coming in for their first win in eRacing GP as well.
In the Pro Am category, no less.
They've never won in eRacing GP. It'd be fantastic if they could.
Yeah, we try and see whether Willie Ebenheiser. Oh wait, can you show Alexis Clepano? I think Andre Cruz might be in. Oh, I thought he was sleeping there.
Oh,
Yeah.
there is.
Yeah, tired boy Andre Cruz.
Obviously disappointed. Small smile there. Something obviously happened. Maybe Clepano had a spin because he was flying, wasn't he? Clepano was flying in the dark just now.
Yeah,
Well, maybe they'll tell us later.
such a shame, really. But we did get what we wanted. We did get that close battle fight that we wanted in all
Yeah.
3 classes. So high drama in this race.
But all eyes on Paul Britt. Antipedian Autosport winning the race.
So Andrew Lawrenson lost the lead to Paul Britt after a beautiful move by Paul Britt round the outside going into Stowe. Alexis Clepano lost the lead in the Pro Am category outside of our screen, so we don't know what happened really to them. But and in the GT4 category, Mohamed Zikri leading the way because of a drive-through penalty imposed on Roy Ripperip due to his car overtaking around the outside of 57, and Daniel Hunter has a drive-through for track limit. So how many dramas do you want in this race, gentlemen? Ha!
Daniel Hunter for a drive-through. Where would that put him? Does that put him under threat
No, it
from
won't.
Nakib Hassan? No.
Nakib Hassan is too far away.
No, Nakib's almost a lap down. So
Yeah.
that's
Unless
okay.
Daniel Hunter gets another drive-through before speeding in the pit lane, but let's not ask for that.
I
yet.
think you need a drive-through in 30 seconds. But yes, so drive-through for track limits for Daniel Hunter. It won't be so bad because he'll still maintain in 3rd position. Nakib Aslan in 4th. Sergey Marenko in laundry house
there
car
you
number
go.
2.
Trying to overtake Sergey Mironenko.
Yeah, he's in 5th position, but he got the Pro-Am car of Urento right behind him. And Gigi Urento has to be careful here because he's not really racing Mironenko, you know what I mean? And if he has an incident while he's trying to overtake someone that's in a different class, that won't be too smart.
But he is quicker than Mironenko.
Yeah, he's doing some good lap times, huh?
Yep.
Okay, Urento here, they're leading Pro-Am class. Not quite sure how he did that because Clepano was leading that. Oh, he's running right there. He has to watch out for track limits as well, you know. But the guy in 2nd Pro-Am class is Clepano, their JMX Juniors, followed by Art Vanderlei. Art Vanderlei there, P8 in the Pro class. Francis Matrillo with P3 in the Pro-Am and 9th overall. And Leo Leong in Wacko's Flip Table Racing round out the top 10. Let's see what's happening in the AM class. And looks like Mohammed Zikri's still got a nice lead. He's got a 10-second lead. The Team Racing Line car over this car, Veloce Ragazzo. 10 seconds is not much, but with 4 minutes remaining, I think that's done and dusted.
Yep.
And of course, in third position.
Zikri looking very composed and looking very calm.
Yeah. And third position, Ikram Hussain. Okay, back to the front though. Paul Britt has a bit of breathing space now.
For me, if my driver of the day would probably be Paul Britt.
Yeah.
Awesome pace, and he's astronomically quick. Not only in nighttime, but also in daytime conditions.
Yeah, and consistent, you know, the way
very consistent.
he ground out the lap times. You have to grind lap times sometimes, and he certainly did that. And to be honest, Lawrenson and Laundry House has also driven really, really well. Both, you know, excellent driving from both cars. Yeah, it's a pleasure to watch.
Yep. And leagues like ERGP is a good opportunity for most of the esports team to scout for new drivers to add into their roster.
Yeah.
So Paul Britt will probably on the radar for most of these teams, probably down in Australia, Singapore, and maybe Malaysia even.
Okay.
Very consistent. Excellent effort.
So let's see, just under 3 minutes
So
remaining.
2 more laps remaining.
2 more laps. 2 more laps to go.
And Roy has found 2 seconds on the Mercedes, so no idea where he put that off, but he did.
Great stuff. 2 laps to go. Lap and a half to go now. Okay, Hunter has served his drive-through penalty. Is he a lap down now? No, he's not. Is he still on the same lap? He's still on the same lap.
242. He has a drive-through again. Oh, what's that? Track limit?
Must be track limit.
Must be track limit. And he just spun out of Chapel for good measure.
Okay, let's ride on board with Lawrenson. You see the guy winning the race has just extended the gap now, but just about 2 seconds now. So close, yet so far.
But it's been an excellent effort for Andrew O'Hara and Andrew Royson as well, the 2 Andrews. They're very consistent, leading the race, but Paul Britt being the better driver compared to them, I think they deserve the second position.
Yeah, that's a great job by really, really good job. Okay, so just over a minute remaining.
This is the final lap of the race here, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Britt. Should we ride on board Paul Britt for a lap? For one last lap around Silverstone, Paul Britt.
Yeah, goes across the start-finish line, down to turn 1. Leader on the final lap, goes through Pops turn 1. So kind of fifth gear. Went through Maggots, flat, then the brake will change down, into Beckett's. Nice and clean.
With Chapel.
And now you're on Hanger Straight, the big back straight, where he did his overtake just a few laps ago. He's got that 2-second gap with Lawrenson now. Yeah, for Abbey.
Corners before the Hamilton straight, which is Pale, which is his left-hander, and the double right-hander, which is Clark. Such a
He's got the back marker. This is the guy in second position in GT4 class. Will he get through? Yeah, he gets through. And driver lets him through nicely. Thank you very much. Into the final sector of the lap now. He's still pushing, of course, because Laundry House was right behind him, just only 2 seconds behind.
Got 7 up ahead with Mohammed Zikri behind the wheel here, so Mohammed Zikri can back off and get overtaken by Paul Britt. And that will basically mean that he doesn't have to do one more lap. But for Paul Britt, and Bruno Gallo from Enterpedian Autosport here. As you can see Mohamed Zikri backing off. Paul Britt, a wonderful masterclass display by Paul Britt. Rounds around the final corner of this race, and look at that, Bruno Gallo is celebrating P1 baby from Bruno Gallo and Paul Britt as they win round 5 of the Silverstone in the eRGP 2022 season.
Fantastic driving by both drivers. Mohamed Zikri also just crossed the finish line. He's the winner in AM class, team racing line. Him with Nazir.
Yeah, look at that, Bruno pumping there, number 1.
Fantastic, great results. Now they're parked in the gravel. Have your beer. Okay, on to the Pro-Am class right now. P3 right now. Daniel Hunter's not yet crossed the line as well, so he's about to cross the line. Then we'll go to Pro-Am class. 906 is just a bit further down, isn't he?
Number 2 at 906 is currently still fighting for. It's been a while since they fight, and they're still fighting.
Okay, we'll have to stay on board. We'll have to chat with Bruno Gallo because we need to get his feelings on how it went. Talk to Andrew Lawrenson as well, and of course talk to these guys, Pro-Am and Am class. But Daniel Hunter there in P3 in the Pro class. He's going to cross the line. Great result for him. He takes that third place, final spot on the podium. And then there's this big battle here for 5th position, which is going to go to the Laundry House car number 2. But it's this car that's going to be celebrating, car 906. Fantastic job.
Fantastic job.
In another McLaren.
Yeah.
And they win the Pro-Am class. So well done to Jarvison.
It's a British car domination for Silverstone, McLaren and Aston Martin. And there you go.
Do you want to say anything for the stream, guys?
Yes. Hey, Bruno, we can hear you. You ready to talk to us? Fantastic. Well done. Good job. Congratulations on the win. You want to talk us through your race?
Yes, mate. Cheers. I was just talking to Brady. Brits is not on the call. Unfortunately, he hasn't got a webcam at the moment. But yeah, he was just, of course, super happy crossing the line, bringing the win. Our first one here, so really happy. The race was great, to be honest. I don't know about the rest of the guys, but we had a great one because starting from P5, we had to make our way, and we had some good battles on track. That's what I loved. Could battle with P4, P3, and P2 on track and overtaking the guys. So that was really, really good fun for us, obviously.
Really impressive. What happened though? Was it the second stint or the third stint? You lost 20 seconds somewhere. Was that in a pit stop or a spin? Or
no, actually we were good. I think what was a bit confusing is we ended up in a different strategy to the boys because we ended up pitting almost by the hour-ish, and we were just flat out. We didn't do a splash and dash. I think some guys maybe have done the final stop, like the Honda Carudi, maybe a splash and dash at the end. We were just pitting, changing tires for the 16th. And so maybe there was a bit of an offset at some time, but we didn't have any moments, to be honest. It was pretty clean for the most part. And pace was good. The car was good. Like I knew we weren't the car wasn't amazing over just one lap, like quali, but was very good for the race. And just consistent, Brady is also very quick. So it was in the end, over the long runs, the pace was really strong. And I think the McLaren towards the end of the stint also had a bit better tire wear. So we could keep pushing. As at the end, we could see that Lawrenson probably was at the end of his tire life. So he couldn't put pressure back on Brady.
Okay, well, fantastic. Congratulations. And we look forward to seeing you in round 6.
Cheers. Cheers for the boys as well. They did a great job. It was really strong.
Please send my absolute congratulations to my driver of the day, Paul Britt.
Will do, mate, right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem then. Anyway, so do you have the winners of...
Let's talk to Andrew Lawrenson. Do you want to talk to Lawrenson first?
I think we should talk to Lawrenson first. All right. So we're going to talk to Andrew Lawrenson. And... So, Andrew Lawrenson, please unmute yourself, and we're going to interview you.
Yeah, so Lawrenson there. Laundry House, I think that puts you in with a good... That's not a bad result. First place obviously would have been nice, but how did that go for you?
No, I can't complain. It's a Ferrari thing. I did a Leclerc. No pressure. Looped it at Cops anyway. Bit cursed, but congrats to Bruno and Brits. They were rocket ships today. We were sort of forced into doing our short splash and dash stop in the middle because Andy had to run off into qualifying for the Lambo Real race, which sort of left a 3.5 hour stint at the end for me. But yeah, look, we set the car up expecting a bit of rain, so it was a compromise. So it wasn't outright the fastest, but we luckily sort of ended up with something that was pretty nice, except for that one lap. And yeah, it was quite good to drive. We just had to trundle around on the line the strategy.
So that puts you right up there for the championship now. Obviously, we need to work it out once we take into consideration drop points. You fairly optimistic of retaining your championship?
Yeah, look, I hope so. I just hope JMX show up for the last round. We don't want to sort of have us or the Stratos boys win without the rest of the competition there. So yeah, look,
who'll be your
confident Ferrari's good at Spa, but they're already in the Ferraris as well. So there we go.
Who will be your third driver?
Jake Baldwin.
Okay.
Who ran with us at Kyalami.
Awesome. Yeah, he's quick as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations, mate. And see you in the next
one.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay. So we'll try and see. The Pro-Am guys are not on Zoom at the moment. We should try to get Zikri, though. Let's see if we can get Zikri right now. Or Nazir Asman.
Zikri. I think I'll have Mohamed Zikri on board.
Let's try and talk to Mohamed Zikri.
Yeah.
So Zikri, that's your second back-to-back win in the RGP.
Yeah.
Take us through your race.
It was chaotic. It started very poorly for me and Nazir. I had a poor start and Nazir had a rough first stint. But once all that came together, both of us, just got our heads down, and we made it to our first proper win, really. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Still had that drive-through for track limits. Did that worry you, or is that something you had hanging over yourself the whole race?
That worried me. I only left the pits and instantly already got a drive-through already. So we were terrified of our lives right now. I was just like, what are we going to do now? We don't know what to do. So, but we just kept it together, and I'm very proud of Nazir. I think he was beating himself up when on his first stint, but he kept it together. And we, at the end of it, 1 hour left is still to play for, really. So I'm pretty happy at the end.
Congratulations, man. I mean, I think it puts you back into the championship lead for the AM class heading to Spa. But of course, 50% more points for the last round. How optimistic are you of seeing this out?
Well, we know the Veloci guys are really quick. Nabus, Roy, Lopez, they were really quick. We were starting to think, we were doubting ourselves whether we're gonna catch them, but so they brought us a good battle. I know the whole My Beer racing team didn't join today, but it's gonna be a very tight championship fight like today, and we'll see how it goes.
And of course, who's gonna be your third driver for Spa?
We got we got one already signed up already, Nabil Jalil, and we already got him covered, and we got another fourth one who will be Rayman as well. So we got everything sorted for Spa, and we're ready to go.
Awesome. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Where's the Pro-Am boys? I can't find them in the Zoom. We got Nazir, who just interviewed his teammate.
No, we can't get a hold of the Java Sim guys. Never mind. Billy Eben Hadza and
Dugan Wiranto.
Gugu Wiranto won the Pro-Am category. You've already seen and heard from our Pro winners and our Am winners. And that's all we have today.
I love the race today.
Okay. And great. Thank you very much. That's round 5 done and dusted. We'll see you for round 6 in December.
But before we go, huge shout out to our sponsors: X Park Sunway, Exo Sports, Royal Selangor, Motorsport Playground, and Life Apparel.
Absolutely.
So we'll see you down in December for the 12 hours of Spa. This is eRacing GP. My name is Afiq. This is Alex Yong. Thank you so much to Des Corkill and LC Yong for helping out with commentary early on. And we'll see you in the next one.
Okay. Bye.